New tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado on the ground, Hillsdale, Oklahoma.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, we are live. Just real quick, going to make sure you can hear me and see me and everything, and then we're going to get right into this because we do have a tornado warning. Okay, this is a confirmed tornado warning for Garfield County, Oklahoma, and Grant County, Oklahoma. Nick Gorman is on that storm. You can see him above my head there. And we are, once again, just immediately jumping right into our severe weather coverage here. We've got right now in the direct path of this storm, Pond Creek and Jefferson in Oklahoma. Okay, you can see here we already have an incredible signature on radar. You can see the hook, and give me just 1 second. I'm gonna switch my color here. Yep, you can see the hook, and you can also see pretty well now on velocity, our velocity couplet. This is how we know that the winds are rotating pretty strong here, right in the middle of that storm, right at the base of the storm where we'd expect to see potentially a tornado. So we've got a tornado on the ground right now near Hillsdale. Okay, I think it's just past Hillsdale now, and now it's moving up to the north and east towards Pond Creek, Oklahoma. Okay, we are talking about Oklahoma. We are going to be going to multiple different locations today. This looks like it's going to be a multi-state widespread severe weather outbreak, but we are starting off strong here with a big tornado near Pond Creek. I am going to reach out to Nick and just see if he's seeing anything or what the last thing he saw was. So give me just a second. Uh-oh. Hold on. Options, settings. I think Nick might have. Huh. Andy, do you care to just go ahead and give us some thoughts on this storm while I try to figure out our Zillow issue here?
Got you, Ryan. Yep, I'm here, guys. Long day today, 10 plus hours here, and starting off with this tornado right at the beginning. And just so you know, we are coming through, alerts and stuff are coming through your mic, Ryan, so that will be something to look at as well. This tornado right now near Hillsdale, Oklahoma, has actually begun to take a little bit more of a northerly path as well. It's not impossible if the circulation stays together that we could see a new tornado warning. I know National Weather Service Norman is really efficient at producing new warnings that follow the new path of tornado that we see over the last few scans of radar data. So it is looking like it's quite possible, if it stays alive here, that it'll pass over Highway 64 there, or 54. I think that's 64, in between Pond Creek and Nash in Oklahoma, and that's through southwestern Grant County. So hopefully this doesn't stay going. It does look like it's a sort of hybrid linear pushed tornado here, but also somewhat supercellular here. So a sort of a hybrid tornado. These tend to not last too long, and it does already look like the hook is getting blown apart by the rear inflow jet or the winds to the south of that supercell look on radar. So I think that, I hope that it doesn't keep going, but I do think that there's multiple different evolutions of this tornado are possible. right now. And yeah, we got a long way to go. I've got 7 radar sites open at the moment. We'll be flipping through all of them just to make sure we stay on top of coverage as best as we did yesterday, which was some amazing coverage. I do think so, Ryan.
Okay, I think I have. Thank you, Andy. I think I have the Zello thing figured out. Yeah, there we go. All right, Nick, we're live on YouTube. You're close to our tornado warning that we're watching right now. Just whenever you get a chance, tell us what you've seen, if anything. Thank you. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, we are at the beginning.
Right now,
of a
the storm
big
is rain wrapped.
severe
We're trying to
weather
get you
outbreak.
guys a visual on it. We're going to turn
left onto US 60 East.
Okay, I want to.
right now, the storm is rain wrapped. We're trying to get you guys a visual on it. We're going to turn
left onto
So it sounds
US
to me like
60
he's
East.
not.
Hopefully my
He
GPS,
hasn't necessarily
wasn't too loud for you,
seen
but
anything
we're
yet,
trying to get you
and I do
view of
believe
it.
that
Currently don't see anything right now.
it is. This circulation here is going to be rain wrapped. So, still though, we do believe that there is a tornado here, and we need you in your safe spot in Pond Creek and Jefferson in Oklahoma. This is going to be our first confirmed warning of the day. Right now, we have 3 tornado warnings, 11 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me give you a real quick look at the more broad scale, map that we're going to be covering today. We're really going to focus a lot on Oklahoma. I think that's going to be where a lot of the bigger storms occur. However, we're also going to be looking quite a bit at Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, all the way down into Texas. Okay, and then there's going to be strong storms potentially all the way up into Michigan and Wisconsin, and as far south as down towards the Texas and Mexico border, and as far west as into Colorado. I mean, this is a huge storm system, and there are millions of people under the gun today for significant severe weather. Yesterday, we had a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes. Today, we've got a 15% hatched risk of tornadoes. Doesn't mean that today's going to be worse than yesterday or anything like that, but this is a rare kind of outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, an elevated risk for tornadoes for sure. That it's going to include Oklahoma City, Wichita Falls, Tulsa, all the way up into southeastern parts of Kansas there, and then we've got that 10% hatch that goes well up into Nebraska, or just a little bit of southeast Nebraska there, western Missouri, and then all the way down into central portions of Texas. 5% in the brown, 2% in the green. Okay, and then the hatched indicator means that some of those places in the dotted lines there could receive tornadoes that produce maybe EF2 or greater damage, significant tornadoes. Tornadoes are not going to be the only thing that we have to worry about today, though. Okay, we've got major hail risk, 45% significant hail risk in the same area as we have our 15% hatch risk of tornadoes, essentially. And then we have a 30% hail risk expanding even beyond that up into Iowa, down into central Texas. Okay, so hail is going to be a big problem today. Significant damaging hail is going to be a problem for pretty much everybody in the red and the purple zones there, especially. And then we do have a tornado watch already. Of course, we have a tornado warning that we're covering right now, but we have a PDS tornado watch, which is a rare tornado watch that is only issued in a particularly dangerous situation where several strong tornadoes are likely. The Storm Prediction Center is confident that we're going to have multiple strong tornadoes between now and about 8 p.m. Central. Also, this watch is calling for potentially hail up to the size of apples and widespread wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. This watch includes Vernon, Wichita Falls, Lawton, Elk City, Woodward, Enid, and Ponca City. Meteorologist Andy Hill has something for us. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, 2 other things. First thing, most pertinent, while you zoom in on it, I'm also watching the tornado warning in Kansas. That's northeastern Kansas, western Pottawatomie County there, including Oilsburg and Fostoria. That one is ramping up over the last few scans. We can watch the evolution of that. And then the second thing that we'll also be talking about is in Oklahoma, these things aren't just going to like blow through. We've got a sort of a trough alignment here that allows storms to just keep coming up and up. I looked at National Weather Service Norman's graphic, and it was like This area of western Oklahoma is between 5 and 10 p.m. This in central Oklahoma is like 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. and the eastern is 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. I was like, that is a huge amount of time, and that's also why we have a high risk of flooding, excessive rainfall, flash floods in parts of Oklahoma around there, and a moderate risk as well surrounding that. So lots of flash flooding is going to be possible today, if not very likely, and it could be considerable flash flooding as well. So that's another thing we'll be covering here as we go throughout the entire afternoon and evening into the night with you guys on YouTube.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. I'm going to go over to a graphic that shows us that high risk of excessive rainfall today. Moderate risk expands all the way from just east of Wichita Falls, Texas, up into Missouri, and then that high risk is right there, just around the Oklahoma City area, just to the east and south a little bit. Numerous thunderstorms producing heavy rain are likely today and tonight. Widespread flash floods are expected, especially in the high risk area highlighted in pink. So this is another thing that's really rare. You don't see this every day, that's for sure. A high risk of significant excessive rainfall here. A lot of times flash flooding can be a big time killer in systems like this, and maybe sometimes it's overshadowed by the tornado threat. But we've got to make sure we cover every aspect of the storm, because this is just about as dangerous as they get as far as severe weather setups go, in every possible way. Storms are rotating all up and down portions of Kansas. Only one of them has a tornado warning right now. It's the one that's coming for Oldsburg in Kansas. The rotation is certainly more significant there. Westmoreland, you're in that warning as well. Storm's going to be capable of producing 1.5 inch in diameter hail as well, probably up there towards Big Blue River. That's where that's going to be more likely. We're watching these storms kind of getting close to the northwestern side of Missouri and southeast Nebraska, as well, as they are also looking like they are starting to spin a little bit here. Not quite enough yet to prompt tornado warnings, but certainly something that we'll have to watch as time goes on, especially considering the fact that this one is spinning as much as it is. Let's go back down to the south a little bit. We just had a big storm go through Wichita, Kansas. That's now producing severe winds moving into El Dorado, Rosalia, and Beaumont. And then that's going to continue all the way to Eureka over the next 40 minutes or so. And then in Oklahoma now, we have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, okay? And then we have that one tornado warning for Pond Creek and Jefferson and Medford. That's going to be allowed to expire in about 10 minutes. We'll see if they reissue it. But at one point, this was a really impressive looking storm on radar with that big hook there. Thankfully, we're not seeing that same level of intensity with the last couple of scans, okay? So, yeah, there's your tornado warned storm moving into Pond Creek and Jefferson now. Now we've got some storms popping up out in front of that. Okay, we have some supercells actually kind of forming around Oklahoma City right now. And we have a big storm down here south of Enid. This is exactly what we didn't want to see today. But these are already rotating a little bit here. Watch out in Fairmont and Douglas. That is going to be a big storm for you guys.
Hey, Ron,
and then here's Chris.
Live or not, but do you have a copy?
Yeah, Chris, we are live on YouTube. How's it going, man? Tell us what's up.
Hey, I didn't know if he was live or not, but we are just off of I-35. We are at the exit of Stillwater and Hennessy, Oklahoma. We are watching an absolutely explosive supercell just on the west side of Oklahoma City over the town of Yukon, as that continues to move off to the northeast, like the one just to our north took a real hard right turn. We're going to watch how this one acts here over the next little bit. I think this one has a pretty decent chance to try and do something as it moves off to the north. It's in a very, very primed environment through here. Okay,
so that's Storm Chaser Chris Hall, who will be touching base with us periodically throughout the day as he's storm chasing out there. We have a bunch of storm chasers on the roster today, more than what you can see here. I think there's probably about 30 storm chasers that we're going to technically be able to work with today. which is an incredible amount. We shouldn't miss anything, honestly. But currently on the screen, you see Nick Gorman, Bob Pack, Freddie McKinney, Riley, Chris Hall, and Hunter Hurley. And they're all in either Oklahoma or Kansas, and we're going to be following them today very closely as they track these storms. The storm that Bob Pack is on is incredibly interesting looking. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I think that something I'm most concerned about, well ahead of any particular signs of it producing a tornado, is the storm that's south of Enid, Oklahoma. That has an outflow boundary from that convection to the north and west that's trailing right toward it. It's going to interact with it, and I'm not sure if it'll push part of the storm forward, the rear flank in particular, that would, maybe allow for a tornado to occur very quickly, within radar scans. So something we have to look out ahead of time. It's not even severe warned yet, but that is an interaction that is dynamical, tough to predict, and we'll have to keep a close eye on it as a result.
Okay, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for kind of once again keeping us on our toes and making sure we're paying attention to all these storms. Andy is going to be a vital part of this broadcast today because it's going to be. And these are not my words; these are the words from the Storm Prediction Center. It's going to be chaotic. Okay, they actually used those words in the Outlook today. A chaotic, explosive, supercellular environment is in place. We're going to see a lot of different storms kind of pop up at the same time. There's probably going to be a period of time where so many of them are producing tornadoes. It's going to be hard to keep up with. However, we're going to do our best to go between all of them and also continue to try to get ahead of them. Right now, there is no warning at all with the storm near Enid. At some point, it will become at least severe thunderstorm warned, potentially even tornado warned, and we want to let you know what our thoughts are on that as that process kind of unfolds. Right now, we have a couple of different cells here all kind of merging together. We're going to see how that merger, happens, and we're going to see if that allows for the storm to get a little bit stronger. We saw that a bunch yesterday. We saw that so many times, and sometimes the mergers can be constructive, and sometimes they can be destructive. When they are constructive, sometimes that can lead to
a new
an
tornado
enhancement
watch has been
of the
issued.
supercell and allow it to produce a tornado. These cells down here around Oklahoma City right now are really concerning as well. At some point, this cluster of storms or one of these storms will become probably the main focus of what we're talking about here. If not those, then maybe these smaller ones a little bit farther to the south there near Norman. Right now, they're not doing anything technically tornadic, but they are producing winds up to 60 miles per hour and hail up to the size of quarters, moving up towards Piedmont and Edmond. Okay, Oklahoma City. Everybody in that town, and I'm sure I really hope everybody in that town is aware of what's going on today. You're getting a storm. It's going to go by town, hopefully very fast and without any problems. The sun may come out after that, but it's important that you guys know that it is not over. Okay, once these storms move out of here, we still have quite a bit more, to go through for you guys there in Oklahoma City today. Big storm also popping up down here around Lawton, Oklahoma, and Geronimo. Those storms are just now getting their act together, and we're going to see what happens with that over the next little bit. Altus, Oklahoma, you guys have got some hail and some wind headed towards you, and then we've got another couple of really big storms down here moving in the direction of Wichita Falls. Those aren't necessarily rotating a whole lot yet, but we're going to see as we go every hour, pretty much as we go into the afternoon, we're going to see the environment kind of get a little bit more favorable for these storms to really start to rotate. And also as the storms become more mature, taller, we're going to see that aspect of the storms get a little bit more intense as well. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning right now for areas just north of Elk City. This is going to bring some quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds into Butler. Same thing for you guys up there in Sealing, Oklahoma. And then we have a pretty large cluster of storms that's affecting the Pond Creek, Wakita, and Medford areas. This is the pretty much the storm that was tornado warned earlier, but it's kind of turned into a large cluster of just hail-producing, wind-making storms. We're really concerned mostly at this point about the discrete supercells that are forming to the south and to the east of that, closer to Marshall, Covington, and of course those ones down there on the west side of Oklahoma City right now, which really look impressive on radar as just on the reflectivity side. No, Freddie, I don't believe Freddie has I don't think that's a tornado. I see a lot of people talking about that in the chat. We're going to see a lot of SLCs today, I think, scary-looking clouds. Now, don't get me wrong, we are going to see a bunch of tornadoes, I believe, as well. But we're going to see some really low cloud bases. So the clouds are going to be near the ground almost in a lot of cases. So, yeah, we're watching our storm chasers, and we're watching this storm right here, which also looks really impressive right now. Let me throw up the thing here. Hold on. This is the risk area in its entirety. While I receive my lunch. Thank you, guys. It's McDonald's. Yeah, do you want to say hi real quick? Real quick. Guys, Echo really wants to say hi. Say hi.
Hi.
This is my son. Oh, you don't want to take that off. And he's delivered me my lunch for the day. I'm not going to get up out of this chair probably for the next 10 hours, so I really appreciate it. Thank you all.
Hey, Ryan, whenever you get a chance, I can give you an update on my game plan for today.
Thank you, guys. I love you. All right, Riley's got something for us. What was that, Riley? Go ahead.
I was just going to say that I was going to give you an update on what we're looking at here. I am north of El Reno by about 20 miles, and I have my eye on those storms near Oklahoma City. What I believe is going to happen is we're going to go through a couple cell mergers there, and then we're going to see quite a strong storm. Off to the north here, we have pretty good 0 to 1 kilometer SRH, and that's what I think is going to be the limiting factor here today.
Okay. All right. So,
hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Sorry,
I'm
sounding a little bit hoarse today. It was a long day yesterday, as you know. We are watching that storm near Enid right now. It is interacting with that outflow boundary from the storm to its north, and it is enhancing the rotation in it. So we are going to go check it out west on that highway towards Enid. We're taking it west right now, directly into it.
All right, so that's Brad. Let's make sure we have Brad somewhere up on the board, and probably Riley too. So Brad's going to be going after this storm, which right now, the one near Fairmont and Enid in Oklahoma is probably the most concerning one that we're looking at this moment. So that's a good thing that we're going to have Brad on that one. We'll see velocity. Yeah, you can see before that merger even really takes place, we're already seeing an enhancement of the rotation here. There's going to be another one that happens, so it'll be really interesting to see what happens with this. But y'all should definitely watch out.
We're about to get a visual on that storm here pretty shortly.
In Garber and Hunter and Billings in Oklahoma, that looks like a pretty dangerous situation for you guys. Here's another shot from Bob Pack of an ominous-looking storm there. Chandra, is that his current location? Is that what it's showing on LSM as well? Okay. So he is looking at a storm in southwestern Oklahoma near Altus. Okay, so this is the one that's currently producing some hail and some
A
strong
new
winds over
tornado
there
warning
near
has been issued.
Altus and Alusty, Oklahoma. We just got a new tornado warning. Let's fly to it. This is the storm that we were just looking at moments ago when we originally came up here to Kansas. And we talked about how it was starting to spin. Now it's spinning a lot more. And we've got a tornado warning for Hiawatha and Robinson in Kansas. I would say that it wouldn't be very surprising if we saw another tornado warning at some point with this other storm that's up here to the north and west of it. However, right now, the areas where we need to take shelter in Kansas are going to be in Pottawatomie County and Brown counties in Kansas. This looks like it's a pretty dangerous storm right here. And you can see very clearly that we also have a hook here. All right, and then that lines up almost perfectly with the velocity couplet. All right, so that's a sign that we have a rotating storm, and it wouldn't be surprising to me if we saw a tornado actually drop with that one at some point here as it comes by Hiawatha and Robinson, Kansas. So please take shelter. And if you know anybody out there who is close to this, that lives in this part of the world, please let them know what's going on. I think that because of the incredible tornado outbreak that we had yesterday, there is a lot of media around today's severe weather situation. So I think that a lot of people are probably paying attention to this. However, there is a chance that, some people aren't. So if you would like to help us get the word out and help us get life-saving information to as many people as possible, you can do that by sharing us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. Copy the link, paste it, send it to a family member, friend, whatever. Post it anywhere. And we can hopefully get in front of some of those people who don't typically watch the news and would maybe find themselves in a situation where a tornado is approaching them and they don't know until the last minute. And the unfortunate thing happens there. You know what I mean? So, share us everywhere. Do whatever it is that you want to do, and it'll help us out. And also, if you don't have social media, please like the stream like you would a normal YouTube video, and then that'll get the YouTube algorithm to kind of put us out there a little bit better, so that people who are just browsing YouTube, which is a lot, will hopefully just stumble across us, and we can get life-saving information to them as well. Thanks to you guys, our live stream from yesterday is #1 trending on YouTube, above Mr. Beast's new video and like everything. The NFL, like Taylor Swift's music video, like we were #1 on YouTube thanks to you guys sharing. So very, very good stuff there, and hopefully we can help some people out today. Once again, we currently have 2 tornado warnings. Okay, 2 tornado warnings. They're both in Kansas right now. We got Brown County and Pottawatomie counties in Kansas under tornado warnings. You guys we need you to get to shelter. We think there's probably a couple of more tornado warnings on the way here for some of these storms. And we're also watching the very beginning stages of some tornadic storms down here in Oklahoma. Lots of little cells popping up here around Oklahoma City. And look at all of them. Look at the one up just to the north and east of Moore here. They all have this curved appearance to them, which shows that they are interacting with the environment that's in place that's going to allow them to rotate. The thing that has to happen with these is they have to remain discrete, or they all have to kind of start merging together a little bit and, handle that correctly and become stronger, become more mature. And then that shape will kind of allow it to interact with the environment in a way that will, let them spin and produce tornadoes. We've got storm chasers on several different storms here. Freddie's in Grant County. Nick Gorman's in Garfield County. Bob Pack is down near Altus, Oklahoma. So those are 3 separate storms there. Currently not seeing anything immediately concerning. Nick Gorman's storm is probably the most concerning, as we do see a lowering there. That looks like a storm that is probably trying pretty hard to produce a tornado, if you ask me. And Nick is on our storm that we're very concerned about near Enid. Nick is currently on the road just to the east of Enid, north of Fairmont, looking back to the south and west at the base of our storm here. That's got the big hook on it.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. When you have a minute.
Go ahead, Chris.
So we have a lot of storms to pick from right now. But I'm just going to go ahead and say the one that is up near Garber is looking really good. That's just to our northwest, but we're still also watching these just to our south. Every single storm to our south is getting a notch, and if that's a sign for anything later today, it's going to be a very long day across portions of Oklahoma, I'm afraid. But these are going to continue to go through cell mergers, and if it's a constructive cell merger, I'm afraid to say this, but watch out.
Yep. So that's Storm Chaser Chris Hall there, giving us his update on what's going on in his area. So give me just 1 second, y'all. I've got to get out of my seat one last time before we really get buckled in here and take care of one or two things. I'll be back in like 1 or 2 minutes. As always, Andy, the mic's yours if you want it.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Yep, I'm watching right now. That same storm I talked about when it was south of Enid, Oklahoma, is now to the east. Does look like it's sort of healthy on radar in terms of, how strong it is, how well sculpted it looks is a good idea. That gives me a good idea of its potential to produce severe weather in all forms. Nick Gorman's right on it too, so he'll probably come through my ear. He likes to zello me and give me up-to-date info, which is really cool. Shouts to Nick Gorman for that. Otherwise, I am also watching storms that one of which did get tornado warned recently in northeastern corner of Kansas. There is another one also in southeastern Nebraska, closer to Verdon, Salem, Falls City in Nebraska, and Richardson County, the southeast corner of the state. That one is on the stationary front there, and it is still in the unstable area as a result, right on the edge of that. And sometimes those storms that are right on the front can be more tornadic than the other storms as well, because there's an extra amount of spin, especially in the lower atmosphere, right on that front where air comes together and converges. But I will say that the storm near Hiawatha, and Brown County, Kansas, does look a little bit more concerning in the short term here, as it passes through the eastern part of the county into the northeastern county, Iowa Point, and across the state line into northwestern Missouri near Oregon and Big Lake and Holt County. You guys are not under a tornado warning yet from that storm, but more than likely the supercell is going to make its way over to you in favorable conditions. So be aware of that ahead of time and let people know ahead of time in Holt County in Missouri. We do have Storm Chaser John White out ahead of that storm as well. He'll give us a look at that. And Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley is headed up to the two storms that are merging together in northern Pottawatomie County in Kansas. That'll go to the north of Westmoreland and up towards Wheaton, Kansas. All right, another storm I've got my eye on, again, 7 different radar sites that I have open, is down in Texas, actually, in Stonewall County, Texas, to the north and west, a good clip of Abilene and Albany, Texas. It's near Aspermont. Right now, it's got some good hail with it, but it did ingest a shower.
A new
in its
tornado
inflow.
warning has been issued.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that storm does actually become tornadic. It's right where the most unstable air we have so far today is, with 4,500 joules per kilogram of surface-based CAPE. So storms are really exploding down there. May take a little bit more time to become tornadic, especially as they move to the north and east closer to the Red River. So watching that one as well. And then for our friends in central Oklahoma, these storms that are now passing to the north and west of the Oklahoma City metro near Piedmont. I'm watching those. You can see when Ryan zooms in on those near Oklahoma City, you can see that the warning box is oriented basically almost straight north, so south to north there. The storms are traveling in a straight line up. But if they start to curve to the right a little bit, if they start to turn to the right, and that severe warned box also follows them a little bit further right, that to me tells me that there is a greater tornado threat with those, as they will be more efficiently ingesting low-level air in a manner that can lead to a circulation and thus a tornado. So of course, we'll be covering hail, as I mentioned, from the Texas storm, severe winds, but also tornadoes are the biggest thing I think we're going to be focusing on today, besides the high risk of flooding. Of course, for all of you just joining, we do have that high risk of excessive rainfall, flash flooding, and possibly considerable flash flooding will be widespread today, especially into the early night hours in Oklahoma.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're going to be hearing from him a lot today. If you're just now tuning in, we did get a couple of tornado warnings there. We've got an extension for the storm north of Westmoreland in Kansas. This is continuing to have a tornado warning all the way up there towards Wheaton and Vermilion, Kansas. Y'all should take shelter. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for our storm up here a little bit farther to the north. This is in extreme southeastern Nebraska. Now they've got a tornado possible tag on this storm that's just to the north and west of Falls City and moving up towards Barada. Inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds is possible with that as well. It is rotating. That's why they put that tornado possible tag on there. And then we've got a radar indicated tornado warning for areas just north and east of Hiawatha, Kansas. This is moving towards White Cloud. And this is a pretty substantial rotation here as well. And you guys should definitely be taking shelter north of Robinson in Kansas, okay? Outside of that, we've got those 3 tornado warnings. Essentially, that's for 2 different storms. But outside of that, the vast majority of what we're looking at right now is going to be some severe thunderstorm warnings. And I want to take a look at those from south to north here. We're going to go through all of them, and then we'll take a look at some other things, okay? So here is starting off way down here, just north of Hamlin, Texas. We've got 2 supercells that look really impressive on reflectivity. And actually, if you flip over to velocity, they are rotating a little bit, and they are producing some big hail and some strong winds as they move towards places like Rochester and Benjamin in Texas. Okay, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now in Benjamin, Texas, for the threat of 70-mile-per-hour winds and also maybe hail over the size of golf balls. Okay, so anytime you get 1.75 inch in diameter hail or larger, that's pretty severe hail and it can cause damage. Also, typically a severe thunderstorm warning is issued and the limit is like, about 55, 60 mile per hour winds. This is an upper level severe thunderstorm warning for up to 70 mile per hour winds. So this is going to be a stronger storm than what you would typically expect in a severe thunderstorm up there in Benjamin. So get ready for it in Gilland and Truscott as well in Texas. A little bit farther to the north there, now we're in Oklahoma. We've got our big storm in right around Altus, just to the north and northwest of Altus in Blair, Oklahoma. We have a live look at this one from Bob Pack. So Bob is giving us a view of that, or he just got turned around. But we saw earlier a really intense precipitation core inside of that storm, likely some hail, at least up to probably the size of golf balls, to be honest, and some potentially 70 mile per hour winds with that as well. Moving up there towards Blair. So get ready in Oklahoma for that. Let's come back over here to the radar and let's check this storm out near Lawton. Severe thunderstorm warning for Apache.
A new tornado
Anadarko,
warning
and
has been
Gracemont.
issued.
1 inch in diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds all the way up there towards Gracemont, Oklahoma. Now let's go back to the Texas storm. This is the one we were just talking about near Benjamin. It now has a tornado warning. So once again, if you flip over to velocity, you can see that rotation. Doesn't look incredibly tight. However, it does look like it could be about to produce a tornado if it, if it continues to rotate here. You can see the clear supercellular structure on radar. There's your hook. Okay, you can see the inflow, warm, moist air coming into the storm like this. The rotation's happening right in here. So we've got to watch out in Gilliland. In Texas, and also Benjamin, Texas. You guys are in the path of an extremely dangerous storm, golf ball sized hail, and potentially a tornado here within the next little bit. My gosh. So once again, we're going to continue to go up our list of severe thunderstorm warnings again, but I see now that we've got a lot of new people that are tuning in. I just want to zoom out for a moment and show you the overall risk area. We're talking about a lot of places today. The most significant severe weather is expected in parts of southeast Kansas, a lot of central Oklahoma, and extreme northeast Texas there near Wichita Falls. All right. Is that north central Texas? I think, yeah. So right around the Red River Valley there. But we're also going to be talking a lot about the rest of Kansas, up into central and northern Kansas, and a little bit of southeast Nebraska, a little bit of southwest Iowa, western Missouri, down into more central portions of Texas as well, in the enhanced risk. All right. And then we're going to potentially see big storms all the way up into Michigan and Wisconsin today, and as far south as the Mexico border down there in Texas. So that is a really interesting thing to see from the Storm Prediction Center. Another thing that we look at every once in a while is NATOcast. If you've been watching for a while, you've heard us talk about NATOcast before. This is kind of like an experimental model that does its own version of the SPC forecast. It's not to be taken too seriously, but it is something that we use. We look at here and we factor it into our forecasts and stuff. And it's kind of showing a maxed out parameter space in portions of central Oklahoma today, which is concerning. This is not representative of like what the Storm Prediction Center is actually going to come out with in their next outlook or anything like that. But certainly this this model, it's finding something in the atmosphere that is like turning on all of the alarm bells and literally maxing out the tornado risk today there in central Oklahoma. So that is something to consider if you're a resident out here and you're thinking about, maybe how seriously should you take the situation today. If I lived in Oklahoma, I would be completely focused on the severe weather today, cancel most of my plans, and make sure that if my area or anybody that I knew and loved, if their area was under a tornado warning, we all knew what we were going to do, and we we're not scared but rather prepared, and handled this correctly in a way that allows for hopefully another situation like yesterday, where I think I could be wrong. I haven't checked in a while, but for the last I heard, we still are at 0 fatalities from yesterday's major tornado outbreak. Okay, tornadoes on a day like today are sort of inevitable. Okay, they're going to happen, but what's not inevitable is like a mass casualty or fatality event, which a lot of times is something that could happen in a tornado outbreak. Yesterday, I think the National Weather Service and the broadcast, weather enterprise as a whole worked extremely well. Warnings were given out way ahead of time, and from what we know so far, nobody died. 100 years ago, a lot of people would have died in a situation like yesterday. So, I hope that everybody's paying attention to the weather and really heeding those warnings as they come out today, as these storms continue to get stronger and stronger. Let's go back to our Kansas warning real quick, and then I'll go back down the line of severe thunderstorm warnings, and we'll meet there in the middle where we left off as we were checking out the ones from Texas. So we do have a tornado warning for Wheaton in Kansas. And also Nolan and Lillis, you guys should take shelter immediately. The rotation is not as intense as it once was, but it's still there.
Storm that we're on that's interacting with this boundary. Ryan, we've got a weak funnel side with this storm that we're on that's interacting with this boundary.
Okay. All right. Brad Arnold is telling me about a funnel cloud. We should probably put Brad somewhere in the top 3, Chandra. And then we'll be able to see his feed
A
right
new
there
tornado
on the
warning
bottom.
has been issued.
So we've got a tornado warning also up here in northeast Kansas for places near White Cloud. Velocity on that one's a little bit more intense, but still not anything crazy. However, the National Weather Service did just decide to extend that warning out into Missouri now. So Mound City and Oregon and the I-29 corridor between New Point and Mound City is going to be under a tornado warning for that area of rotation right here that's going to come right up into White Cloud here soon. So please take shelter in White Cloud and Mound City, Missouri. We are up to 4 tornado warnings. However, we've essentially got still 3 storms that are actually, producing those warnings. Two in Kansas, 1 in Texas. Let me talk a little bit more about these severe thunderstorm warnings, and then we'll kind of focus on our tornado warning solely here. South of Wichita and near Belle Plaine, Wellington, Oxford, and South Haven, Kansas, you guys have got a big severe thunderstorm coming towards you. 70-mile-per-hour winds. A lot of these storms today are having that 70-mile-per-hour wind tag on them, which is quite a bit more significant than the 60-mile-an-hour thing. They only do that whenever the winds are going to be, a pretty significant issue with the storms. So we've got considerable severe thunderstorm warnings going out now for Wellington and Belle Plaine and Oxford. Get ready. That could down trees and all kinds of stuff like that. You don't want to overlook any of these storms just because they're severe warned and not tornado warned. Hail up to the size of quarters and some 60-mile-per-hour winds are getting ready to go through Newkirk and Blackwell and Ponca City in Oklahoma. And then we've got a cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings for places like Carmen and Cherokee in Oklahoma. Same thing for you guys, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Same thing for you guys back here towards Camargo and Leedy, Oklahoma. And then that pretty much leads us back to where we left off on the last trip up, where we have a little bit of a severe thunderstorm warning left for the storm just to the north of Oklahoma City. We'll see if they reissue that. But it looks like most of the convection here that's popping up around Oklahoma City right now is below severe limits for the moment. Let's see. All right, I'm going to go back to our storm in Texas, as this is a really impressive storm. Really impressive storm. We've got still a tornado possible here with our rotation, and then now hail up to 2.5 inch in diameter possible there. So this is going through the Benjamin area right now, just north of Benjamin, and next in line is going to be Gilliland in Texas. You guys have got to take shelter. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, looks like chasers are reporting a tornado down with our northeast Kansas tornado warning to the north and west of Highland, headed towards White Cloud, right on the state line with Missouri, the triple state line with Nebraska as well, right? And there it looks like we have a tornado ongoing as of 3 minutes ago.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got storm spotters, storm chasers reporting a tornado here moving in the general direction of White Cloud and Forest City. That's going to be on the border of Missouri, Iowa, and Nebraska, essentially here, right around White Cloud. You've got to take shelter. You are under a tornado warning. We might see that be upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning at some point here in the near future. So go ahead and take shelter if you haven't already. Hopefully you have. Still see the storm just to the north and west of that rotating broadly, but as for the most part, it's producing some hail and wind as it goes up towards Schubert and Barada. I wouldn't rule out a new tornado warning being issued for that, though, as it is showing, similar signs of rotation as to some of these other storms that we've seen tornado warnings so far for today. Back down in Oklahoma, just kind of really inspecting all of these storms individually. Not really seeing any major changes in anything that we've already talked about. It does look like the storm north of Guthrie is starting to pick up a little bit more inflow, but this is a huge cluster. This is a mess right now. Okay, we'll see what happens. We'll see if that gets a little bit more organized. The storm up here that we were watching near Enid is now kind of floating off to the north a little bit more as well. It's kind of joining this big multi-cellular cluster up here. It's going to kind of become part of the severe thunderstorm warning that's going to go up towards Blackwell and Newkirk and produce 60-mile-per-hour winds. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I think I agree with you on the southeast Nebraska storm. I mentioned this one while you were away, but from both the Omaha and Topeka radars, which are about equidistant from this storm's location, I do see a couplet on velocity, so I agree. I think there may be a tornado warning coming for this into north and eastern parts of Richardson County, Nebraska.
Okay, thank you, Andy. There is currently a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for you guys in Barada. That's going to be in extreme southeast Nebraska. However, it's possible that they upgrade that to an actual tornado warning here at some point. So y'all watch out, okay? If you're watching this broadcast, your goal is to be, a little bit more weather aware and extra prepared for situations. So I would go ahead and consider getting to my safe spot if I lived in that general area over there. We do have an active tornado warning currently for White Cloud, Kansas, though, and Big Lake, Mound City, and Forest City, just to the south and east of that, in the tri-state area between Missouri, Nebraska, and Kansas there. Storm that's producing the other tornado warning in Kansas is also undergoing a similar situation as to what a lot of them in Oklahoma are. There's a lot of cells that are popping up, and they are merging together, but it's just like this free-for-all right now with the amount of convection that we're seeing. So we do have a strong developing storm here. We'll see how it handles this merger. The National Weather Service
new
seems
tornado
to
warning
think
has
that
been
it's
issued.
Going to handle it quite well, because they just issued a new tornado warning for Havensville, Corning, Goff, Westmore, and Capioma in Kansas. Okay, so now that's another, honestly, a huge tornado warning for a big chunk of northeast Kansas there. It goes all the way to Wetmore, Kansas. And once again, this right here, these little areas of heavy rain and storms are going to kind of get lofted into the main storm here. This is the base kind of in this area. Once that is complete, this supercell might try to produce a tornado here, and it could be a big one. So we're watching out for that. Back to Texas. Ooh. The Texas storm looks really impressive on reflectivity. And it's definitely got a lot of inflow. There's some pretty intense rotation here, but it's very broad. If that is able to tighten up over the next little bit, this could produce a tornado right over there near Gilliland, Texas. So please take shelter. Let me pull up the multi-view here. So we got a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings right now in Oklahoma. I know we've got a lot of people watching from
Chris,
Oklahoma.
if you have a free minute.
Storm Chaser Chris Hall is wanting to talk to us, so let's hear from him. Go ahead, Chris.
So we've been watching these storms here on the north side of Oklahoma City. They've struggled to get going, which I sort of expected that, but the one that is now north of Guthrie, it is starting to show some sign of rotation on it south of Mulhall. It is actually moving directly up towards our location here. We did just start getting some rain. I wouldn't be shocked to see some hail here in just a minute as well, but it is starting to show signs of broad rotation, so we're keeping our eyes very close on that as it moves up towards I-35.
All right, that was Storm Chaser Chris Hall. This is a live view from Storm Chaser Nick Gorman in Garfield County, Oklahoma, who is currently in the middle of some hail. He's in he's right in the middle of the storm that's going through Billings, Oklahoma right now. We just got a new tornado warning in Nebraska. Let's go fly over to that.
Hey, Ryan, do you copy?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so.
Yeah, we're here waiting to get a visual of the circulation
New
if there is
information.
one.
This
but we just had
tornado
some,
warning
golf ball
has been
size hail.
upgraded.
Okay, so that's an update from Nick Gorman. So two things just happened there. The storm that we've been talking about for a while, coming up into Beretta, Nebraska, now has a tornado warning. And then the storm just to the south and east of that we've also been talking about for a while. We talked about how storm chasers were seeing a tornado. It seems like the National Weather Service has confirmed that, and they have now upgraded this tornado warning to a observed tornado warning. Actually, this is a law enforcement confirmed tornado as well. So this is now our confirmed tornado going up towards, once again, right now it's in White Cloud, and it's going to go up to the area between Mound City and Oregon in Missouri. So take shelter if you are in Holt County, Missouri, or Donovan County, Kansas. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a particularly dangerous situation unfolding here as we have a PDS watch in Oklahoma until 8 p.m. Central. It's currently 2:19 Central right now. So we are, kind of in the beginning stages of this. The latest area forecast discussion from the Oklahoma City office there, or the Norman office, is stating that the peak time for dangerous tornadic supercells is going to be between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. So things would really start, popping off essentially between now and an hour from now, and then it's going to be pretty intense potentially until 9 p.m. Central. And even after that, there's going to be some time for this to continue to cause problems. So we are just in the very beginning stages here. There's an echo from the alerts in the room. Hold on. I might not be able to fix that completely. Hopefully it's not too much of a big deal, but the way I have to hear it is from that behind me. So that's where you guys are hearing it from. Rotation on our storm in Texas looks a little bit more organized now. So once again, in Gilliland, Texas, you guys should be taking shelter if you haven't already. This is going to be a pretty big storm for you, and that's going to be for Ford and Knox counties in Texas. All of these little cells that popped up over Oklahoma City and are now, going a little bit farther north, are definitely rotating more than they were. You can see they all have little mesocyclones on them. Those will become larger as the storms become larger. And remember, we do have one confirmed tornado warning right now that's up here in Missouri, going towards Mound City. Napier, you guys are also in the path of that, Napier, Missouri. And pretty much the area, let's see here. Pretty much the I-29 corridor between Nichols Grove and Mound City. Everybody there needs to be in their safe spot. Oh, and there's a picture of it. Yeah, there's a picture of it. I'm retweeting on Twitter right now. That was so I just reposted a photo of a tornado in Kansas. This was from earlier, probably, I don't know exactly how earlier, but they're saying that it was when it was north and east of Hiawatha, Kansas. So it was probably right in here when that photo was taken. But that tornado is likely still down as it just went past White Cloud, and it's now going towards Napier and Mound City, Missouri. And that's what I'm going to do a lot today. Obviously, we've got a team of some of the best storm chasers in the world. And speaking of that, Chandra, if you can hear me, I don't know if you know this, but Zach Hall is live. And I think that you need to pull him on our end. So make sure you have him open and watching as well. But anyways, we have some of the best storm chasers on Earth giving us live feeds here. Like yesterday, we saw a ton of tornadoes through them. But there's also other storm chasers out there who aren't necessarily working directly with us, who sometimes see tornadoes, and I try to pass that information along through X or Twitter. I can't show that stuff on my stream. We want to protect the copyright of the storm chasers, of course. But you guys can follow along over there as I, repost a lot of information, both from the National Weather Service and also from storm chasers and stuff like that. Yeah, and also not related to Zach Hall or Chris Hall or Jordan Hall or any of the Halls, just in case you were wondering. Let me show you again the tornado watch that was issued right before we started the stream. Actually, that's a newer tornado watch up here for portions of Missouri and Kansas and southern Indiana, or I'm sorry, Iowa. A lot of the places that we were talking about yesterday, Creston, Indianola, Des Moines, just south of Des Moines, you guys are under a tornado watch until 9 p.m. Central. A few tornadoes likely. Scattered hail up to 2 inches in diameter and 75 mile per hour winds
we're
likely.
just north of Mulhall. I don't know if you can hear it or not, but the hail is intensifying in this. We're probably nearing quarters right now, just to the west of I-35 south of Orlando.
That's Chris Hall telling us that the storm that he's on is, we've got quarter-size hail now. And so yeah, this is one of those tornado watches. Let me pull up the other one. This
Hey,
this
Ryan,
one was
you got
issued
a
just
second?
before the stream started. A PDS tornado watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation till 8 p.m. Central. Several strong tornadoes likely between Vernon, Wichita Falls, Lawton, Oklahoma City, Guthrie, Ponca City, and Woodward. That's why this is essentially why we're live right now, and why all the storm chasers are in that area. Hunter Hurley came through. Let's hear from him. Yeah, go ahead. Well, Hunter, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in this tornado warning storm in Kansas, just north of Havensville.
Oh,
And
look at
if
that.
you can see my stream right now, we have a ton of rising scud. Very little rotation with it, but I believe it is trying to form a wall cloud right in front of me right now. But a lot of rising scud.
That is a really incredible view of rising scud, clouds developing there. That literally looks like a time lapse. Holy smokes. Yeah, that's a sign of a dangerous storm if I've ever seen one. This is up there in Nemaha County, Kansas.
I'm about to give you a pretty good view of this storm here.
That you just now heard the voice of Nick Gorman. So he's talking about a different storm, but man, the storm that Hunter Hurley is on is really cranking here. Nick Gorman's got a great view of the one down in Oklahoma. Look at that. This is a live look at a developing strong storm in Noble County, Oklahoma. Exactly, this is the one that's coming towards Tonkawa, Oklahoma, and it's about to bring some larger than golf ball sized hail to you guys.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. This thing is really going to try to produce a wall cloud here right in front of us. It's trying right now, actually. Not much in the way of rotation visibly, but we're going to continue to watch it. It's going right over top of us right now. So,
and Chris Hall, whenever Chris Hall comes over and he's talking to us, he's actually talking about the storm that's down there near Orlando and Mulhall, which does look pretty, impressive on radar. Let's take a look at it. You can see here that we've got a lot of motion with this storm as well, and you can see if you were there with our members only pre-stream today, where we were analyzing the soundings and stuff like that, you can see the very low cloud bases, and that's associated with the low LCLs that we were talking about earlier. And I don't think that this is even the best example of that. Probably, but still, you can see that the clouds are low, and we've got something going on here with a little bit of rotation there in Logan County, Oklahoma. We've got to watch these cells very, very closely here. These look like they're going to try to become tornadic really fast at some point, the ones that are coming up towards Perry and have just left Oklahoma City. I want to go back to Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley's feed because this is a nasty looking storm. Brad Arnold's also got a really intense looking storm on his feed. And Brad is also on one of those storms that is up there north of Oklahoma City. So Chris is on a slightly different one. This is just to the south and west of the one that Chris is on, closer to Crescent, Oklahoma. And it's very impressive looking. Yeah, we can do two. Yeah, we can look at both Nick and Hunter's at the same time. Nick's in Oklahoma. Hunter's way far away from that in northeast Kansas. But they're both seeing incredible storms there. Oh my gosh. Apparently, storm chaser Reed Timmer went storm chasing with the Nelk boys yesterday. I just retweeted a video from the Nelk boys on Twitter of that incredible tornado that they intercepted yesterday. What an odd collaboration. But we love to see it. And speaking of yesterday, we are still learning a lot about what happened yesterday. We're compiling a lot of those reports and stuff in our Discord server. If anybody is interested in joining our Discord server, our mods can post a link to that in the chat right now. Elijah and several other people are doing a really good job of sharing information and compiling it in there. But Elijah is taking care of, really letting us know pretty often an updated version of the story of yesterday. And he's been doing that for pretty much all those severe weather outbreaks that we cover, and he'll probably keep doing it. So it's a good resource if you're a weather nerd, I guess. There's about 20,000 people in our Discord server. I think it's the most active online weather related community. So pretty cool. And yeah, Elijah won't be with us today because he actually lives in the Oklahoma City area, and he is, he wants to make sure that he can pay attention, and maybe experience the storms and take shelter if he needs to, and he's focused on being in Oklahoma City on a moderate risk tornado day, which makes complete sense. Chandra, keep an eye on Bob Pack. That storm that he was on is looking more and more intense, but you don't have to pull him up. Just if he's got something interesting, make sure you put him on the board there. We've still got up to golf ball size hail possible with the storm that's now approaching Hobart and Gatebo and Rocky. Also, 70-mile-per-hour winds there. This is one of the stronger storms in Oklahoma right now, the one way down here in southwestern Oklahoma. It's getting really intense.
Hey, Ryan, do you copy?
That was the voice of Nick Gorman there. Let's hear from him. Yeah, go ahead.
Just to give you an update, we're dropping south on the next storm there.
Okay, so Nick is going to abandon the storm that he's currently on, and he's going to drop south to these storms down here, which Chris and Brad are on. We've also got an update now from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Headed towards Hobart, my bad.
North central Oklahoma here near Blackwell. There's a big rear inflow jet surge on this line of storms here, the southern part of the line of storms here. So we have a part of the jet that's pushing this part of the storm forward the fastest, thus the most damaging wind. Impact is actually rapidly approaching Highway 77 near Newkirk and Kildare there. And Peckham. So the potential for a spin-up tornado, possibly a strong one, would be on the north side of this surge, where you see those increased velocity values there in K County. So that's what I've got my eye on. That's a dynamical response from the atmosphere to just how quickly this, how much rain this storm is putting down and how quickly it's surging forward.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Prepare for a very intense storm over here in Newkirk, Kildare, Peckham, Bender, Dilworth, and Middleton in Oklahoma. This is north of Ponca City. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, and that 70-mile-per-hour wind, indicator there. So Blackwell, you're experiencing that now, but you're about to get some really strong winds in Newkirk and Kildare. And we also have to really watch this for the potential for a tornado to spin up there. So just know in Newkirk, we are watching your
A
storm
new
very
tornado
closely.
warning has been issued.
Also, Hunter Hurley continues to give us an amazing view of a really strong storm up here in Kansas, which is tornado warned. Goff and Wetmore, sorry. You guys are under a tornado warning.
A new tornado
You need
warning
to take
has
shelter
been
because
issued.
this thing is coming together fast. I don't know if somebody on our team can reach out to Hunter, and I don't know why we've got a square aspect ratio. I feel like we're probably missing some stuff on the sides there. I don't know if that's on our end or on his end, but I don't know. If we can maybe resolve that, that would be cool. If not, it's fine, but I don't know if he's even aware. I do want to say thanks to everybody that's tuned in. We've got a lot of people in here already, and the event really hasn't gotten going yet. Please remember, if you want to help us get the word out, you can share this on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, any of that. A lot of people are watching, not just people, though. Also, the gorillas at the Columbus Zoo are currently watching, according to Davis.
A new tornado
on,
warning has been issued.
Twitter. Thank you for tuning in. That is an actual gorilla intensely focused on the stream. Okay, we got a new tornado warning. This is for the storm that Andy just brought our attention to, and it does include Newkirk. So Newkirk and Hardy take shelter now. And the rotation here does look a little concerning. Okay, so this might actually be the real deal here in Newkirk. So you guys really got to take this one seriously and get to shelter as quickly as you can. Also, once again, Hardy, you would be next in line there. Peckham and Kildare and the places in between, you're going to be the first in line to potentially receive the impacts of this storm. First of all, strong winds, and then the very real chance of a tornado forming here.
Headed towards Hobart, my bad.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the next scan on that because that looks like it's something that's trying to wrap up pretty quickly.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. We're letting this little bean run over us right now, and we're going to drop south of that one near Meridian. Still think the main actions are going to be coming up from the southwest here, so...
So Chris is currently just to the south and east of Orlando, and he's been inspecting these little cells that have kind of struggled here just north of Oklahoma City, but now he has decided to go down a little bit farther to the south to the storm that's currently affecting Meridian, Oklahoma. One of these cells here will probably end up becoming somewhat dominant in this section of the warm sector here, and probably start rotating quite a bit, and it's all the storm chasers that are in this area are currently trying to decide which one of these it's going to be, and they're trying to pick which one they're going to go after, because once you commit, you're that's the one that you've got to go with. Riley Dibble and Ryan Scholl are kind of a little bit farther to the west, and monitoring things as they approach from the west.
Hey, Ryan, we got a pretty interesting little LP thing here. I don't think it's much of anything. It may be, but it's LP, very LP if it is.
Here's Chris Hall's LP thing. Looks to me like he's probably facing south towards the base of that storm that's merging into the Orlando storm right now. So, yeah, a lot of the storms are going to have this appearance. And I think that this storm is so small that we just get to see the whole thing, which is something that we normally don't get to see. So it's really interesting to see that kind of lower down to the ground there with our low LCLs near Mulhall. Still watching that one as far as that goes. What the heck? Oh, never mind. All right, my earpod is dying. Hold on, let me switch it out. Already. My plan is to use one ear at a time. Chandra, talk. Yep, okay, sweet. All right, let's go through these tornado warnings because we do have, what do we got, 6 of them now. Let's go through them one by one. We still have our big tornado warning down here in Texas. However, the rotation that originally, kind of inspired that is mostly gone. It is important to note that this is still a very strong storm capable of producing close to 3-inch in diameter hail, but the rotation has let up quite a bit. So hopefully that continues to be the case because this is eventually going to go up towards the area between Vernon and Electra, Texas, that Hunter Hurley is on currently. And you can see that there is a dangly bit hanging off the bottom of the storm here. This is the area that we are really watching for. As far as maybe the storm might start rotating here. Sorry. Did we lose connection for a little bit? Okay. All right, sweet. We're still here. I don't know what exactly went wrong, but thanks to ISP Tech, whatever it is, we're on the backup now. We've got Starlink, AT&T, and Verizon keeping us up thanks to ISP Tech, even when we lose our main fiber connection. So hopefully we don't have any more problems.
A new tornado warning
anyways,
has been issued.
This is the part of the storm that is rotating here, and we've got to watch it extremely closely as it goes off towards Goff. Now, thankfully, we've got an amazing storm chaser Hunter Hurley, out there giving us a live view of this storm, so we don't have to solely rely on radar, right? We can actually see what's going on the ground as Hunter Hurley keeps up with this storm. And then, last but not least, we've got a couple of new tornado warnings here in Missouri. And are the warnings popping up on the stream? Did that one pop up? Okay.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
They're popping up. I'm not hearing them because I turned the volume down, so it would reduce the echo. So I'm going to have to turn it up. I'm sorry. That's another thing that we'll have to fix for the next stream. Anyways, that is an upgraded warning that we just saw come across the feed there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And that's for the storm that Hunter's on. So let's key up Hunter and see what he's got going on there. Hunter, they just upgraded your warning. I believe this is the storm that you're on near Wetmore, right? Tell us what you're seeing. Anyways, while we wait on his response, we also got a new tornado warning up here for Hopkins,
we did have
Missouri.
a brief needle tornado on the ground here a little while ago. I'm not sure if my live stream picked that up, as it was off to my right. As of right now, I do not see much. I don't see any apparent funnel clouds or anything, but I'll keep tracking this northeast for you guys as we chug along here.
Okay, so that's Hunter. He said he saw a brief tornado. Right now, he's not seeing anything, but also he's driving, right? So, you know, he hasn't had time to really scan the entire storm here, but we're going to really pay attention to his stream as the rotation and, you know, the velocities here look a little crazy. There's probably a little bit of data processing errors going on there, but this is certainly pulling in a lot of warm, moist air into the storm, and that hook is becoming a little bit more apparent there. And we're going to continue to see this try to rotate as it goes up towards Capimoa and Grenada in Kansas. So yeah, that's what we've got going on right now. 6 tornado warnings, 1 confirmed tornado warning right now, and we've got a storm chaser right on it. Hunter Hurley, the one in the middle down there. If there's a tornado in that thing, we're going to see it on his stream here shortly. And that confirmed tornado warning goes all the way out to, one second. It goes all the way out to, once again, Capimoa or Capiama. I'm sorry, I know I'm saying that one wrong. Bro, Google don't even know how to pronounce that. That's nuts. Anyways, you guys know what I'm talking about up here in Nemaha County, Kansas. This is eventually going to go up towards Fairview and Powhatan as well, so you guys need to start getting ready now.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, we've got a new confirmed warning now. That's going to be our storm here in Oklahoma. A confirmed tornado now on the ground near Newkirk, Oklahoma. This is, let's see here. Let's read about it real quick. A emergency management confirmed tornado. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur, and tree damage is likely. So emergency management has confirmed a tornado here near Newkirk in Oklahoma. There's your velocity couplet. Okay, there's the spinning area of winds that we can see on radar that's prompting us to believe that there's a tornado here. I'm not seeing a lot of anything convincing on the like the debris side yet, but we've got emergency manager here confirming that there is a tornado down really close to Newkirk right now. It's probably about to cross Highway 77 just north of Newkirk, and hopefully everybody downstream here is prepared and in their safe spot. Looks like it's going to continue to go in that general direction.
New information, this tornado warning
We
has
just got
been
another confirmed warning, but I believe it's for that same storm. We've got 2 separate warning boxes here that they had to upgrade. So yeah, that was not necessarily new, but it does include you guys in Middleton and Chillicothe, Kansas, or Oklahoma. Sorry. So please get to your safe spot. If you haven't gotten there already, you need to get into the lowest floor of your building and most interior room with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. If you don't have that, then you need to get in your survive a storm storm shelter. If you don't have that, then you need to get into a basement. If you don't have that, then you need to think now about where the nearest sturdy shelter is. If you're outside somewhere, if you're camping in a tent, in an RV, a mobile home, something like that, you don't want to be in something like that and get rolled around in a tornado. All right, those are a no-go. So make sure you're in a sturdy shelter, lowest floor, preferably underground, no windows, and hunker down. Bring me with you. Cell service, a lot of times, can survive even a big tornado. Doesn't always. But in the event that it does, you're going to hope that you have your charged phone with you so you can call for help. And, of course, keep up with me as we can continue to tell you where the storm is. Just going through and inspecting all the different storms. We've got now 6 tornado warnings here. A couple of confirmed tornado warnings. The storm in Kansas there, still an observed tornado. Hunter Hurley is really trying hard to show us what's going on there. I definitely see rotation. I don't know if I see a tornado. However, if we're in Grenada or Capioma or Fidelity in Kansas, we need to be in our safe spot because that is a confirmed emergency management confirmed tornado there coming towards you. Really strong rotation, also continuing.
Hey Ron, it's Chris. We're heading over to Stillwater. This storm right here, I do think it has a little bit of potential to try and do something in the next little bit, but we're going to go east and watch it here.
It looks like we actually, on Hunter's feed there, we might have a funnel. Just to the left of that wind vane thing, whatever that's called. That could be yeah, thank you, Chandra. That could be a little bit of a funnel. It also could be a little bit of just a low-hanging cloud there. So
new information. This
now
tornado
we have
warning
a
has been
PDS
upgraded.
tornado warning. So we're going to have to go back to our Oklahoma storm. Okay? So we're going to go back to our Oklahoma storm. And, yeah, we've got a PDS tornado warning. First one of the day. PDS tornado warning means that a potentially large, damaging tornado is on the ground now somewhere near Newkirk.
A new tornado
damaging
warning has been
tornado.
issued.
And that's for Kay County, Oklahoma. Okay, and they also went ahead and expanded that warning all the way out into southern portions of Kansas here near Silverdale, Maple City, and Vinton.
A new tornado warning
goodness.
has been issued.
Yeah, okay, so that's that. That newest confirmed warning there in Cowley County, Kansas. I believe that's going to be this polygon right here. So everyone in, the Newkirk area all the way up to Hardy, Oklahoma needs to be getting into their safe spot. And then also, this is going to cross the border
New
into Kansas
information.
over towards
This
Silverdale,
tornado warning has been upgraded.
Cameron, Vinton, and Maple City. And we just saw that light up again because we've got 2 warning boxes here. But that's the same thing, all right? Let me read a little bit about this. Once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. This is going towards Chillicothe. one of the places, and also Silverdale, Hardy, and Maple City. Take shelter now. We just got a new tornado warning in Texas, too. Knox City, Monday, and areas just south and east of Benjamin, Texas. You are now under a tornado warning. We can see the rotation starting to intensify here. It's currently 2:57 Central. Earlier today, we talked about things really starting to ramp up around 3 p.m. and being intense all the way until probably 8 or 9 p.m. Central. And here we are. It's 3 p.m. and things are really starting to intensify here as we have multiple confirmed tornadoes, 9 tornado warnings, 16 severe thunderstorm warnings across multiple states. We have tornado warnings right now in Missouri, Kansas, and Texas, and Oklahoma. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in those states and also Iowa right now. So things are really starting to kick off here. Take shelter down there in Knox City, Texas. And then we have that PDS tornado warning up here in northern Oklahoma. Let me pull this up. Okay, and we have a storm chaser in Texas as well. We got Michael Beard in Haskell, Texas. So we'll cut to him whenever he gets closer to that storm. Silverdale, Kansas, just south and east of Arkansas City, is the next place that really needs to be concerned about this big storm that's prompted the PDS tornado warning here in Oklahoma. It's about to cross the border right now. Silverdale and Maple City, get ready. We've got a lot of tornado warnings going on right now, but this one looks like one of the more concerning ones. Observed tornado warning is going to continue for Fairview, Hiawatha, Padonia, all of these places in northeast Kansas. And Hunter Hurley is continuing to give us a view of this one as it moves over there towards Hiawatha. Also, we've got a tornado warning for Barnard, Missouri. Velocity on that one looks more and more impressive each scan, it seems. And then it's pretty decently rotating storm moving towards Hopkins, Missouri as well. So things are really getting pretty intense here in this part of Missouri and Kansas. And then also in this part of
New
Oklahoma
information.
and
This
Kansas.
tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay. So what that was is that was just basically we just had a series of PDS tornado warnings be issued for the same storm. It's all right here. This cluster of polygons that you see, that's all one. Imagine it as one big PDS tornado warning. Yeah, that's what we've got going on right now. So now Silverdale, Maple City, and Vinton, you guys are also under that PDS tornado warning, okay? So I'm just looking at all the different radar products here. Silverdale, Maple City, take shelter. PDS warning is only issued whenever the National Weather Service is pretty confident that we've got a big tornado down. Especially if it's potentially a large and excessively damaging tornado. So that's what we've got going on. Yes, put Michael in 1 for sure.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we got a new tornado warning for Marshall County, Kansas, and also Nemaha County, Kansas once again. and that's going to be for this storm. Okay, and this one looks really interesting too. It's got that, for lack of a better term, dangly bit. All right, there is a better term, but I like to call them dangly bits. It kind of helps you understand what I'm talking about too. If you're new here and you haven't done a lot of radar watching, the part hanging off the storm here is where we're really concerned about rotation.
Cell is absolutely dumping the hell right now, just west of Stillwater.
Major hail going on just west of Stillwater with this storm right here. And then also I want to show you the Haskell, Texas storm. Haskell, Texas.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This right here is what we're looking at through our storm chaser Michael Beard's view. So that is a really, really intense looking severe thunderstorm in front of Michael Beard. This is the one that's producing the tornado warning for Knox City. Okay, Knox City, Texas. This is, from what I've actually visually seen today, this is the most concerning storm that we've looked at.
Definitely getting over quarter size right now.
So this thing is rotating a lot. It's got a really intense looking supercellular structure there, and it's moving in the general direction of Knox City, and Monday in Texas takes shelter. Chandra, it looks like that's frozen, so maybe give it a refresh there. And this severe thunderstorm warning here that encompasses the same storm that we have the PDS tornado warning for east of Newkirk was upgraded to a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, essentially. A destructive severe thunderstorm warning means that we have the potential for maybe over 80 mile per hour winds over here towards Hardy as the storm comes in. This is going to be an incredibly dangerous and strong storm. We've got a wall of heavy rain, winds maybe up to 80 miles per hour, and a couple of different areas that are rotating enough to potentially produce a tornado. So we've got all kinds of really nasty stuff heading into the Silverdale, Maple City, Vinton, and Hardy areas between southern Kansas and northern Oklahoma. Take shelter now. All right, just put, I don't know, put somebody else in one and kind of keep him off to the side for now. The rotation in the storm up here in Missouri continues to look more and more concerning. I would assume that they're going to issue a new tornado warning for Arco, Conception Junction, maybe even Ravenwood and Stanberry here soon in Missouri. Get ready for that. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I don't think I've ever seen this before, but a sort of a wake low, which is producing non-thunderstorm wind gusts, non-thunderstorm related wind gusts around Manhattan, Kansas, which is a college city. I know that, a college town. 76 mile per hour wind gusts from not a thunderstorm, just on the northwest side of this big precip shield. We have a local low pressure system that's dragging all of the cold air out as it hits the ground from this rain-cooled air mass, and 76 mile per hour wind gusts on the north and northwest side of this as it goes through Junction City and Manhattan. That's very dangerous to be outside in that high of wind gusts, especially if you're not seeing any thunder or not seeing any lightning, hearing any thunder in this area. So I don't think I've ever seen a non-thunderstorm wind gust that high before. So all parts of the system are dangerous, unfortunately.
Absolutely. On a day like today, unfortunately, even stuff like this on the radar It's stuff that we have to pay attention to. And if I play the loop here, you can see that there's a couple of different blobs, I guess, of deeper reflectivity that kind of skedaddle out of the big stratiform rain area that we have here between Harrington and Council Grove. I would assume that that's probably associated with whatever is bringing the front end of those stronger winds up. So that's coming towards you there into Oldsburg and Westmoreland eventually, if it holds together. So Manhattan, you guys are experiencing some strong winds, and it looks like that right there is going to take them up into the Oldsburg and Westmoreland area. So get ready. Speaking of strong winds, up to 80 mile per hour winds are possible here, a little bit to the, well, all around the Vinton, Maple City, and Silverdale area in the next couple of moments. You're also under a tornado warning in Silverdale, so you need to be properly sheltered.
New information, this tornado warning
Knox
has
County,
been upgraded.
Texas, that tornado warning just got upgraded. And that's the one, Chandra, make sure we're really watching for Michael Beard, see if he comes back. We had a storm chaser down there that had an incredible view of this thing from a Walmart parking lot way down here in Haskell. So he was down here looking at this storm, and you could see the huge, mesocyclone on this thing. And now it is producing a tornado near Knox City, and it's moving over towards Monday in Texas. This is now an observed tornado warning. Let's read about it. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. Also, Chandra, there might be other chasers in that general area too. Anybody near the Haskell, Rochester, or Knox City area, just keep an eye out for them. But that's a really concerning looking signature there. We've got our velocity couplet, our rotation very evident here. And then also something else that's really evident with this storm is the hook. We've got a heck of a hook echo here near Knox City. Not a good look if you're a resident in Knox City, Sunset, or Monday.
And do something here very shortly just west of Stillwater.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, and even further with that Knox City, Texas storm, it's got baseball-sized hail in it, and you can watch that being wrapped all the way back around the rear flank of this into probably right into that circulation where it's ongoing near Knox City. So this is a destructive storm in multiple ways, unfortunately. I've had my eye on it for a while, but of course the radar presentation is so distorted by all of the essentially violence that's ongoing in the atmosphere that I can't really tell what's happening. So the chaser feed is going to be very important, as well as the National Weather Service warnings.
Thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill, baseball size hail expected with this one, maybe even in the circulation down here near Knox City, Union Grove over to Sunset, also possible as far north and west as or north and east as Rhineland and Benjamin. So get ready. This is one of the more intense storms that we have going on right now, and it's pretty much our
tornado
most
warning has been issued.
southwestern storm that we have along this huge line that goes all the way up to Iowa. Garfield, Grant counties in Oklahoma are now under a tornado warning. So we've got a couple areas of rotation with our line of storms here near Enid. That's prompting a large tornado warning that's going to encompass Hunter, Garber, Billings, Tonkawa, Blackwell, Covington, and Douglas in Oklahoma. Take shelter now. If you're in any of those counties, take shelter immediately. Okay, so one of the more impressive looking cells that's kind of coming together now in Oklahoma, north of Oklahoma City near Stillwater, Bryce Shelton is on it. And that is the feed that you see in the number one spot down there. And we can see that it's really starting to rotate quite a bit. and it has a very, very classic supercell look on radar. And even on velocity,
A new
we can
tornado
see
warning has been
very
issued.
clearly that this thing is starting to rotate a lot now. New tornado warning. Oops. For,
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. This storm, this just to the west of Stillwater, really starting to come together. Starting to notice some low-level rotation now on it as well, just to the west of town.
Okay, and Chris is also on this storm. All right, and he's telling us about the fact that it's you know, kind of looking more and more concerning. I agree. We can see that rotation very clearly through his stream and also Bryce Shelton's stream right now, which is live, going on above my head there. And now I'm making it full while I go find that newest warning that just came out in Missouri, and I'm going to take you to that. That's just an extension of the warning that was already in place for places near Barnard. However, they are continuing that warning all the way out to Ravenwood, Conception Junction, Parnell, and Stanberry in Missouri. You guys have got to get to shelter if you haven't gotten there already. This is an extremely dangerous storm. We now have, once again, 11 tornado warnings. Observed tornado warning continues, or a PDS tornado warning continues for Maple City. Y'all get ready for a very intense storm capable of producing 80-mile-per-hour winds and maybe even a big tornado coming right up towards Maple City and Benton and Cameron in southern Kansas. You got to take shelter. And then
Hey,
let's
Ryan,
go
it's
back
Chris.
to
We got
Texas.
it on stream right now. We got rotation right above our head on this storm that's west of Stillwater.
Chandra, keep an eye on Chris's stream. But yeah, I don't know what's happened
New
to
information.
Michael's
This tornado warning
stream,
has been
but
upgraded.
I wish we had it back because we saw this thing developing here, and now it's in Knox City, Texas, and now we've got another PDS tornado warning. Particularly dangerous situation. All right, weather spotters confirmed a tornado and multiple recent reports of a tornado near Knox City. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. PDS tornado warning is only issued whenever we're nearly certain that a big-time killer tornado is on the ground, and that's what's happening here. It's in Knox City right now. We've been talking about Knox City for a while. Hopefully everybody there heard about what's going on. They heeded the warning, but now it's going to be moving up towards Sunset and Monday in Texas. All right, this is a classic supercell thunderstorm with a big tornado on it, and unfortunately, this is also the kind of storm that is probably capable of producing a tornado for quite some time. So this is going to be a problem that we're dealing with here all the way up through Monday, Rhineland, and Sunset in Texas. Big time tornado. That is definitely the strongest storm we've seen today, I think. And once again, conditions are going to be favorable for this to continue to produce a tornado for quite some time in front of this thing. All right. So I would be watching out all the way up there towards the areas just north and west of Seymour. Maybe Red Springs and Vera. You guys get ready because even though this thing is moving quite slow,
Hey, Ryan, we have a cinnamon bun
not weakening.
right above us. Cinnamon bun. Really trying to wrap up.
Okay, so the storm up there in Oklahoma is also really starting to wrap up now. You're hearing Chris, the storm chaser, chime in and tell us what's happening in real time. Here's a live view of that, and you can see it's coming together quite nicely there. We've got a lowering in front of us, and it is starting to rotate a lot. So we're going to keep an eye on the Oklahoma storm, but I do want to make sure that we are also focusing a lot on this Texas storm, because more than anything right now, this is the most likely storm that has the capacity of destroying a property and potentially taking lives here. This is a huge tornado over here near Knox City, Texas, and hopefully everybody in Sunset and Monday knows about this. This is not
Hey, Ryan, we now have rotating rain curtains. Tornado may be imminent here right in front of us.
This is not a field. There's people. There's little towns here that this thing is getting ready to go through. Chris Hall is chiming in once again with that storm in Oklahoma. We are going to also visit that one on radar. And it makes sense that they're seeing what they're seeing there because the radar continues to show this thing looking more and more impressive. We definitely have a rotating supercell here, and what you're looking at in front of you is the result of that closer to the surface, just north and west of Stillwater, where we might have a wall cloud or some sort of lowering mesocyclone forming, once again, just to the north and west of Stillwater, Oklahoma, and to the west of Yost. So if this continues to develop in this way, and we continue to see a strengthening storm, that might be the area that we have to watch for a new tornado that's forming here. Once again, this is in Oklahoma. The PDS tornado warning that we have right now, the biggest tornado that's on the ground at this moment, is that back in Texas, and we're going back and forth between that and this storm to keep you updated. But yeah, that looks to me like a developing tornado there just north of Stillwater. Y'all watch out as far north as into Morrison. Because this is trying hard to produce a tornado. Back to Texas really quick. This storm continues to look absolutely unbelievably strong on radar. Knox City may have just taken a hit from a tornado. We don't know for sure. According to radar, it looks like that is what occurred. And if we start hearing some reports out of that area, we will let you know. However, now we've got to worry about who's next. Sunset, Monday, Texas, get ready. This is a nasty storm. And then now what you're watching in front of you is a developing tornado near Stillwater, Oklahoma. It's not quite a tornado yet, but it's trying fast. If you know anybody in this area, please let them know that things are really starting to kick off now. Anywhere in the Oklahoma area, especially places just to the north and to the west of Oklahoma City, should be immediately paying more and more attention to the weather as things are really starting to get going here with our tornado-producing storms. Wow. Every second, that lowering gets
Rapid
lower and
rotation,
lower.
Ryan. Very quick rising scud as well.
So this looks like it's probably going to try to produce a tornado here very shortly. Check out this latest update from the Storm Prediction Center on
A
our
new
storms
tornado
in,
warning has been issued.
Texas. They're highlighting an area all the way over towards Wichita Falls and Lawton, Oklahoma. So Wichita Falls, Texas, and Lawton, Oklahoma. They're saying that these pair of potentially long-lived supercells with intense tornado and very large hail threats could go that far. So we're going to be watching those storms in Texas, unfortunately, for a long time this evening. So y'all watch out in Vernon, Wichita Falls, Duncan, and Lawton. And if you're just now tuning in, we've got a severe weather outbreak underway right now. We've got a bunch of tornado warnings that go from Missouri down through Kansas into Oklahoma and Texas. And we've also got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, the two areas that I'm watching the closest is going to be the area just to the south or just to the east of Knox City, Kansas, or Texas, sorry. And then also that sweet Stillwater, Oklahoma storm, which we've got a live feed of coming back here soon. Okay, we've got Michael Beard back. Michael Beard is on our storm in Texas that is producing the large tornado near Knox City. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see that tornado because I think he's in it.
I'm on the Stillwater storm as well. Finally got a view of the base.
What in the world, man?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't know. I think that the tornado literally is right in front of Michael Beard here. His location is just to the south and east of Knox City, Texas. And I literally think we just saw him, like a little bit of the condensation of that tornado was right near his location. So he was incredibly close there. But big tornado now moving up towards Sunset. Yeah, there you go. It's moving away from him now. Holy smokes, man. And that's a big tornado. That is a big tornado on the ground right now, moving between Knox City and Sunset, Texas. And this is going to be the kind of tornado that can cause significant damage and potentially destroy entire neighborhoods. All right, so hopefully we avoid that. But yeah, Sunset and Monday, you guys are next in line for this big tornado. I still don't see the edge of the daggone thing. We're still waiting to see the other side of that daggone tornado. Also, really, yeah, Nick, you should put Nick in one. Put Nick in one. We're starting to see the big hail now as well. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a storm chaser dangerously close to a particularly dangerous tornado near Monday, Texas. We had a decent view of the right edge of that rotation not too long ago, but we literally couldn't see the left edge of it because it was that big.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And also, we've got Nick Gorman on the storm in Oklahoma, so he's got a really good view of that one as it continues to develop. So this is what our velocity looks like here on our Texas storm. This is why we had that PDS tornado warning. All right, and you can also see the huge hail falling there on Michael Beard's camera. That's probably going to get bigger the closer he gets here. Once again, this could be producing up to baseball-sized hail. And then I want to show you Nick Gorman's storm, the one that we're looking at there through his feed. This is the storm that's currently north of Stillwater. Okay, and we just got a new tornado warning for that goes up to Morrison and essentially towards Fairfax. This is
Hey,
a
Ryan, it's Chris.
shaped
If
warning.
this thing drops, it's not going to be a small tornado, Ryan. Rapid rotation right now, very rapid rotation. Tornado is very imminent with this storm right now coming into Morrison.
So Chris, what he's talking about is the storm that we're watching through Nick Gorman's feed there. Nick and Chris are on the same storm. It is trying to produce a tornado, as you can see. However, we don't have anything making contact with the ground currently.
We got a tornado on the ground, Ryan. Tornado on the ground.
The Stillwater.
Stillwater,
Area. Actually, I take that back. There it is. Tornado on the ground now, north of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Moving up towards Pete's Corner, Bill's Corner, and Morrison. This is a live look from Storm Chaser Nick Gorman, who is showing us an incredible view of a tornado that has just formed here. And once again, this is
Ryan, strong tornado on the ground now. Strong tornado
Chris
on the
Hall's
ground.
also on that. Chandra, let's go ahead and put Chris in two. Sorry. Go ahead and flip Chris and Michael there. But yeah, we've got a tornado on the ground here. This is a live look at what's going on just south of Pete's Corner and Bill's Corner, north of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Tornado warning for Morrison. Okay, this is going generally in the direction of Morrison. Okay, I don't know how long this is going to be down. I don't know how long this is going to last, but the supercell that is responsible for it is in a pretty good environment to try to keep a tornado going on for quite some time. So once again, this is a live look at a tornado here
has been
moving
issued
up towards Bill's Corner in Oklahoma. It looks like it's just now lifted. But we still have, a very rapidly rotating storm here that's going to continue to try to produce more tornadoes as it goes up towards Bill's Corner. Next road that this thing's probably going to cross is, what is that? Harvest Road. It'll go across Harvest Road, Highway 220, and then eventually right up there to Highway 64 between Pete's Corner and Bill's Corner in Texas. Chris Hall's on that same storm. So once again, we know that this thing's capable of producing tornadoes now, and this storm is eventually going to make it up there to Morrison, Oklahoma. It's also going to make it up there towards Watchhorn, Oklahoma as well. So you guys should go ahead and get in your safe spot just in case.
Hey,
We've
Ryan,
still got a couple
still
tornado
rapid
warnings in
rotation. I don't
Kansas.
see any ground circulation. Actually, well, yeah, maybe. Yep, there's debris. Still have tornado on the ground, Ryan. Still have debris.
Okay, so we're watching a storm that's producing a tornado here in Oklahoma. We did have a fully condensed, more intense-looking tornado just moments ago, but it has since lifted. The storm is undergoing some changes here. It looks to me like the rotating part of the storm is actually getting larger. You can see there's like a big area now where we see that rotation. We saw this a lot in some of the storms yesterday, where we wouldn't necessarily have a tornado, but we would have this giant rotating mesocyclone, and then eventually we would have the multiple vortices that kind of come out of that, and then eventually wedged out. I don't know if we're going to see a big tornado like that out of this, but it looks like this is the kind of storm that would be capable of doing that. And once again, this is going up towards Morrison, Oklahoma. We've got a couple new tornado warnings to tell you about as well elsewhere. We've got this tornado warning for Hiawatha in Kansas. And then up here in Missouri, we still have a tornado warning for Ravenwood. Ravenwood and Conception Junction. Y'all should take shelter immediately. And then I do want to update you on our Texas tornado warning. Michael Beard is still on that storm. We still have a live view of him, and somebody is going to holler at me if he ends up seeing anything. But right now it's just rain. Unfortunately, though, when we last saw that tornado from Michael Beard's perspective, it was huge. Okay, it was very, very large, and I think that it might still be a very large tornado as it comes up between Monday and Benjamin in the Texas area here. Okay.
New information. Wow. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So they're updating these warnings now associated with our storm that Nick Gorman is on. And Chris. So, obviously we know we've got a tornado with that one. So get to shelter over there in Morrison and Watchhorn in Oklahoma. Hopefully that kind of calms down a little bit and we don't see another tornado with that for a while. However, the storm once again does look very capable of producing multiple tornadoes here. So we might just be experiencing a little bit of a cycle, and it'll be coming back soon. Anyways, another tornado warning that we really need to talk about here is our observed tornado that's coming up towards Dexter, Kansas, Cambridge, and Grand Summit. This is an observed tornado warning. Emergency management confirmed tornado, and also the velocity here definitely looks supportive of a potential tornado coming into Dexter, Kansas.
Have a it's starting to go back up now. We just had a brief funnel. It's going to try to come back as a stovetop.
So Chris and Nick both are on that same storm there. It just produced a big tornado, and we think it's probably going to try again. Bryce Shelton has a good view of this thing from a little bit of a distance. It definitely doesn't look as, healthy as it once did, but it's certainly still rotating. So if you're just now tuning in, this storm that we're looking at here, we just saw it produce a tornado. It was thankfully pretty short-lived, but it's still capable of producing a new tornado.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Now we've got a new PDS tornado warning for our storm in Kansas. This is what, the third or fourth of the day here. PDS tornado warning stands for particularly dangerous situation. A large damaging tornado is on the ground now, moving right towards Dexter, Kansas. Once again, Dexter, Kansas, you've got to take shelter immediately. Also, Cambridge and Grand Summit, you guys have got to get to shelter. Right now, that tornado is somewhere near Highway 15 as it comes into Dexter, and then it's going to kind of go over these pretty rural areas until it gets between the Cambridge and Cloverdale area of Kansas. And this looks like another instance where we have a very large damaging tornado here. This is going to be capable of destroying your house completely. So have the, make sure you are heeding the warning and you're getting underground, or you are getting into the lowest floor of your whatever still sturdy building you're in and putting yourself in the middle of that building with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Because the number one way you're going to get hurt in a situation like this is by debris falling on your head, okay? You don't want to have your head exposed. Wear a helmet, preferably, if you can. If you got a baseball helmet out in the garage, football helmet, something like that, bicycle helmet even. And then bring me with you. Put on a pair of shoes. Okay, put on a pair of shoes you wouldn't care to walk outside in the rain in, maybe even over some splintered wood or nails, just in case there's damage and you have to evacuate your home, okay? Get that stuff together all up here in Cambridge, Grand Summit, and these places in Kansas, and then once again, take me with you. We'll let you know when it's time to come out of that shelter. Hopefully this thing goes right by and you don't have anything to worry about. Unfortunately, some places will receive damage from this storm. A new, not a new, but a pretty discreet storm down here in southwestern Oklahoma has become the new target of a lot of storm chasers, as this is a pretty discrete storm that will be capable of fully taking advantage of the environment that's present out here. Lots of convective energy and wind shear is going to be available for storms in this area. And right now, this is the dominant cell. This is the only storm that really has access to that. And as time goes on, this one might be a real bad one to watch as it approaches I-40 here near Hinton and Bridgeport here shortly. Big tornado
Hey,
just
Ryan,
went
it's Chris.
through,
Do you have a copy?
or just to the north of hopefully Knox City, Texas. That original tornado looks like it might be occluding a little bit, but this supercell is healthy. And a new circulation is developing here just to the north of Monday, Texas. This is going to be something that we deal with for a while. So unfortunately, Seymour, Texas, you guys need to really watch out. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Ryan. Hold on, got fire department coming. A lot of emergency personnel out. Just be advised, there may be a hook handoff here. On the backside of the storm right now.
Okay, so the storm that Chris and our storm chasers are on that we've been tracking is weakening a little bit. Okay, it's not looking as healthy as it once was. It doesn't have that real big hook. However, it could be undergoing some changes that allow it to kind of reform here in a moment. So we're not going to be forgetting about that storm anytime soon. It's going to be a problem here soon. New storms are popping up back here towards Fairview and Clio Springs as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I think there may be a tornado warning soon for our Alfalfa, Oklahoma storm to the west of Oklahoma City that Zach is on. There is some side lobing there, but the side lobing shows us that there is a mesocyclone there, the rotating part of the storm from the Frederick radar. So watching it from two different radar sites right now, would not be surprised if we did get a tornado warning with this shortly, especially since we've gotten very up-to-date and well-prepared tornado warnings out ahead of time. We've had multiple PDSs already today before there is even a debris signature showing up on radar. So National Weather Service is not playing any games today.
A new tornado
and I
warning
think we'll
has been
see
issued.
something as a result.
Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. And there it is, like clockwork. Andy, once again, is drawing our attention to an area before the warning is even issued. Now we've got a tornado warning for Lukeba, Eakley, Binger, and Hinton, Oklahoma, with our storm over here that we were just talking about being isolated, discreet, and able to take advantage of all those ingredients that are in place out here. Chandra, Zach Hall, if we've figured out how to get his stream, we should put him up somewhere because he's the only person that we have, I think, that is on this specific storm. We need to be able to see it. So yeah, this is a developing situation where we now have a new a dominant supercell out in this really favorable environment for tornadoes west of Oklahoma City. So I'm really concerned about what we're going to see come out of this thing over the next 30 minutes to an hour. So we'll be checking back in with that one, especially once we get Zach Hall's feed up. Way up to the north in Missouri, we still have a tornado warning for Ravenwood, Parnell in Missouri. This rotation is letting up a little bit, but we still need to stay in our safe spots up there. Similar situation for Hiawatha, Kansas. The tornado circulation is past you now. However, there is still a tornado warning for areas near White Cloud. You guys need to take shelter. Andy's got something else for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, really cool. You can see the mesocyclone handoff. Something we observed yesterday is happening again right now in Texas on our southern Texas storm there. If you take the tilt on GR2 all the way up to 3.2 degrees and flick between the reflectivity, you can see the hook, the new hook out to the east of the warning. And then on the velocity, you can see that big and strong mesocyclone showing up very clearly there. So we have to look 21,000 feet up into the storm to see this exactly. But we can, in fact, observe a mesocyclone or a new handoff occurring, and thus we may see that translate downward and connect to the surface.
Hey, Ryan,
the
do you
surface would
copy?
connect to it with a new tornado warning and possible circulation soon. We'll see how that evolves.
A new PDS tornado
Okay,
warning
thank you
has
very
been
much.
issued.
Meteorologist Andy Hill. Speaking of that storm in Texas, we've got a new PDS warning now for some more areas as a result of that handoff. Okay, the original tornado is pretty much gone now, or it's leaving. It's occluding into the storm.
Ron, do you have a copy?
Otherwise, we've got a new one that's forming here, and it's already warranting a new PDS tornado warning for Red Springs, Hefner, and Vera in Texas, just to the west of Seymour, Texas. Take shelter immediately. Now, a bunch of our storm chasers just tried to reach out. Let's get back with them. Yeah, go ahead, Zach. Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
I don't know if my feed is up for you. Service isn't the greatest here, but we're near Eakley, Oklahoma on this Tornado 1 storm. Looks like we have a wall cloud in front of us here.
Right now, we're dropping south to Apache. We think that's going to be the play over by El Reno.
Okay. So that was the latest from our storm chasers there, Nick Gorman and Zach Hall. And yeah, we've got your stream. We're watching. And yeah, everything looks good on this end. Keep us updated. So we're watching that storm in Oklahoma. We're
Sounds good.
also.
I think this is probably going to be tornado time here pretty quick.
Yeah, I agree. Zach's on that storm in Oklahoma that is discreet and is really trying to produce a tornado. Michael Beard is looks like there's some damage where he is. This is somewhere near the
Hey, Ryan, this is
Knox
Brad. We are
City
headed down to Pikeville,
tornado.
Oklahoma. This is the storm that's on a very, very dangerous environment, taking that classic trajectory towards El Reno.
Okay, so yeah, I think the feed's frozen there. I don't know exactly
A new tornado
what we're
warning
looking at
has
here,
been
but
issued.
there is a little bit of damage somewhere near Knox City, Texas. I would assume that there's a lot more than that somewhere else, because the tornado that we saw would not have left a basketball goal standing. But still, like we've got a big tornado still
Hey,
ongoing
Ryan, it's
here.
Chris. We're dropping south out of this tornado warning, going for Oklahoma City. That's not looking good at all.
And it's moving towards Red Springs, Texas. And if you're just now tuning in, we've got what you're hearing is just the unfiltered kind of reports coming from our storm chasers. As things really start to increase in intensity here, you're going to hear that from them. And we're going to be, they're all listening to me. So like we'll be talking back and forth with them throughout the day. New tornado warning for Electra, Texas, and also Harold and Haynesville. And then, yeah, this tornado warning to the west of Oklahoma City is looking really, unfortunately, significant. Okay, right near Eakley, we have a big time rotating area of the thunderstorm. We have a very obvious and exposed to the warm air hook echo, and just everything is coming together perfectly for this storm to try to produce a big tornado. And it might do it here somewhere between Eakley, Lucaba, and Hinton, Oklahoma. I'm going to go listen to Brad's message again.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad. We are headed down to Binger, Oklahoma. This is the storm that's on a very, very dangerous environment, taking that classic trajectory towards El Reno.
Okay, so Brad's here, and he's going to Binger, Oklahoma, and he's talking about this storm that Zach Hall is on right now. And by the way, Zach's got a view of this thing. Can't really tell much about it at this very moment, but thank goodness he's close. Somebody else that's close is Nick Smego, who's even closer, so we can see this through his point of view as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, just an update on Dexter, Kansas. The PDS there does not look like we had a tornado whip up too much debris or do any too intensive damage. There was one fire department reported a small tornado south of Dexter, and I don't see any debris associated with that, only about 3,000, 4,000 feet above the surface, which would tell me that at least, a somewhat considerable tornado had occurred here or hit something. However, it does look like that circulation may try again there as it progresses north and east through this warning box and headed toward Granola in Kansas next up.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Once again, y'all, we have we have multiple tornado warnings here, stretching from Kansas all the way down through Oklahoma and into Texas. So I'm going to take a look at all of these. And then we do need to be staying in our safe spots in Grand Summit and Granola and Cedar Vale. We also need to be remaining in our safe spots in Fairfax, Oklahoma. We need to be really getting to our safe spots, if we haven't already, in Hinton and Lukeba in Oklahoma. And we've got Storm Chasers giving us a live view of that right now. We've got a 2 view of the storm from both Zach and Nick there in Noble and Caddo counties in Oklahoma. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, let me add one more spot to your list here, all the way to the east of Des Moines, Iowa. There's a lead supercell up here that's developing a hook echo within the last few scans. Conditions up here are still favorable for tornadoes all the way up along the stationary front into central eastern Iowa now. So we're watching that one. No concise low-level rotation that would warrant a tornado warning unless we do a preventative warning for this from the National Weather Service. But y'all watch out here. This does look like a storm that could try to do exactly that.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Bringing us all the way up now into Iowa, east of Des Moines. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds is also rotating enough to catch our attention. So y'all watch out in Linville, Searsboro, and New Sharon. One of the more concerning areas that we've been kind of focused on for the last little bit is down here near Binger and Eakley, Oklahoma. We do have 2 separate storm chasers, both giving us a different angle of the base of that storm as it tries to produce a tornado as it goes up towards Hinton, Oklahoma. This will eventually get up there towards towards I-40, somewhere between El Reno and Weatherford. So y'all get ready for that. .349 Central, that's the time. We have seen an incredible amount of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings already today. We've seen a bunch of tornadoes already today. And once again, I want to remind everybody that we are still in the beginning stages of this pretty long severe weather event. This is what the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook looks like for anybody that's just now tuning in. We're covering that whole area today. Tornado risk in the red there, 15% hatched risk 10. In the yellow, brown is 5, green is 2. And when I say hatched risk, I'm talking about the dotted lines here. EF2 or greater damage is possible from the tornadoes that occur within that area, according to the forecast. So big hail is also a major problem. And we're going to be seeing storms potentially all the way up here into Michigan and Wisconsin as well. So this is a large-scale, major severe weather outbreak that's underway right now. We've, tornadoes, hail, we've seen it all already, and we're about to see a lot more. So if you want to help us get in front of more people, this will probably be the last time I remind you of this, but it would be helpful if you shared us on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, wherever. Copy the link, paste it, take a clip, put it on, something and like, just spread the word. Like, do whatever you can to let people know what we're doing here. And we can potentially get life-saving information to a lot of people. We've done it yesterday. We want to do it again today. And if you don't have social media, if you don't want to share us, then just hit the like button on the stream, just like you would on a video, and the YouTube algorithm will take care of the rest for us by putting us in front of the right people. Yesterday, we all did this together, and we ended up #1 trending on YouTube, and I think we really helped a lot of people. So hopefully we can do the same thing today. So the recycling that's happening with our big supercell down here in Texas is about to be finished. And we're about to see another big tornado here, I think. Unfortunately, the way this is moving, it might come really close to Seymour eventually if it holds together like this. Right now, we've got Red Springs in a tornado warning, okay? We had a big tornado, a damaging tornado down there near Knox City not too long ago. And now we've got this new big area of rotation that's coming together here between Hefner and Red Springs. This is probably going to produce a very large tornado as it goes in this direction.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Now we've got a confirmed tornado with this storm closer to Wichita Falls near Electra. So Electra, Harold, Haynesville, you guys are now under a confirmed tornado warning. Let me read about this. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. So this also looks like a very classic supercell that is obviously capable of producing a tornado here. However, the velocity currently doesn't look that impressive on it. So thankfully the weather spotters are out there letting us know what's going on here with, once again, a tornado somewhere to the south and west of Harold, moving up towards Harold, Texas. Y'all need to take shelter immediately. Storm continues to look impressive between Luqueba and Hinton, Oklahoma. We've got a bunch of storm chasers on it. They're not seeing anything yet, but this is the definition of a supercell that is trying to produce a tornado. A little bit farther to the north and east, tornado warning continues for areas just west of Fairfax, Oklahoma, but that storm has died off a lot, so hopefully it's not going to be too much of a problem for us in the near future. Still have a strong storm likely producing a tornado between Cambridge and Cloverdale here as well. Grand Summit and Granola, Kansas. Take shelter if you haven't already. Cedar Vale. You guys also need to take shelter down there in Cedar Vale, Winetta, Gibbs, and Layton in Kansas. And then all the way up in Missouri. We've got another tornado warning with, unfortunately, another concerning signature there with the rotation approaching the Atlantis, Grove, and Inyart areas in Missouri. Zach Hall's giving us a live look at the developing supercell west of Binger, Oklahoma, and it looks like it's getting pretty strong. I don't see anything that is indicative of an immediate tornado, but this stuff happens fast. So we're going to keep an eye on his feed. Do we know Adam's location, Chandra? Okay. So Adam Lucio is also on the same storm as Zach and Nick, and he's also given us a really good view of the base of it here. So if this storm starts to produce a tornado as it comes up towards Hinton and Bridgeport in Oklahoma, we're going to know because we've got 3 really good angles of this thing as it comes together. Sorry for being quiet, just reading some updates and also sharing some information over on Twitter. I want to remind everybody that if you can do so safely and you want to share reports, pictures, videos, whatever it is, you can do that with me over there on X at Ryan Hall, y'all. That's my tag. That's my name. On everything, that even Facebook, Instagram, whatever else, it's all at Ryan Hall, y'all. If you want to share stuff with me over there, you can do so on that. And also, there's a lot of people who just tag me in like newsworthy things, news articles and stuff. If you want to do that, that's fine too. It actually is helpful. You can help. You can be a part of the research gathering team here. Do note, though, if you've got, a novel report to make, a hail size or, a tornado report or something like that, and you're going to send it to me, also tag your local National Weather Service office as well. They need that information. We are up to $115,000 raised for the Y'all Squad since yesterday. Thank you all for that. We're going to be using that to help people impacted by the storms yesterday.
A new tornado warning has been
also
issued.
Today, hopefully there's not anything crazy that happens today. But of course, today is the kind of day that would warrant something crazy. Usually when the environment's like this, we get some big tornadoes. We're still watching this storm really closely here west of Hinton, Oklahoma. The rotation continues to pick up. But all of the storm chasers, all of the live feeds that you see below the radar there, that's this storm, okay? And I don't see any tornado yet. I do see an ever-increasing, strengthening storm with a rotating mesocyclone, but I don't see a tornado just yet. So that's good, but you still need to be in your safe spots because that could change very fast. A big area of severe storms is about to move into the Blackwell and Ponca City area. Additionally, that's going to cause some additional problems with flash flooding on top of the problems you're already having up there. Flash flooding is going to become a huge deal over the next couple of hours in this area. If you live in a flood-prone area, make sure you're ready because this could be some of the the biggest flooding that we've seen over here in a little while. We've got a rare high risk of excessive rainfall and a moderate risk that goes all the way up into Kansas. Tornado warnings continue for Cedar Vale, Cloverdale, and Grand Summit and Granola in Kansas. We've been talking about you guys for a while. You've been in your safe spots for a while. I need you to stay there for a little while longer, at least probably another 30 minutes. Hopefully the storm passes and we don't have anything too terrible happen. But there is big storms up here that are capable of producing tornadoes, and they're going to go right through those towns. So we need you, once again, to stay sheltered. A gaggle of storm chasers have kind of all funneled into this one storm here. I would imagine that there's probably a little bit of chaser convergence around the Hinton, Oklahoma storm. Zach Hall is pointing us up into it. It looks like things are starting to look a little bit more interesting here on the base of the storm. Zach is basically right underneath the part that would be rotating enough to potentially produce a tornado. So here's something interesting. Oklahoma City's or Norman's time outlook for the outbreak today. Pretty good graphic, honestly. You guys know the different categorical risks from the Storm Prediction Center. The red is where we have that moderate risk of severe weather. The orange is enhanced. The yellow is slight. Basically, what this shows us is when during the day we can expect most of the impacts that come along with those risks. So we're expecting a big uptick in activity to happen between, honestly, right now and about an hour from now.
Ryan, I have a tornado trying to come down right in front of me.
Okay, that was Ryan Scholl. Chandra, if we've got Ryan Scholl up, pull him up because he says he's got a tornado. And also we need to figure out where he is. Hold on. No service. Oh, Ryan, where are you located? But anyways, right here, between right now and 10 p.m. Tonight is when we expect to see the largest impacts. Earlier, I talked about 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. That was when the enhanced risk starts. Now we're really in the moderate. Okay. So we're getting Ryan Scholl's feet up. Ryan is on the storm that Zach is on. Okay, we're not getting a feed from Ryan, but he's saying that he's seeing a tornado here, somewhere to the west of
warning has been issued.
Lakeba in Oklahoma, and we've got a bunch of storm chasers on this thing. I don't see it. However, we do see where that would happen here soon. Here's a good view of the same storm from Adam Lucio. Like, that's definitely trying to produce a tornado there. So once again, you're already under a tornado warning in Hinton, but this is just another sign that you guys should definitely be taking shelter as quickly as possible. Just got a tornado warning up here in northern Oklahoma for this storm. That's rotating quite a bit. This is going to go up towards Silverdale and Maple City once again in Kansas here soon. So get ready for that. Oh, sorry. Here it is. New polygon right there in Oklahoma. I think we'll probably see a new tornado warning also issued for this area. It'll come at different times because there's different offices that have to issue those. But yeah, this is a classic supercell look. Tornado developing, probably moving up towards Silverdale right now. Zach Hall I think he's got a pretty good view of this thing now, and it looks like there is a tornado there. Or it's trying really hard. I saw some stuff moving around on the ground for a moment. So we're now hearing from, once again, Ryan Scholl, that there's a tornado, and also we've seen some pretty impressive stuff from our storm chasers here. So I would not doubt it. Another really concerning looking storm down here.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris when you have a very quick second.
No, it's just because he's without service. Go ahead, Chris.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hey, so National Weather Service out of Norman just released something over on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, that they are experiencing delays in getting warnings out to NOAA weather radios. They're advising all people, if they have a NOAA weather radio, to consider other
new
methods
tornado
of receiving the
warning has been
watches
issued.
and warnings. I'm just putting that out there because of the seriousness of this storm that is moving into their area.
Okay, thank you, Chris. We just got a bunch of new warnings. I want to make sure we cover everything completely here. First of all, this storm that's near Electra, Texas is continuing to look more and more concerning. Definitely get ready over here towards Grandfield, Oklahoma, as that one comes up to you. I want to also come back to the Seymour, Texas storm. That one is also continuing to look very impressive and concerning. We've got a little cell that has popped up right on the hook, essentially, that's kind of nudging into it. We talked a little bit about this yesterday, and this is sometimes a sign that we could see some sort of enhancement here that suddenly makes this produce a big tornado if it hasn't already or isn't already. So get ready and see more Texas. This is a very dangerous signal on radar here that could be a sign of a big tornado on the way right now. The other storm that we're watching here through our storm chasers is the one up here near Hinton, Oklahoma. The storm's motion is really almost due north, but the warnings are kind of pointing this thing towards the north and east. El Reno is included in the most recent tornado warning from the National Weather Service there. However, we'll see what happens if the supercell does start to move more easterly like that, and starts moving more in that direction. Then this is definitely going to be a problem. That's sometimes a sign that a supercell like this is going to produce a bigger tornado. However, right now, I would also be watching out in Bridgeport. Maybe even up there between Okarch and Greenfield for that storm. Here's a live look at it from Nick. So as you can see, it's still trying to produce a tornado. You can see the lowering there. It's getting closer and closer. Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably on the ground there. Also seeing some other images out there of the same thing a little bit closer up, and you can see that there's definitely some debris being thrown around a little bit here. So we do have a tornado in progress, essentially heading in the direction of Hinton, Oklahoma, which is a decent sized little town here in Oklahoma. So hopefully everybody is aware of that and heeding the warning. If you know anybody in Bridgeport or Hinton, Oklahoma, please let them know that there is a tornado on the way. Hopefully the sirens are going off, but we can't really rely on the sirens right now. Okay. Chandra, is number 4 correct, the name and the location? Okay. Freddie McKinney also has this the same storm for us. It just went behind the hill. Hold up. Got a much better view of it right here in a second. Oh, there it goes. Oh. All right, yeah, you can see the lowering there very well through Freddie McKinney's feed. And this thing it doesn't look like it. You can't see it from this distance especially, but it is actually on the ground. There's a circulation on the ground. There's debris. This is a tornado now in progress, moving up towards Hinton, Oklahoma.
A new tornado
Hinton,
warning
Oklahoma.
has been issued.
New tornado warning was just issued for Gentry and Harrison counties in Missouri. You guys need to take shelter. All right. Chandra, probably put Freddie in 3 for now. Or actually, flip. Do Freddie 1, Ryan 2, Nick 3, or Riley 3. It's up to you. All right, so this is what's going on here. We've got a storm that's really trying to produce a tornado here as it comes into, well, it is producing a tornado as it comes into Hinton, Oklahoma. The supercell now looks a lot better than it did just moments ago. It went through a little bit of a recycle. Now you can see that new hook here and all of the rotation that's associated with that coming together, and we've got a tornado now on the way to Hinton, Oklahoma, maybe even Bridgeport, Oklahoma. We got a warning that goes all the way out to Calumet, Oklahoma as well. Yeah. Put Nick in 4. And, you know, we're focused a lot on the Oklahoma storm here because it looks like it's about to, you know, cause some major problems. But we've also got storms elsewhere. I do want to briefly check in on our Texas storm just in case. And it's a good thing we did because it just got a new warning on it, and it's observed now. It's a
new
PDS
tornado warning has been issued.
When we last looked at this one, we saw that little cell was nudging up against the hook, and we talked about how that would likely make it a little bit more likely to produce a big tornado, and now it is, again, hopefully just going to go north of Seymour, Texas. However, this is now another huge tornado down here in Texas
has been issued.
That is on its way up towards Mabel, and that's pretty much it. Lake Kemp in Texas, north of Seymour. You've got to take shelter. This is a huge tornado. I don't see it right now with my own eyes, but I can guarantee you that is producing a huge tornado right there. And Chandra, if we've got anybody on that storm down there near Seymour, Texas, that would be something to watch out for. That's a monster right there. Really not liking the look at this one. This has produced tornadoes now a couple of times between Knox City, Monday. Now it's doing it again up here near Seymour, and it looks like it's going to parallel Highway 82 right up into the Wichita Falls area later. This storm's not going anywhere. Okay, so get ready in Wichita Falls. It'll probably be 2 hours or so, but it's coming. Oh, and I just saw a photo of it. So like there is definitely a tornado there. Coming up into the northern Seymour, Texas area. Strong tornado ongoing right now north and east of Red Springs, Texas. Take cover now. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You've got to protect yourself. You got to try to get underground for this one. Lots of people live just to the north of Seymour here. It's not a completely barren area, but thankfully I do think the biggest part of the circulation will go north of town. We're going to keep hoping for that anyways. Okay, we do have a storm chaser in Seymour, so hopefully if there's anything going on out there, we'll be able to see it through their camera. I did just retweet a picture, I believe, a picture of the tornado now. From storm chaser Jeff Piotrowski, who's on that storm in Seymour, Texas. If you're just now tuning in, we have a massive tornado on the ground right now, likely doing significant damage to whatever it hits just north and west of Seymour, Texas. We need everybody in that town to get to shelter, even though I do believe it's likely that the main circulation is going to go north. But Mabel and Fulda are also in the path of this along Highway 82. Meteorologist Andy Hill, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, to go along with that picture, there is now an actual scattered debris signature that we can observe on radar there. And I would go ahead and, given what we saw earlier,
New
this
information.
has the ability to be
This
a
tornado
long-track
warning
tornado,
has been upgraded.
and supercell in general with multiple cycles. I'd go ahead and say, we're an hour out from Wichita Falls from this thing getting there and surrounding areas there in Texas. So you guys should be ready and telling people about this storm well ahead of the time that it gets there, just in case that it does exactly what the National Weather Service thinks it will do, which is last a long time in this volatile environment.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Everybody along Highway 82 there it needs to be ready for the storm as it comes up towards you, including Holiday, Lakeside City, Wichita Falls, Iowa Park. This is a life-threatening, damaging tornado, and it's going to stay that way for a while. Now, we just got an updated tornado warning in Missouri. I want to go look at that real quick. This is an observed tornado. Law enforcement confirmed tornado now between Gentry and Martinsville, north of Albany in Missouri. Take shelter now if you haven't already. That's going to be for, what is that, Gentry County. So yeah, take shelter. We also have a bunch of tornado warnings scattered around here in southeast Kansas. Granola, Moline, Howard, you guys are still under that warning. Probably a new warning coming soon for Elk Falls as well. Ponca City, you guys are getting ready to get in on some really strong winds, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1.5 inch hail. Get ready for that. Our big storm that all of our storm chasers have ascended on here in just west of Oklahoma City, this lone supercell
A new
here
tornado warning has been issued.
Not currently producing a tornado, but it is so close, and it's come so close so many times. The unfortunate part about all of this is it's going to have a lot of tries, right? This thing's going to keep trying to produce a tornado. It's a supercell all by itself. It's going to keep trying, and eventually it's going to be successful. So if you're in the path of this thing, you need to be taking shelter. Once again, the rotating part of the storm is about to exit the tornado warning polygon. So I'm assuming that they will put out a new warning here soon for areas north and west of Calumet. But Calumet, you guys are in the path of this thing. You need to take shelter. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, in addition to that, on that storm, Ryan, there's a big lightning uptick on that. Riley is reporting bunches of cloud to ground lightning strikes way out in front of this thing and also back into the core. You can kind of observe that happening simultaneously as we see the velocities on both sides of the mesocyclone accelerate. So stronger storm, more rapid rotation, and thus a probably stronger updraft as well is causing generating a bunch more static electricity from ice crashing into it, all the other ice in this storm's probably really tall. So thus we're seeing a bunch more lightning strikes, and that for that reason, that tells us that the storm is still intensifying and likely has a better chance of producing all severe hazards.
Okay, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Lots of storm chasers have kind of gathered around this storm here. So we're going to hear a lot about it. Every little move that this storm makes, we're going to know the moment that it happens. So keep that in mind as we continue to watch this thing develop. They just put out a new severe thunderstorm warning for the forward flank of that storm. It's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. 1.75 inch in diameter hail possible. That's golf ball size. Once again, I do expect that we'll probably see a new tornado warnings at some point here as well. Now, one of the newer tornado warnings that we have is for Hollister and Loveland in southwestern Oklahoma. This is another really impressive looking supercell that's not really rotating a whole lot just yet. At least from what we can tell on the radar, but it is definitely capable of producing a tornado here soon. So we're watching that closely. And then, my goodness, the Seymour storm just looks. That one needs a full screen attention right there. The Seymour storm looks unbelievable on radar. This is a classic rotating supercell with a huge hook echo. The velocity signatures are pretty much off the charts. And of course, we do have now a sign that there is debris. So I'm going to come down here. And continue to monitor this storm from a couple different radar sites. Yeah, this is big time, y'all. This is probably the biggest tornado that we've had today so far. And it's going to be coming over there towards you in Mobile. And we just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Osage County, Oklahoma. Wow. If you're just now tuning in, what we're zoomed in on here is a supercell thunderstorm that's producing a big tornado as it moves up towards Mobile and Lake Kemp in Texas. Okay, we do have a radar confirmed PDS tornado warning for Baylor, Wahlberger, Wilbarger, sorry, and Baylor and Wilbarger counties in Texas. Take shelter now. Your life is in extreme danger if you're anywhere in front of that hook right there. Now, we do have a storm chaser on this storm.
A new tornado
Mark
warning
Dress.
has been issued.
But I don't know exactly what we're looking at here. I don't know where exactly he is. Let me pull up something really quick. Let me see if I can see his location. Mark is on the road just to the north and east of Seymour. So Mark is like right here. So theoretically, we should have an incredibly good view of this thing. However, it might be a rain-wrapped, kind of circulation here. So we're going to keep an eye on his feed, and I'll bring it up whenever we've got something there. But just know that we do have actual eyes on the ground looking at our massive tornadic storm here that's moving up towards Kemp Lake. Also, Chandra, Nick Busby is in that same area. So we should definitely have. No, he's on LSM. We should definitely have him up. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching a PDS tornado situation unfold here in Texas. We also have a ton of other warnings as well. We've got a collection of tornado warnings west of Oklahoma City, associated with a very strong supercell that's kind of ramping up here in the last couple of hours. We're seeing a lot more kind of big time rotation between Karnes and Calumet, and they did finally issue that new tornado warning that goes a little bit more to the north and west like this. It goes almost up to Okarch in Oklahoma there. This storm is at some point going to produce another tornado. I don't know how soon that'll be, but it looks like it's right there. It looks like it's really close. And we do have storm chasers on this, giving us a view of this one as well. Brad Arnold's there. Zach Hall's there. And as soon as somebody has a visual on that, we will let you know. Tornado warning also for Howard in southeast Kansas. Pretty significant rotation signature there as well. Howard, Cave Springs, take shelter. That's a dangerous storm. And then last but not least, there's a tornado warning all the way up here in North Missouri. It's going to be allowed to expire in about 10 minutes. And we'll see if they issue another one, but stay in your safe spot in Martinsville, Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Gentry, Harrison, Mercer, and Worth counties in Missouri. They just issued a new observed tornado warning for you guys. That's the storm we were just now looking at. Let me read about it here. Emergency management. Confirmed tornado. So that's somewhere between Denver and Martinsville right now in Missouri. Take shelter if you're in Washington Center. Okay. Eagleville, Ridgeway, Canesville, Hatfield, Pleasanton, all these places in North Missouri, you are in the path of a tornado, essentially. So please get underground or get into the most interior room of your home with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. We're keeping up with a lot of different storm chasers here who are on several different storms. Yeah. Surprise me. So here's probably the clearest view we've seen so far of the Seymour storm. It's so big, I still don't know exactly what we're looking at here. I do think we're looking into the rotating part of the storm there. And in the actual, tornadic part of the storm might be wrapped in rain, or that might be what we're looking at there on the left side of your screen. So anyways, the fact of the matter is, we've got a big time rotating storm here, prompting a significant tornado warning for Lake Kemp, and everybody out there needs to be taking shelter. And we've got eyes on this thing, so if anything comes into view here, I will be the first to let you know. Yeah. Rotation continues to look more and more, impressive on this storm up here in Oklahoma as well. It's slow but sure that eventually this one's going to, be producing a tornado. It's just not happening right now, thankfully.
New information. This tornado
We
warning
got another
has been
confirmed
upgraded.
tornado warning. Now in Elk County, Kansas. Wow. So now that's moving towards Howard. Howard, Kansas needs to be getting to their safe spots very fast. Look at how quickly this came together. The last time we looked at this thing, it was about right here. And then we're now coming back to visit it as it just a couple frames later, as it has really turned into something different here. Potentially a big tornado on the ground here as well, coming up towards Howard, Kansas. Howard's not a huge town, but it's also not a terribly small town. So there are a lot of people there. Hopefully everybody in Howard is getting to shelter fast, because that's going to be there very quickly. You don't have much time. Back on our Texas storm, we're starting to get a little bit of a better view of the, I believe, the rotating part of the storm here. Really intense storm overall. And I do want to remind you that this storm that we're looking at here, that's moving up into Lake Kemp and that area north of Seymour, is capable of producing baseball-sized hail. Mark's feed is starting to get a little bit of a better handle on what the part of the storm that we should be looking at as well. Andy, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, I think with reasonable consideration that we could see, I could just bet that this storm in Oklahoma, West Oklahoma, is producing a tornado right now between Geary and Calumet. So I think that's headed over mostly rural areas, as you've mentioned, but eventually the storm will get pretty close to Okarche and Kingfisher in Oklahoma into Kingfisher
A new
County.
tornado
So y'all
warning
watch out
has
ahead
been
of time
issued.
for this.
Okay, thank you, Andy. This is the really strong storm that most of our storm chasers have kind of flocked to. So I think there is a tornado here. Brad Arnold should be seeing that soon, as he is in Calumet. He is in Calumet right now, so Brad Arnold should be giving us a view of this storm. So if you're in Okarche, and even like Andy said, all the way down towards Kingfisher, you need to be watching this one closely. It's going to be coming up towards you. And then we just got a new tornado warning as well over here in Kansas. Pretty strong area of rotation. A new one here coming up towards Cedar Vale. Yep, and that's gotten really strong really fast. So these storms are not playing around over here in Kansas. Cedar Vale, you got to take shelter. Also, we've got our big-time rotation coming towards Howard, Kansas. Please take shelter over there as well. That one might be producing a tornado here soon if it's not already. Way up into Missouri. We still got a tornado warning here for Ridgeway and Eagleville. Not too long ago, an emergency manager reported that tornado. And we've got severe thunderstorm warnings littering the screen all the way up past Cedar Rapids and towards Dubuque. We're about to see some severe thunderstorms pop off in Wisconsin. So we've got big storms in Wisconsin, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Almost the entire length of the U.S. here in this line is convecting with big-time thunderstorms. And unfortunately, some of them are like this one in Texas and are life-threatening as they are likely producing big tornadoes and also baseball-sized hail. By the way, y'all, I keep talking about, where's Brad Arnold? Where's this chaser? Where's that chaser? If you're new here, you probably haven't heard me talk about it before, but right now, the software that I'm using to show you the radar is called Radar Omega. All right? You can get it on your phone, iOS or Android. And right now, you can open up your app, look at the same stuff that I'm looking at, and you can click on Brad Arnold's face, and you can look at his stream. There's 200 of you guys watching with me right now, and you can put it to the side, and you can keep, looking at the radar and stuff. You don't have to wait on me to pull it up. So that's a really cool thing about the Radar Omega app. It's $9. Okay, it has the capability of a $100,000 TV studio radar software. I use it to guide millions of people every year through the worst severe weather events that the country experiences, and it cost me $9. So, if
New
you're interested in that,
this
I would
tornado
recommend
warning has been upgraded.
New confirmed new confirmed tornado warning in Elk County, Kansas. We've also got a new tornado warning in Oklahoma here for Kingfisher. Kingfisher is now included in our warning. I do want to show you the latest on our Kansas storm. Howard, hopefully everybody in that town of Howard is in shelter. We've been talking about you for a while now. It seems like we do have a tornado here on the ground with this storm. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. So please get to shelter immediately if you haven't. Cave Springs and Fiat, you're next in Kansas to receive the impacts from that storm. And once again, this is a huge rotating storm. If it's going to produce a tornado, or if it's still producing a tornado, it's likely a big one. Yep, $9 one-time purchase. You can pay for a subscription for some extra tools here and there, but it's not required. Got a lot of different sales popping up down here south of Trenton in Missouri. We'll have to watch those pretty closely too. Nick Busby is looking at some scud right now, but it's also a part of the storm that we do need to keep an eye on. But right now, I think the Seymour storm is not actively producing a tornado at this moment. If it is, it's deep inside there. It's rain wrapped. But I think that, oh my gosh, look at this, y'all. Look at all the storm chasers. He just went by probably at least 30 cars pulled on the side of the road there. But yeah, I think that this storm is not currently producing a tornado, but it's probably going to try to again here soon. So get ready. Once again, in Wichita Falls, this is eventually coming towards you. Sorry. Okay, Brad Arnold's got a great view of our storm up there near Calumet now.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. We are coming into Kingfisher from the east side. We're watching the storm to our south. Maybe we'll have a view of it here in just a little bit.
Okay. So Chris is going to be on this storm as well. Now, this storm near Calumet was producing a tornado not too long ago. I don't know if it still is. I don't necessarily see it from Brad Arnold's point of view, and I should, if it was still producing one, because he's right next to the hook. So as he gets a little bit closer, we'll confirm that. But this is, if it's not currently producing one, it's very close, and we need to be sheltered in Okarsh right now, and Kingfisher. Yeah, it doesn't look to me like it's on the ground at this moment. Also, thanks to everybody for following along and tagging me and stuff on Twitter.
New information.
All
This
right, let's go
tornado
back to
warning
Kansas.
has been upgraded.
This is our, I don't know how many of these we've had today, but it's our most recent PDS tornado warning. A particularly dangerous situation. A large damaging tornado is on the ground now. This is our Kansas storm that we've been talking about for a while. But weather spotters confirmed the tornado. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris will be deadly to those caught without shelter. Remember, we've been watching this storm for a good moment. We started kind of really noting the potential danger here when we saw this velocity scan. Now it's moved up past Howard, and we are still, kind of estimating that we've saw a tornado here, and it's still on the ground moving towards Fiat and Cave Springs in Kansas. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now all the way up there to Cave Springs, Fall River, Severy in Kansas. You guys are, this is a pretty dangerous situation for you. And also this is an area that I think we were talking about a little bit yesterday for some big storms that happened down here. So unfortunately you're dealing with it again. And yeah, just get ready. This is going to be a big-time storm, even without the tornado. If that wasn't the biggest problem, we've got 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and inch in diameter hail possible with this thing. So our big, nasty Texas supercell that was producing a big tornado earlier has really backed off in the past couple of scans. However, it's possible that we're just seeing a recycling of this storm because I do still see a lowered rotating base through Nick Busby's stream here. You can't really see it that well, but if you focus, you can see the lowering right in front of you there from Nick Busby's stream. So that looks to me like a storm that's still capable of producing a tornado, and we might see a reforming of this here soon. So I would still be watching out in Iowa Park and Wichita Falls, as this is eventually going to come down your way. Oh my gosh. I'm seeing some crazy photos and videos of the chaser convergence that we were talking about earlier. Stand still, bumper to bumper traffic. As far as the eye can see, in the random back roads near Hinton, Oklahoma. Not good. Not good. I'm guessing that was a little bit earlier today when the storm was closer to Hinton. But that can sometimes lead to a pretty dangerous situation when you've got too many tornado tourists out there.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris when you have a minute.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, so we are coming into Kingfisher from the east right now. I've not seen any chaser convergence yet. I'm just going to say that because I've heard it. But I am watching the storm still in Kingfisher. That's still a dangerous storm. However, watch the backside of that storm. Noticing it started to grow a new tail, I guess you could say, that may actually try to wrap back around the original rotation. It's not showing anything right now in the way of velocity, but that's something to watch as it continues to move up towards Kingfisher.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chris. Last couple of frames there, definitely seeing an uptick in rotation right in there. So yeah, Kingfisher, you all need to watch out. You're already under a tornado warning. Okay, so hopefully everybody in that town is sheltered. But if you're not, then now's the time to go because we're seeing it wrap up again here just to the north and west of Okarch. Let's come back up to our PDS warning. In Kansas. Still seeing a really significant velocity signature, but I'm not seeing a whole lot on the correlation coefficient. So we're not sure exactly if this is lofting debris or not, but still PDS tornado warning between Howard and Fall River in Kansas. Y'all should take shelter immediately. We also have that tornado warning in Missouri for Gainesville and Ridgeway. Nothing looks quite as, I guess, concerning right now as the storm that we have coming up into Kingfisher. This is our main priority right now, it seems. It's Okarchi. All right, gotcha. And Chandra, we probably need to go ahead and refocus our storm chaser views on the Calumet and Kingfisher storms. Brad Arnold, you've already got him up. Right, yeah, probably Riley needs to be up there too. In the top three. We've seen this very storm produce tornadoes today. It has happened. Thankfully, none of them have been like really long-lasting or very intense, seemingly. But you know, it's still got the ability to do it again here as it comes up towards Kingfisher. And this is probably one of the bigger towns that we've seen in the direct path of one of these things today. If you are just now tuning in, we've got 6 tornado warnings, 12 severe thunderstorm warnings. There's a lot of, you know, storms going on out there. The reason that we're kind of locked in on the Kingfisher one is because we've got a lot of eyes on that. And as far as we can tell from radar, it's the most interesting looking storm. But if we go just a little bit to the south and west, we've got some other storms down here in Texas. Now, this supercell that just went to the north of Seymour produced a bunch of big tornadoes during its life. It looks like it's probably getting overtaken by this more linear mode right now. We'll see if it survives that. But you know, if that continues to be the case, then maybe Wichita Falls is going to dodge a little bit of a bullet here. Don't want to speak too soon on that, but even with the linear mode, we've got strong storms getting ready to come into Seymour with an inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Lawton, just to the west of Lawton, we've got Cache and Medicine Park under a severe thunderstorm warning with up to 70-mile-per-hour winds likely. We've got a tornado warning for Kingfisher, Oklahoma. A huge severe thunderstorm warning for Ponca City, Billings, Newkirk, Granola. All these places, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now with a tornado possible, inch in diameter hail, and potentially up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. And 70-mile-per-hour winds is no joke. That can down trees, power lines, and cause significant roof damage at times. So you want to be away from windows and take shelter for a situation like that. We also have a tornado warning for Cedarvale and Cloverdale in Kansas. And then we've got a pretty serious situation, a PDS tornado warning for areas between Fiat and Cave Springs, Kansas. The good news is the last couple of scans suggest that velocity has kind of decoupled a little bit. So we still got a lot of rotation, but it's not as tight as it once was. Okay. So
a new tornado
we've got
warning
now
has been
a
issued.
new tornado warning over here for Longton and Busby. That's going to be for this area of rotation near Elk Falls, moving up towards Kansas. Sorry, but Elk Falls moving up towards New Albany. And then we still have this tornado warning in Missouri. And rightfully so. It looks like the rotation is about to come back together here near Blythedale, Canesville, and Pleasanton. You guys are under a severe tornado warning right now. You need to take shelter. This looks like a pretty severe one right here. Severe thunderstorm warnings all the way over towards Dubuque, Iowa. Nothing tornadic with that one just yet, or anytime soon, really. Just some quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's what we're looking at there. Kingfisher, that rotation's coming in on the west side of town right now. Not convinced that it's currently producing a tornado, but it could at any moment, so keep that in mind. I think the biggest tornado that we've seen today actually is the one down there near Knox City. We had a really decent tornado as far as size goes near Stillwater earlier. And those are really the only two that we've seen through our storm chasers, but there's been multiple tornadoes today. We got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning now for Kay County, Oklahoma. Big time flash flooding situation unfolding up here between Ponca City, Oklahoma, and Winfield, Kansas. This area right here is receiving a ton of rain in a very short period of time, and it just keeps coming. A very excessive rainfall event is underway here. New tornado watch.
Chris, we are
A new tornado watch has been
issued. We do have a
issued.
lowering. I cannot confirm ground contact, but there is a lowering right near town.
Okay, lowering near Kingfisher. You guys have known that you're under a tornado warning for a while. Hopefully,
A new
everybody in that
tornado
town's in your
watch has
safe
been
spot.
issued.
I still don't think that this is probably going to produce a tornado anytime soon. However, it is possible. Okay. The new tornado watch is for Kansas City. A few tornadoes likely. Marshall, Moberly, Harrisonville, Clinton, Nevada, Joplin, Missouri, and then in Kansas we've got Pittsburgh and Coffeyville. New confirmed tornado warning for Greenwood County, Kansas. This is going to include Ashley, Fall River, and Toronto, and Rocky Ford. I don't know why that's happening. And Batesville and Middletown in Kansas. Okay, and let me read the text on this. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. So we do have a big area of rotation here. We've seen this a lot today with this storm. It kind of fell apart there after it got past Howard. Now it's coming back together again. So confirmed
A new
tornado
watch has
potentially
been
moving
issued.
between Ashley and Fall River, and then up towards Coyville and Toronto. Brad Arnold's got a great view of the Calumet storm. Or the Kingfisher. I believe he's closer to Kingfisher now. Man, I wish, Chandra, we should try to put Brad and Chris in 1 and 2. My gosh. I don't know what that's about. Sorry. We do have a confirmed tornado warning, though, up here in Kansas. Toronto, Kansas. You are under a tornado warning. You got to get to shelter really fast.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. Big time CG. Big time CG on this in Kingfisher.
Chris is saying big time CG. And he's talking about cloud to ground lightning strikes. So there is another, seemingly, uptick in the amount of lightning that we're seeing with that storm to the north and west now of Oklahoma City. I'm afraid I think every time I switch the scene, that's going to happen here. So just get ready for that. So the big supercell that's heading up towards Wichita Falls. It was producing a
New
big
information.
tornado earlier.
This tornado warning has
now
been
it's
upgraded.
not. But it does look like it handled the line coming into it quite well, and it's forming a new hook. This could be producing a new tornado here soon, somewhere between Electra and Iowa Park. New tornado warning up there in Kansas. I don't think that was new. I think that was just some sort of update with the existing slew of tornado warnings that we have here. Once again, basically, I don't have anything new to say here. There's a big rotating part of the storm coming up to Ashley, Fall River, and Toronto in Kansas. Y'all need to take shelter. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I think our most likely new tornado warning candidate here that isn't currently warned, although I am looking at it at 10,000 feet above the surface here, is in Spicard in northern Missouri, close to Mill Grove, Princeton, north central Missouri here. This is not tornado warned, but this is the best looking supercell, kind of with a bounded weak echo region there and a good mesocyclone. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a tornado warning for this one. That is not currently warned in northern Grundy County, and it would go into southeastern Mercer County and northwestern Sullivan County and southwestern Putnam County in Missouri.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We do have a tornado warning up here in Missouri, but this cluster of storms here currently just has a severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. But what we're saying is y'all should watch out ahead of this thing, as it does look like there's potentially going to be some more rotation here. Every single storm today, especially, there's new storms still forming right now. It's 6:03 on the East Coast, 5:03 Central. Every storm that pops up, we're going to have to watch as they enter that more favorable environment. And we are still seeing new storms fire here, so that's an interesting thing. We've seen, I think, less storms than I think was originally forecasted forming, but along this line here. And at some point, we are going to see more convection along that line. So I don't know if whenever we get an uptick in our low-level jet later, if that combined with maybe some new storms happening over here due to some forcing is going to lead to an even greater tornado threat as these storms get closer to the middle of Oklahoma. But I do think that's something that we should watch out for. And Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, right. I do think we should see a tornado warning for that. You should look at it from the Kansas City radar there, so you can see the very clear mesocyclone right there. The closest town is Harris, Missouri, here in north central Missouri, from what I saw on your radar, so you know which one I'm talking about. There you go.
Okay, thank you, Andy. This is the circulation that he's pointing out to us. There very well could be a new tornado warning issued for maybe Princeton, Ravenna, and Newtown in Missouri as a result of that. This does look like one of the more impressive signatures that we have up here, so wouldn't be surprised at all if the National Weather Service came through soon with a tornado warning for the Topsy, Princeton, and Newtown area of Missouri. And once again, here's another look at those cells that are popping up here. Storm coming up towards Electra in Iowa Park. Once again, looks more convincing or concerning, I'm sorry. With the last couple of scans, we definitely still have another opportunity here for this thing to really start rotating soon. So yeah, that storm is trying to get organized again as it gets closer to Iowa Park and Wichita Falls. Yeah, that's happening quick here. That newest scan looks even more concerning. Notice how the inside of the supercell there, that's kind of smoothing out. It's clearing out, and the hook's kind of protruding even more. This is a sign of a really rapidly intensifying storm that's pulling in a lot of air, and that's probably going to produce a tornado here really soon. So let's make sure, Chandra, that we're watching Nick Busby.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hold on, I'm trying to see if there's anybody else on that storm. Probably just Nick and Mark again. Yeah, Nick and Mark Dries. Make sure they're back up there somewhere because this storm is about to produce another tornado. We got a new tornado warning now for the storm that Andy was talking about up here in Newtown, Topsy, and Lucerne in Missouri. So we do officially have that tornado warning. Velocity continues to look concerning. This could be producing a tornado now or soon. So you want to get to shelter there in Topsy very quickly. Here's Nick Busby on the storm now. He is not in Seymour. Actually, yeah, he is. Okay. Yeah, Mark is closer to Holiday. But Nick is really close to our storm back there in Texas. Guys, real quick, I got to go into this other room real quick. Andy, if you want to say something. Oh, my gosh. Okay, Andy, if you want to say something, you got it. Go.
Thanks, Ryan. I was just going to talk about this Electra, Texas, toward Iowa Park storm. I was looking at the satellite in the area, and there really is almost nothing for this storm to hit if it were producing a tornado. So we probably, much like what we saw earlier, the weather spotters confirmed a tornado near Electra, Texas, much earlier. And we didn't really see that happen at all on the radar. So I have a feeling that if we get a confirmed warning, that isn't the scene change nonsense that's going on with Ryan's stuff right now. If we get a confirmed warning that comes through, it will definitely be from weather spotters. I imagine the same sort of process is going to occur here, where a tornado wouldn't really be visible on the radar because it's not churning up a bunch of stuff for us to, be able to see it when the radar beams hit it. So we have that information. So if I had to guess, this definitely has a really good chance. Like Ryan said, it looks very well sculpted on radar. It has the look of being able to produce a
A
tornado.
new
for
tornado
sure.
warning has been issued.
And thus, if it happens that we get that confirmed warning for these areas into western Wichita County in Texas, I would imagine that it would be ground truth from the chasers in the area. So we're a little less capable of seeing why exactly that's going on radar before there would be eyes on it on the ground. Okay, outside of that, let's take another look at our storm that is now past Kingfisher with its tornado potential. We've had several chasers on that. Riley has been in my ear about it and telling me the evolution of the mesocyclone. At one point, it had a bowl shaped funnel before it passed through the town of Kingfisher, just to the north. At the moment, it looks the most disorganized it has been, but maybe attempting once again to consolidate into something that could produce a tornado here. Bryce Shelton is a storm chaser, a wonderful storm chaser who is the closest to that newest look on that storm. So if he sees something east of Dover, Oklahoma, well, we'll have it through him. And hopefully Ryan can talk to him when he gets back. Ryan, that's Bryce Shelton is in front of the most recent better look on our Kingfisher, Oklahoma tornado warning storm. Tornado warning may be reissued for that, by the way, because the circulation is now outside of that current tornado warning that was just allowed to expire.
That hasn't happened in a while. Sorry about that. Anyways, we've got Bryce Shelton coming up on the screen here soon. We've got now we've got 4 people: Chris, Riley, Brad, and Bryce on the Oklahoma storm, and then the last 2 there, Mark and
A new
Nick,
tornado
they are
warning
on
has been
the
issued.
Texas storm that we've been watching so intensely, I should say. Reflectivity on the storm coming up towards Electra in Iowa Park once again looks so insane. It looks like a storm that's really about to rear up and produce a tornado. Velocity, not so much. However, that could change pretty quick here as we see the storm continue to try to ramp up. New tornado warning. Way over yonder in northern Oklahoma for this line of like a pretty much a line of storms that's coming through Granola and Foraker. Now, there is a lot of convergence here, and there's a couple different areas where a tornado could occur up and down that line. So we've got to take shelter out here in northern Oklahoma in the Foraker area. Thank you. If you guys have been watching for a while, you know the official diet of the Ryan Hall y'all stream is hamburger patties, and that's what I did have for lunch. But today, it's been such a busy week and weekend. Today calls for a little something extra. So we got blizzards here at the Weather House. Just delivered. And wow, real quick before we get back into the coverage here, I do want to shout out Andrew Ridgway for the incredible 50 gifted Ryan Hall y'all memberships. That's big. That's a lot. That's huge. And thank you so much. And congratulations to all the people who now have memberships who can join us for our members only exclusive pre-live streams. I know I've missed a lot of the the chat here. I just happened to look over and see that. If you are just now tuning in, we currently have, what do we have? 6 tornado warnings and 12 severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to take you through all of those. Right now, we're going to do another tour across America, starting in Wisconsin, ending in Texas, unless we get interrupted by some breaking weather information in between then. But first, I got to try this thing out.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Pretty good. Okay, so I've got to start way up here in Wisconsin. Okay, we currently have a severe thunderstorm warning for Pikeville, Cuba, and Jamestown in Wisconsin. It's rotating a little bit, but it's not quite rotating enough to considerably concern us about a tornado. And they actually just extended that all the way out to Darlington, Wisconsin. So that's up in Wisconsin. We're talking about inch in diameter hail and potentially 60 mile per hour winds, which is nothing to balk at. 60 mile per hour winds can cause damage. Make sure you got the trampoline tied down out there. And then also, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning just to the south and west of Cedar Rapids. Okay, also rotating a little bit, not quite enough to prompt a tornado warning, but 60 mile per hour
A new
winds,
tornado warning
inch in
has been
diameter
issued.
hail is possible there. Additionally, we have a tornado warning for Newtown, Missouri. All right, this is getting close to Iowa, but it's not quite there. It is rotating, and it's coming up towards Harris and Newtown. You guys should take shelter if you haven't already. However, the rotation is not it's not crazy. Okay, so I'm really hoping that that's going to die out soon. We do have a string of a couple strings of supercells trying to form here south of this in Missouri. If any of these get really strong, they will be in an environment that would be favorable for producing tornadoes. So we're really watching this whole area right here. We just got that new tornado warning in Kansas, Fredonia. This is seriously some of the exact areas we were talking about yesterday. Fredonia, Guilford, New Albany, Kansas, you're under a tornado warning. Pikeville, you guys are as well. Same thing for you guys in Toronto. By the way, neither of these are confirmed. This one was. They took that off. They're both radar indicated. Radar indicated tornado warning for Moline, Kansas as well. We got a radar indicated tornado warning for the Foraker area in Oklahoma, and then a huge severe thunderstorm warning that includes Ponca City here for up to 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and 1.75 inch in diameter hail. That's golf balls. Big tornado warning that goes all the way up past Marshall now to the west of Crescent and Stillwater in Oklahoma for this big rotating storm here that's going in this direction. It looks to me like this is definitely still rotating, but it might be a little bit less than what we were seeing earlier. So I don't know what's going to happen here. We've got a little bit of a interaction going on between these two cells. Sometimes that interaction can actually enhance the front cell. Sometimes it can kind of interrupt the process that would kind of normally take place to create a tornado. So maybe that's what's happening here. Regardless, Marshall, Oklahoma needs to be prepared for potentially a tornado here at some point in the future. Little severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag out here near Medicine Park, Oklahoma. It's not really rotating much, but it's producing some small hail and some gusty winds as it goes up towards Apache. Now, the bigger storms, probably the biggest storms that we have right now, are these in Texas, and they're currently going up towards Electra. In fact, Electra, you are right now experiencing some really strong winds, probably some large hail, potentially 2.75 inch in diameter hail. That's, if you ever hear that and you're like, what does that mean? It's about the size of baseballs. Also a tornado potentially trying to form here just to the south of town. That tornado would move between Iowa Park and Electra along 287 near Folks. If it forms, there's your velocity. Not seeing any tight rotation, but we do have, once again, some storm chasers on this storm, and we'll be able to look at it if something happens with that. And then 1.75 inch hail down here to the south of that as well. Seymour, you've been dodging bullets all day. We had a big tornado just go to your north earlier. But now we've got some big-time hail makers kind of floating off to your west. Eventually, this line will kind of mosey on east far enough to impact you. But it might be a little while from now before that happens. So stay tuned here. So that's pretty much the full scope of what we've got going on right now. By Marshall. Okay, Nick Gorman just reached out and said that he's going to put himself close to the storm up here near Marshall. So we will have a view of this thing after this merger happens. Got a bunch of storm chasers out there today. Close to 30 in total is who we're coordinating with.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. We are coming into Crescent. We got a view of this storm from the southeast. This storm does look pretty good structurally here. We're going to go on up to Marshall and get in front of it and see what it does as we move on to the north. But it does look a little bit better visually, structurally. So
that was the voice of Chris Hall. Thanks, Austin. I do want to say, while we're just kind of waiting on these next couple of frames to come in from the radar, instability out here in front of these storms is still really, it's there. Also, wind shear is increasing. So I don't want anybody to feel like we're near the end of this event. Don't get me wrong. We might be past the halfway point. Maybe. I don't know. But we've still got a long ways to go before we can completely let our guard down here, especially in Oklahoma. There's plenty of instability. There's maybe more storms coming into a more favorable air mass here. And the wind shear is only going to get more and more favorable for tornadoes as we go later into the evening. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. And we're going to be with you the entire time.
Hey, Ryan, we're about to hook slice this. We're coming in from Hennessy on State Highway 51, strengthening circulation just to our southeast.
Brad Arnold is saying that he's about to hook slice this storm, which means that he's going to do a maneuver where he goes through the hook and comes out the other side. Yeah, none of the halls that are storm chasers are related. Every time I look at chat, there's a question about that. Every single time. It's interesting. Hey, this is cool. Oh my gosh. That should be the last time that happens. But this is cool. These digital billboards in Oklahoma. I like that. That should be more of a thing. I like that a lot. I don't think I've really ever seen that.
I have a view of the storm in Marshall, Oklahoma.
That was the voice of Nick Gorman. Let's look at his stream. This is the storm that's approaching Marshall, Oklahoma. The one that we are currently kind of honed in on, as it is trying to produce a tornado. It's been trying for a really long time.
A new tornado warning
It's been
has been
successful
issued.
a few times. We just got a new tornado warning in Missouri. Let's fly to it. Good. Newtown, Lemons, Lucerne, Terre Haute, Midway, Quinn. All of you guys are under a new tornado warning here in Missouri. Unionville, you're almost included in that. And this is the same storm that Andy brought our attention to a while ago, I believe. And it's still rotating a little bit as it comes up here, enough to prompt a tornado warning. So take shelter if you're in any of those counties. Back to Texas. Man. We've got a couple areas
A new
of
tornado
interest now
warning
in
has
Texas.
been issued.
It's a little messy, the mode now. It's not the same as it was, where we had that one big supercell that was kind of taking up all of the ingredients in the atmosphere. But the problem is now we have two. And even though they are kind of interfering with each other, that's double
A new
the chances
tornado
of one of
warning
them
has been
trying to
issued.
actually be able to create a tornado here. So I would watch out in Iowa Park and Wichita Falls once again, and then Electra and Burke Burnett in Texas. That looks like a pretty dangerous situation right there. Kansas. New tornado warning for Cedarvale. I don't know how many times Cedarvale has been under a tornado warning today. But it's happening again. Take shelter now in Hewins, Cloverdale as well. Probably a little bit more of a concerning signature on radar back here towards Toronto, Kansas. Hopefully everybody in Toronto, Kansas is in their safe spot as well. We've got words from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I had Goodland radar up all this time, and then my mesoanalysis page started glitching, so I was distracted. But Goodland radar, sure enough, there's a tornado warning all the way up there into west central northwest Kansas now, approaching Oakley. That's more of our way back in there. I don't even know what to call that. It's just northwest of our low pressure system, just about there. So I think that is all a bunch of side lobe rotation, but it does show us that there is a rotating part of the storm, just not totally legitimate. We can infer that this is worth a tornado warning for sure, though, and I would have done the same.
Okay. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, flying us way out west here to Kansas, West Kansas, near Elkader, where we got a radar indicated tornado warning associated with this little storm back here. Let me play the loop here. Let's watch the movement. Yeah, looking like it's moving almost due north here. Eventually towards Oakley and Grinnell. So yeah, tornado warning, precautionary tornado warning for Elkader. Take shelter now. Elkader, gotcha. And this town in Oklahoma right here is Foraker, not Foraker, like I've been saying. I'm sorry. Let's check back in on our storm chaser infested storm here near Marshall. It's not doing much now. This thing has been trying for a while to produce a tornado. It hasn't been able to successfully do so. It's going to be able to try again, but right now it's kind of falling apart. But this is nowhere near the end of the life for that supercell. We continue to watch out and make sure I'm in my safe spot in Electra and Burke Burnett. And also, whoa, velocity doesn't look that great, but reflectivity here on this storm in Texas is really concerning looking. In the last little bit, it looks like a tornado might be trying to spin up here. However, we're going to wait one more frame to go too hard on that. Still, there is a tornado warning associated with this for Electra, so please take shelter now. We've also got baseball-sized hail possible with this one. Here's that excessive rain risk once again. I think that some of the biggest flooding right now that's occurring is a little bit on the northwestern side of that moderate risk there. But we do expect a lot more rain later tonight in south central and in a little bit of southeastern Oklahoma. This is going to be potentially an even more life-threatening situation than the tornado threat tonight. With the flash flooding is going to be incredibly bad if we get the amount of rain that we expect that we're going to get. And Nick Busby has a great
new
look at a
tornado
shelf
warning
cloud here.
has been issued.
They just issued a new tornado warning for the original circulation with the Electra storm. So Electra, Texas is under 2 tornado warnings essentially. One of them is for that new cell that's kind of spinning up right now. And then the other one was just now issued for the circulation that's basically over Electra at this moment. So Burke Burnett, get back to shelter. Grandfield, you guys too.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another new tornado warning in Missouri. We've got 10 tornado warnings right now. This one's going to include Millgrove, Topsy, Wintersville, Harris, and Spickard. And there's a decent amount of rotation right here between Shot and Tyndall. That could mean that there's a tornado forming and moving up towards Spickard, Half Rock, Millgrove, Topsy, and Harris. Take shelter now. There continues to be a tornado warning for Lucerne, Lemons, and Unionville as well up here in Missouri. There also continues to be a tornado warning for Toronto, Kansas, and Guilford, Kansas. And also Hewins, Kansas, and areas just east of Foraker, Oklahoma. Of course, we also have our tornado warning for Marshall, Oklahoma, which is where a lot of our storm chasers are right now. And then we've got our collection of tornado warnings associated with our storms here, moving through Electra and up towards Burke-Burnett. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, look at the Goodland radar. You can see a blip to the south of the tornado warning, already rotating a significant amount. So very impressive amount of vorticity ongoing in the atmosphere down here. And again, I would not be surprised if these storms produce tornadoes, since we're looking at them 4,500 feet above the surface here. And they have that sort of look to them also in an environment that's very heavily sheared at the surface, especially. So I just about bet that somebody is seeing a nice clear look at a tornado as well. These tend to be highly visible over in this region and around this part of the low pressure center.
Wow. Thank you very much, Andy. We've got a major blip here just to the south of our tornado warning near Elkader. This is actually competing with the presentation that we saw from our blip from April 15th. But Elkader, you guys are still under a tornado warning, and you guys need to take shelter. We might see another storm kind of evolve out of this blip here soon. Because remember, guys, every storm starts out as a blip. Man, the hail core on our Texas storm down here moving up towards Electra is really, really cranking. Big hail, lots of rain, damaging winds are going to be possible here. Once again, that's baseball-sized hail. And then also the rotation is picking up a little bit to the east of Electra. You can see that we've got a lot of inbound winds here. We'll see what happens in the near future here as this storm tries to deal with the interaction that's happening with the big storm to the south. This could be a situation where we see a quick, uptick in rotation with this storm right here. Nick Gorman and Brett Adair seem to have something on their feeds, and they're up there towards Marshall. So let's pull them up full. This is a live view from Brett Adair near Marshall, Oklahoma. There definitely is a supercell here that's rotating. The rotation doesn't look nearly as good as it did earlier, but this is one of the more impressive looking real life, features we've seen on the storm in a minute, I guess. Nick's got it. Brad Arnold's got it. Nick, Brett, Bryce Shelton. We've got multiple angles here of the storm as it moves up towards Marshall, Oklahoma. You guys are under a tornado warning, so make sure you are in your safe spots. all the way up there towards Hayward, Oklahoma as well. There must have been some sort of sudden cellular outage right where all those guys are, because they all froze at the exact same time. Are you doing that, Chandra? Okay. Okay, yeah, we got him back now. Yes, I saw somebody in chat ask about Kansas City. Kansas City is under a tornado watch tonight until about midnight. Let's go back over here and check in on our blip. It is blipping. That's for sure. Hold on.
Every storm starts out as a blip, a little bitty blip, taking moisture from the ground, call it a double dip, but I don't give a flip. Little blips, they can rip, you can feel it in your hip. Never underestimate a blip.
Never underestimate a blip. Once again, this is a good reminder to also remind you that Elkader, Kansas back here, is under a tornado warning. Olaf the Black says, you need to make blip merch. As someone who lives in Kansas City, I've got my go bags packed, but I'm hoping, yeah, I'm hoping that nothing bad happens. We do, believe it or not, there is such a thing as blip merch. It exists. If you're just
A new
now
tornado
tuning in,
warning
if you
has
just
been
now
issued.
tuned in during the blip song, you had to be there. But, you know, if you are here for some weather information, I do have some weather information for you, okay? Burke Burnett and Grandfield, along the border of Texas and Oklahoma, is under a tornado warning, all right? And then we have this big string of supercells training over these same areas over and over again, north and west of Seymour. And now we've got a huge flash flood warning associated with that as well. That's going to cause some big problems out here, I think. Brad Arnold. Brad Arnold, once again, is right underneath where the tornado should be. And so is Nick Gorman. Nick Gorman currently is on the road here, Highway 74, right underneath where the updraft is rotating and would generally try to cause a tornado if it was going to happen. I don't see one right now. But you can see that Brad's on that same road. Nick Busby is in Holiday, Texas, pointing his camera back towards those storms that are causing the flash flooding a little bit to the north and west of Seymour. Also, this is, we do have a tornado warning back here as well. I really don't think that he would, from his vantage point, I don't think he would be able to see the rotating part very well. But we do have an SLC there, a scientific term known as the scary looking cloud. Mm-mm. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I just about bet that the most amazing tornado ever is taking place south of Marenthal and southeast of Leoti in northwest Kansas, just over fields and fields of farmland, in west central Kansas, that is. Think right in that that furthest south part of the line there, and in that a little reflectivity blob, that there's probably a tornado going on there.
Wow.
Bet it's beautiful.
I bet you're right. I don't know. I don't think I haven't seen anything yet. There, every storm chaser in America is probably in Oklahoma right now. But yeah, I would say you're right. These are probably producing very photogenic tornadoes out in the middle of empty fields right now. So yeah, that's why we have a couple of tornado warnings back here in West Kansas. West Kansas, south and east of Goodland. Incredible stuff. Continuing to watch the big storm move towards Holiday, Texas. From Nick Busby and his vantage point. There is a little bit of a rotating part of the storm to the south and west of Iowa Park and south of Electra. That this could be, he could be pointing his camera towards that for us, but it's not rotating enough to where I think it's going to produce a tornado anytime soon. Can you tell me more about the tornado in Kansas? My grandma is in a bath near Fall River Lake. Yeah. So first of all, as of right now, there is only one tornado warning in Kansas. And it's for extreme south. Well, I'm sorry. There's 3 tornado warnings in Kansas. 2 of them are in West Kansas. I don't think that's what you're talking about. But there's one tornado warning down here for Cloverdale, Cedarvale, and Sedan. That one's going to be allowed to expire in 10 minutes. But it is, probably going to be reissued here soon for Hale and Grafton at some point. Fall River Lake, I believe that's up here north of Fredonia. That storm, the tornado warning with that has been allowed to expire. Okay, but we do still have a severe thunderstorm warning for a tornado possible and a 1-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, at least for the next 54 minutes. Up here in Missouri, we do have 2 more tornado warnings. There's a couple different areas of rotation here. But the rotation doesn't look nearly as concerning as it did earlier, so that's good. But things could change. So in Topsy, Newtown, Lucerne, and Unionville in Missouri, we need to be in our safe spots. Also, these little cells that have been pointing out a couple times during the stream here have really matured a lot. They picked up steam as they come up towards Chillicothe. Those
A new
might be
tornado warning
storms
has
that we
been
really
issued.
have to watch here soon, as they might start rotating a little bit more. And we've got another tornado warning west of Scott City, Kansas. Way over here in West Kansas, we've got these little storms that are kind of producing tornadoes on the backside of our low pressure system. More than likely very photogenic and visible tornadoes. If you're on Highway 83 out here going south, and you look out your passenger side window, you probably see a breathtaking view there. But this actually does contain the community of Modoc, Kansas. So you guys should really be taking shelter if you're in the tornado warning. So take shelter now. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, I just want to issue a subtle.
A new PDS
reminder
tornado
here.
warning has been
Well,
issued.
Let me talk about this first.
Okay.
I just want to issue a subtle reminder here that half of the greatest risk, and that includes for tornadoes today, that's in the outlook put out by the Storm Prediction Center, isn't even in a tornado watch yet. So we still have a long way to go today, and for the area at peak risk today for severe weather, including tornadoes. So do not, whatever
A
we're
new tornado
covering, and
warning
if there
has been
even is
issued.
a downtime at all, don't take that as it means like, today's over and this and that. We're like barely or not even halfway done given that information. So we still have all of Oklahoma City to cover, all the way down through eastern half of North Texas that's in the moderate risk, and all the way up through Tulsa and Oklahoma, and even up into Joplin and Missouri. So like a lot of the areas today have not even begun their severe weather coverage yet. We haven't even begun the coverage for you yet. So there is still a lot to go. Have us up all day and continue to have us as like a back of the mind thought, so that you can let people know what's happening, even if nothing happens over the next hour. We still have 5 or 6 hours. So let that be a word of advice and caution.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy, for reminding us. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. We're going to be here for that much longer, and possibly even a couple hours longer than that. A total of potentially 10 hours or more here covering these storms, because this is going to be a long event, and we are once again not even at the halfway point yet. So nobody, we've had some time to eat a Dairy Queen Blizzard and play the Blip song. That doesn't mean that the event is over. You know what I mean? So just make sure you're still paying very close attention, especially if you're in the Oklahoma City area, points east, and everybody associated with these warnings as well. So while hold on. Wait, what? Okay. So while we were talking there, we did get a couple of new tornado warnings. I do want to mention that Sedan and Peru, Grafton, and Hale are all under tornado warnings. This is, a pretty dangerous situation. You got to get to shelter there in Chautauqua County in Kansas. Okay. I don't necessarily see anything personally that it jumps out to me. However, this is like a really bad area to try to monitor the radar. We're in a little bit of a radar hole, but you can see that there's a large area here of convergence between inbound and outbound winds, and a bunch of different areas where tornadoes could happen. That's why we have this giant tornado conglomerate here from the National Weather Service. But yeah, take shelter, especially if you're in Elgin, Sedan, Grafton, Hale, these places in Kansas. Tornado warning continues for Unionville, Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now we got a new tornado warning in Texas, not including Wichita Falls, but it is just a little bit to the west of Wichita Falls. Now this includes Iowa Park. This continues to look like a very intense supercell.
A new tornado
however,
warning
the
has
velocity
been issued.
does show a little bit of less rotation than what we were seeing earlier, but you should still be in your safe spots in Iowa Park and Burke Burnett. Newest warning there in Kansas for Buffalo, Kansas. Take shelter. This is eventually going to go up towards Humboldt. We're back to 10 tornado warnings. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, right. Impressively enough, the one that's right on the Red River of Texas and Oklahoma, they're closest to Frederick radar. I think the anticyclonic rotation is actually strongest, most consolidated right there. So there's a possibility of a tornado that spins the other way, right there to the east of Haynesville and north of the 240 highway there. In northwestern Wichita County, Texas. And of course, another one we have to watch in that huge flash flood warning is back at Knox City again. I think we can see that best from the Abilene radar, the radar near Abilene. So that might give us another look at that southern supercell that would kind of classify as our tail end Charlie. I'll call it our southwestern end Sam storm there. So new name for that one.
I love it. Thank you, Andy. Our southwestern end Sam storm here is right in between Knox City and Monday, which is a place that we were talking about a lot earlier as we had that huge supercell producing a tornado a couple hours ago. Now we've got another pretty strong storm here. Trying to hook up and do the same thing maybe as it goes back up towards Monday and Gore in Texas.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
We got a new tornado watch that includes portions of Iowa, Illinois, and Wisconsin, it seems. Yeah, look at this. New tornado watch that includes Burlington, Cedar Rapids, Dubuque, not quite up to Madison, Wisconsin, and just a little bit north and east of Kirksville, Missouri. Tornado watch. So we've got tornadic potential all across the U.S. here in the middle section, from Wisconsin now all the way down into Texas. And we are broadcasting to you from Eastern Kentucky. It's currently 23Z, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, 5 Mountain, 4 Pacific. And like I said earlier, we're going to be going quite some time before we're done here. Because we're going to be tracking these storms all the way past Oklahoma City through Tulsa. Eventually into the Joplin, Missouri area, maybe even into portions of Arkansas. So we're still not even halfway in. We're down to 5 tornado warnings. And we still have a team of some of the best storm chasers in the world, giving us live feeds from around Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas right now. But at this moment, I don't think that we have a tornado down on the ground at this very moment. If we do, it's going to be in this storm over here coming into to Sedan and Peru and Kansas. Also, you know, it might be the one that's coming over here towards a Bollinger Landing in northeast Oklahoma, north and west of Bartlesville. But, you know, the radar's showing some broad rotation there, but I don't necessarily see a huge signature right now. So we've got a bunch of radar indicated tornado warnings and a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm hoping that we continue to see a little bit, you know, that total tornado warning number lower. I hope we continue to see that for quite some time. But I do think that we're going to see another uptick here at some point.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. If you want a view of the Chaser convergence line coming east out of this previously tornado warned cell, my golly.
Chris Hall's got Chaser convergence on his feed. If you can look at that, Chandra, and see if we can pull that up. But whenever you hear them talk about Chaser convergence, what we're talking about is just the massive amount of chasers who are literally causing traffic jams out here as they are trying to look at water vapor spinning around, which obviously we understand it. Like, I get it. But there's a lot of people who are, especially whenever these risks happen in Oklahoma, there's a lot of disaster and tornado tourists out there who, you know, it can sometimes cause a pretty dangerous situation. No. Storm chaser Zach Hall is telling me that he's headed south for the storms that are crossing the Red River. So he's way up there near Chickasha, Oklahoma, and he's actually going to go all the way down towards Lawton and Geronimo to try to intercept some of these storms that are coming out of Texas into Oklahoma. Every time we have a new scan here that comes through on the radar, we do see something that looks a little bit more organized here on the rotation south and east of Elgin, north and west of Bartlesville. This is in northern Oklahoma. So I'm watching that storm probably most intensely right now. If you're in Bollingerville or Hula in Oklahoma or Chautauqua in southern Kansas, you should really watch out for this storm. Also, wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a continuation of the tornado warning up here near Chanute for Humboldt, Kansas. That rotation is not let up really. We're in a little bit of a radar hole, so we can't really see it, but you can tell that they're probably going to try to continue that warning up for Humboldt, Kansas here soon. And yeah, once again, Olaf, we do have the blip stuff. It is there. Catherine Joy, thank you so much for that. Larry Powers, thanks for becoming an official sponsor. How's the storm going into Wichita Falls? Well, Mr. Moo, let's go check on that for you. The storm coming into Wichita Falls is really kind of non-existent right now. We don't have a storm coming right into Wichita Falls, but there is a storm to the north and west of Wichita Falls that has a tornado warning associated with it. And that's going more towards the Burke-Burnett area, but the rotation is not very intense right now, so that's good news. I am concerned about what I'm seeing, though. If you really look at this segment of precipitation, I thought we were going to have more of a linear mode of storms here, but now what I see very clearly is 3, maybe 4 separate supercells that are kind of separated from each other here, and they're going to continue to go up into Oklahoma and enter a more favorable environment to where tornadoes are certainly going to be possible this evening. So keep that in mind. These storms are probably going to be ones that we have to watch all the way up there towards Lawton and areas south of Oklahoma City later.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. When you got a minute.
Well, you always got a minute for Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Ryan, me and Riley have something to tell you, and it may be the biggest thing right now. So if you look just west of OKC, we have a blip.
We have a blip just west of Oklahoma City. There's actually a couple of blips here. Once again, we've been waiting to see if there's going to be new convection. Riley, thank you and Chris, thank you for reporting the blip. Very important stuff. But we've been wondering if there's going to be new convection that pops up in this area, and there is. We see the beginning stages of maybe new storms popping up here between Hobart and Altus, all the way up here just west of El Reno in Oklahoma City. So now our attention's going to kind of go towards some of that as well, as if that stuff blows up into some big storms, we could be looking at another situation where tornadic activity is going to be more possible there. Our farthest north and east severe thunderstorm warning right now is way up here in Wisconsin. It's for Argyle, Pottsville, New Glarus, and Exeter in Wisconsin. And it's actually rotating enough to have a tornado possible tag on it. 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-size hail is going to be the main threat, though. Our southwesternmost severe thunderstorm warning is way down here in Texas for Seymour and Monday in Texas. It's also rotating enough to be watched for maybe the potential for a tornado in the future. So just really interesting stuff happening in a very large area here. Probably some of the more intense rotation that we can see right now is on the border between Kansas and Oklahoma. What in the world's Brandon Clement got here? Now that is an SLC if I've ever seen one. That's a good one. That scared me. Lots of yeah, I know. Lots of rising, condensation there from Brandon Clement's point of view. SLC stands for scary looking cloud, y'all. A huge shout out to Ryan Kelly for the kind words there. Says Ryan and Andy, I respect what y'all are doing a lot. As someone that went to school for meteorology, you are informative and helpful without creating hysteria and panic. This is the future of weather coverage, and you are making it happen now and saving lives.
A new tornado
Really
warning
appreciate
has
that.
been issued.
New tornado warning. Guess where? Kansas. It's going to be associated with the rotation that we've been tracking for quite some time now. Honestly, it's been riding the Oklahoma-Kansas border forever, and it's now moving up towards Peru and hail and Neotes. So y'all should take shelter, okay? The Noble County storm is also looking more and more, I guess, impressive as far as like its actual physical appearance goes. So we're also keeping a very close eye on it for y'all. Probably put Freddie in one. Now, Noble County, Oklahoma, which is where all these storm chasers are, this is the same storm that tried to produce a tornado down there near Hinton earlier. And it's still going, and it's still rotating enough to actually show us a little bit of a lowering here. And all the storm chasers are still sending us a video of that. We don't have currently a tornado warning or even a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning associated with this, but this is expected to drop some big hail in Marland and Red Rock, and of course we're watching that little, protruding part of the storm for rotation. Oh my gosh. Justin Peternell. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. Also, just gifted 50 Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. That's 100 people now who have gotten just a random free membership. Does everybody say thank you to Justin? That's huge. We have something like we've got thousands of members now. Well, I remember when we first started the channel, we had like 30 for a long time, and you know it was great. But now the members only live streams are insane. Like we had a couple thousand people watching the members only live stream before this one started. So welcome aboard, y'all. Welcome aboard. Thank you, and thank you to Justin. Ooh. Do you want to show that off? All right. Check this out, y'all. Oh my goodness, that looks great. Yeah, enjoy it, man. Michael Beard is in Holiday, Texas. He's back on the move. You can see him going back towards one of those storms there that's prompting the tornado warning near Burke Burnett. That storm has continuously looked like it's about to produce a tornado for a while. It hasn't, and you know it still looks like it's about to. So once this crosses the Red River into Oklahoma, I think it's going to enter a little bit more of a favorable environment, and we'll see what happens then. Freddie McKinney's showing us once again that same storm up there near Noble County, Oklahoma. The areas where I guess the there's
A new
some
tornado
pretty
warning has
favorable
been issued.
ingredients in place for tornadoes over the next little bit are going to be right in here in front of our storms coming up through Wichita Falls. Also, there's a decent environment in place right around Oklahoma City. There's currently no storms there to really take advantage of that, though. And then a slightly less favorable, but still somewhat favorable environment all the way up, you know, through southeast Kansas up into Missouri. And then, of course, we have this stuff up here in northern Missouri, which continues to prompt tornado warnings. Brookfield, Meadville, take shelter. You got a radar-indicated tornado warning. That storm doesn't look incredibly strong, but it's certainly enough to pay attention to. So yeah, those are the areas that I'm really looking at over the next little bit as far as where the most intense weather might be. But that zone will change over time. Those zones, I should say. Hey Ryan, I'm sitting here watching with my father. and he would like to know how many monitors you have. I don't know. Let's find out together. One, two, three, four. Four. That's the main thing. But technically, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. You know, if you count the ones that are behind me and in front of me. I'll throw up the two of you. Are you kidding? I don't know. I really don't know what's causing that. But this is a view of Nick and Michael Beard, both on different storms here. But, well, actually, they're on basically the same storm. Nick and Michael are on that tornado-warned storm down here near Wichita Falls, okay? And they've got a really good view of it. So we're about to see, you know, what's going on with the rotating part of the storm.
South on Interstate 35, we're going to go for the storms that are coming up from Texas. It's going to be a little while till we get there, but we're going to try to get those. I think that's your best chance of tornado potential. They're heading into a very good environment. Storm mode is obviously a question, but we'll see. We'll be down there in probably about an hour or two.
Okay, Brad Arnold's also going to be heading south. Looks like a lot of the storm chasers that have descended on the Oklahoma City area are deciding to go south and see what happens with these storms in Texas as they come across the Red River into southern portions of Oklahoma, which is probably not a bad idea if you're a storm chaser.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning in Kansas. That's back there with our on the northwest side of that low pressure center, where we are seeing an outbreak of probably very photogenic and mostly small tornadoes. This one, if it's producing a tornado right now, it's probably going to go over Highway 83. So watch out if you are traveling between Scott City and Elkader. Yeah, this is a wild looking storm. But they're trying to get up there in that part of the storm that's heading towards Burke Burnett. That is, you know, kind of hooking a little bit on reflectivity to give us a better view of what's going on there. Right now, it looks like a giant spaceship. It does look like there's a big hole in that storm, doesn't it? Like that's the eye or something. You can see a pretty good view of the actual shelf cloud there from Michael Beard's point of view. But these guys are getting really close to this thing, and I think what we're looking at here is just the rotating edge of the big part of the precipitation that's now coming out to the south of Clara. So we're looking at this part of the storm here. Back up to Kansas, we do have a couple of tornado warnings up here. I want to make sure we don't abandon this area. The rotation is let up a little bit, but we still have broad areas of rotation all up and down this line from Elk City to Neotes, Havana, Independence, and Sycamore, Kansas. You guys need to watch out. We've got some severe thunderstorm warnings for Humboldt. Quarter-size hail, 60 miles per hour winds are possible. And then we've got some stronger storms south of Overland Park and Kansas City. Same thing, some small hail and some gusty winds are possible with those. One remaining tornado warning in Missouri right now. The rotation is not as impressive as it was before, so that's good news. But Laclede and Brookfield in Missouri need to be in their safe spots. A strong potentially damaging line of wind is moving through southeastern portions of Iowa right now, through Okaloosa and Centerville. Ottumwa and Bloomfield, you're next in line for the potentially quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds that are coming through. A couple of supercells going through areas north and west of Dubuque. That's rotating near Dyersville. Inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and we also have some rotating storms near Argyle and Monticello in Wisconsin, and that's rotating enough to actually have a tornado possible tag on it there from the National Weather Service. So we've got storms going all the way up to the Great Lakes as well. Wow. That's crazy. North of Milwaukee here, we have strong storms probably producing hail going all the way across Lake Michigan. We might see those reach all the way over to Michigan before too long. Cope says, I love your coverage. I'm disappointed, though, that more chasers aren't covering Kansas. I get those areas are low population, but only seeing the radar is hard. I think the reason why probably less people are in Kansas today is it has nothing to do with the population. These guys go anywhere, and they actually prefer it when there's less people that live there. But it's just the conditions were more favorable for tornadoes down here in Oklahoma. So that's why most of the storm chasers chose to go there. I get what you're saying, though. I wish we had, somebody on every single storm that popped up ever. Our most impressive supercell right now is the one that's being chased by Michael Beard and Nick Busby here, so that's why we're kind of focused in on them.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning up there in Kansas. Let's fly to it. Is that the new one? No, the new one's over here. Independence, Sycamore, you guys are now under a new tornado warning. Elk City, you guys as well. Rotation here, it looks slightly more impressive than it did just a moment ago, but it's still not anything certain, right? The reason they issued this big warning is likely just as a precautionary measure, just in case the storm produces a tornado, because it is capable of it. So you all should take shelter because of that. Let me show you guys something real quick on the thing that we reluctantly look at every once in a while, the HRRR. Oh, oops. Hold on. Anyways, I'm trying to zoom in on this here. Okay, this is a simulated forecast model that takes us through the rest of the night. Okay, essentially, I just want to show you one thing. Okay, we've got a lot of nadir juice out there right now, or ingredients that could potentially lead to the formation of tornadoes. We're talking about convective available potential energy, storm relative helicity, blah 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 blah. But like, we'll put it all into a composite parameter here, and it makes it really easy to visualize. Look what happens as I go into the future. Here we are around 6 or 7 p.m. Central, and then let's go just 3 hours into the future. Boom, you see a massive expansion of those favorable ingredients here, all up and down the corridor where storms will be convecting. In fact, this was right around the Oklahoma City area where storms would actually be meeting the greater significant tornado parameter values late tonight around 9 or 10 p.m. So it's currently 6:34 Central. And yeah, things actually continue to get more intense all the way through midnight, and things really don't start calming down until 1 a.m. or so. So remember, here we are right now. This is the rest of the night. So I just want to hopefully put that into perspective for you. We do have a lot more to go here as far as our favorable ingredients for tornadoes go. Yeah, and unfortunately, that means that there could be some nocturnal tornadoes tonight. New severe thunderstorm warning for Randlet, Granfield, and Walters up there in Oklahoma. We're now officially getting warnings for this Texas storm in Oklahoma. That's going to be a tornado possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Considerable severe in Iowa. Williamsburg, North English, Sigourney, Keota, Iowa. Expect 1 inch in diameter hail, which is about quarter sized, and potentially even winds over 70 miles per hour, which is an upper echelon severe thunderstorm warning. They only issue those whenever we expect more damaging winds than usual. Dennis Hayden, thank you for the very generous super chat there, man. You didn't have to do that. And Richard, thanks for becoming a member. Also, I almost missed it. Actually, I think I did miss it. Hold on. Thank you, Matthew Raspberry, for becoming a member there. Also, we've got a couple of different new severe thunderstorm warnings that are coming out as well. One of them has got that tornado possible tag up here in Wisconsin. Get ready for that as it comes towards Evansville and the areas between Madison and Janesville. That's going to be a strong storm with some pretty big hail. They allowed that tornado, never mind, I thought the tornado warning expired there in Burke Burnett, but it's going to continue for 7 more minutes. It'll be interesting to see if they decide to continue that into Oklahoma, because I think they should. Duval, Randlet, you guys in Oklahoma are probably going to end up under a tornado warning here at some point soon. Also, I want to say a huge shout out to my wife, the weather wife, Stephanie Thacker, who I missed it earlier, but she gifted 50 more Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. So we've got like 150 or 200, I think, new members to the channel now, completely gifted by other people. So congratulations to those that got free memberships, and huge shout out to my lovely wife, Stephanie, who's at home with Echo and Otto. They're probably watching the stream right now. This storm is looking more impressive, though, on velocity. It's been looking impressive on the, on the reflectivity, but now it's looking better and better on velocity. So it might actually start rotating enough to prompt a new tornado warning here soon.
Has been issued.
Oh my goodness! Look at this. Newest tornado warning. We're gonna have to fly there. All the way over here in Wisconsin. This is the storm that we were just talking about. In Monticello and Albany. A little bit of rotation, okay, here in the part of the storm that is associated with this little hook that's coming off here. So, precautionary tornado warning for Albany. Y'all should take shelter just in case. Even without the tornado, it's possible that you get some quarter-sized hail over there. You don't want to be, you don't want to be around windows and stuff while that's going on. So go ahead and take shelter. Amelia Black, thank you for that. Got a tiny little sliver of a tornado warning left here in Burke Burnett. That circulation is just about to move outside of the tornado warning polygon. So if we're going to see a new tornado warning here for Duval and Randlet here soon, it's going to happen within the next couple of minutes.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. You have a copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so the Chaser convergence has been at this gas station forever now, but we are now looking at a storm to our due west that has absolutely exploded over the past little bit. It is actually looking decent. It does show a bit of a inflow uptick on velocity, so we're watching this. If it does turn right in the next little bit, it is going to be in a favorable environment. So that's one to watch. If it doesn't turn right, it's going to get pulled into the cold pool, and it's probably just going to fizzle out or turn into a hail producer. But that's the one that we're watching right now, as it's going to be moving right towards us right now. Actually, it's in the view of the shot here in front of us, so we're watching that right now.
Okay, so Chris Hall has got a shot of this storm that we're watching now forming west of Perry. So that is a new development there. And it is organizing very quickly into a supercell. So we'll have to watch that one as it's also starting to, maybe form a little bit of a mesocyclone there between Covington and Perry. Also, the rotation might be picking up a little bit on our storm just north of that near Ponca City. I would be watching out maybe between Ponca and Kaw City in Oklahoma. They might try to issue a new warning for that at some point. If not, hail and wind are going to be a big problem with that as they go up towards Ponca City in the next little bit. Independence, Sycamore, Kansas, you're still under a tornado warning. There's been one pesky little tornado warning floating around up here in Missouri all day. This one is going to be allowed to expire in 1 minute. We might have a moment where we don't have a tornado warning in Missouri. However, there are a ton of little pockets of rotation out here that could be warned at any moment. We're watching them. Don't you worry. And then we've got that precautionary tornado warning for Albany, Wisconsin out there as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for parts of Kansas City. Small hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. Lee Summit, Raytown, Blue Springs. You guys get ready for that. Also, we just had a new tornado warning issued. They did it. They pulled the trigger on a new tornado warning for Duval, Randlet, and Walters in Oklahoma on our big nasty storm that's now coming out of Texas. It's just about to cross over. The rotating part is just about to cross over the Red River into Oklahoma now. Looks like a nasty supercell on radar. We do have storm chasers on that one. Bob Pack, Eric Toll, and Nick Busby, all three are on that major storm coming out of Texas and into Oklahoma now. Huge mesocyclone on this one. Zach Hall, once again, is also telling me that he's on his way to this storm. He's not quite there yet, but he should have a view of it soon.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. Interesting feature now to our southwest.
The storm that Chris is on is this one. Okay, and it is taking the appearance of a developing supercell on radar. We will certainly take a look at his feed whenever this becomes a little bit more mature, and we've got a view of it. So if this decides that it's going to try to drop a tornado here anytime soon, Chandra's watching this and making sure that we have it up for you whenever that comes. Also, I do want to reiterate that the Ponca City storm is also trying to spin a little bit more. But hail and wind are going to be the biggest threat as it goes through Ponca City over the next little bit. With or without a tornado, you're going to have a big problem with wind and hail there in Duval and Randlet here soon. Golf ball sized hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds. New severe thunderstorm watch just got issued as well. Let me show you that. Severe thunderstorm watch all the way over to Milwaukee and Kenosha. This includes Madison. 3.2 million people, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible, scattered hail up to 2 inches in diameter, and a couple tornadoes possible. I wish we had a farther zoomed out view of this storm coming out of Burke Burnett now. And probably an incredible, oh, here we go. Bob Pack's doing it for us. There we go. Incredible shelf cloud, mothership looking supercell coming out of Texas now into Oklahoma. And look at the lightning uptick that we're seeing in there. Tons of lightning in that storm now coming into Duval. And look, there goes the Dominator and Reed Timmer. Did you guys see that? We just saw the Dominator. Driving right into that thing. And look at how fast it's moving. That's a that's an eerie view right there. And you can clearly see how lightning activity is picking up over time. Interesting feature with the supercell here. The bottom side is, you know, there's a big line of storms that's kind of trying to push out in front of this thing. If this can hold on to itself here and not get overtaken, if the inflow doesn't get closed off by the rain-cooled winds that come out from this storm here, this could be something that actually enhances the circulation. So we'll see what happens. We've got a live view of it here from our storm chasers, and we're watching it on radar. This is probably the most powerful storm that we're dealing with right now, so it's important that we talk about it for the people in Duval and Randlet and all these places that are about to be hit by this storm in Oklahoma. We do have other storms. Okay. 3 tornado warnings. Almost 20 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. And yeah, the lightning is just prolific with our storm here near Duval, Oklahoma. Chandra, let's change those locations to either Duval or Randlet, Oklahoma. I think that's where they all are now. Very close to, anyways. Justin J, yeah, the chair is I don't know, it is very comfortable. I don't know exactly what the brand is, but it's a good chair. It's got to be. I spent a lot of time in it. Herman Miller. Yeah, that's what it is. Little funnel cloud also visible from Chris's storm here. We've been watching that. I don't think it's as visible as it was. Yeah, there it is. It's right behind his rear view mirror.
I think we have a potential funnel cloud now on our storm.
If we
definitely
move the
a
camera
pretty
just
decent
a
lowering.
little
We're going to
bit.
go north with it here pretty shortly.
I swear it's right behind that. Now it's behind that hill. But yeah, there is a little bit of a lowering there and he's on a storm farther up in Oklahoma near Perry. Okay, so this storm's starting to spin quite a bit, and it's trying to produce a funnel as it approaches places like, honestly, it's in a pretty rural area, but it's approaching the areas between Red Rock and Perry, and where Highway 64 and Interstate 35 intersect. Hopefully he can turn us back around to that. Almost. We're almost there. There it is. Okay. Yeah, so we've got a little bit of an interesting feature there on our storm that's coming into the areas north of Perry, Oklahoma. On radar, we do see the velocities showing a little bit more of the rotation, and also it continues to look like a developing supercell on reflectivity. We've got the hook. It looks like a storm that would try to produce a tornado. So we're following it intensely here with Chris and Nick Gorman as they continue to show us what's going on. I think Riley is also on that storm, maybe. I don't know if his location is correct on my end, but we'll check in with all of them. But man, Bob Pack has an amazing view of the big-time shelf cloud that's coming out of Texas now into Oklahoma in the Randlet area. Also, Zach Hall is getting close to that storm, too. The blip's doing it, yep. A couple different things that we got to watch out for here with our storm coming out of Burke Burnett into Randlet up to Cookietown and Walters in Oklahoma is we've got some strong winds and
New
some,
information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, We've got some strong winds. I'm going to go over that right here in a second, but we've got some really strong winds and some convergence, some rotation coming up towards Randlet. And we also have on the back side of where that rotation is kind of fallen in behind the convection there, a little bit of a vortex right up next to Deval. It's loved spelled backwards. And that might be producing a tornado there. So once again, we just saw a PDS tornado warning come across the screen here. That is for this storm. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take shelter now. Now, usually, when there's a PDS tornado warning, we will have some sort of big debris ball or a correlation coefficient drop to track along with that. I don't see anything like that right now. However, I do see a very strong and concerning looking storm. This is not a small storm signature here. This big area of strong winds is probably about to do some damage near Randlet and Cookietown, and then we do have the very real chance of seeing a tornado occurring here near Deval with this couplet right here. But yeah, you can see very clearly that it is the lightning is still picking up with this storm and pretty intensely. We'll throw up the multi-view here so we can see everybody. Zach Hall has had a couple of cloud-to-ground strikes in front of him. And there are, I think, Nick, Eric, Bob, Zach, all those guys are on the same storm there. The one that just got the PDS tornado warning issued for it. Yeah, Reed is he's on the very storm that we're looking at right now. We literally just saw the Dominator drive into that. Oh, and it looks like they might have seen a little bit of a funnel not too long ago inside of that storm there. So this thing is definitely rotating enough to produce a tornado right inside that this area right here. But I don't know if the cell is going to be able to handle this huge RFD surge here. The inflow zone might get completely blocked off here if that continues to happen. It is going to cause some really serious damaging winds in the Randlet area, potentially up into Cookietown as well. But I don't know if the supercell is going to be able to maintain itself. Hopefully it doesn't, because this could be a pretty long track kind of a tornado producer. Yeah, if you look at Zach Hall's stream, he's pointed in a good spot to show some of the cloud-to-ground lightning strikes that are occurring with this storm. If you're just now tuning in, we do have several tornado warnings.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. This thing's really going to try to
the most.
Thank-
We'll play that again here in a second. But the most important one, I guess, is probably the one that we're watching down here that we have the storm chaser views of, because it's a pretty strong storm capable of doing damage even without a tornado. However, we do have other. Actually, no, we don't. This is our only tornado warning right now. I thought we still had that one in Kansas, but we are down to one tornado warning. Thank goodness. I don't think that's going to last long. I think we're going to have another period of, where we have a lot of tornado warnings here soon. But for the moment, we only have one tornado warning, but we have a bunch, over 20 severe thunderstorm warnings to be exact. Let me listen to Chris's message again. Never mind. It's not working.
Hey, Ryan. I think we have a potential funnel cloud now on our storm. Definitely a pretty decent lowering. We're going to go north with it here pretty shortly.
Okay, so Riley Dibble is on that same storm. This is the one south of Ponca City, south and west of Ponca City, north of Perry. It is rotating enough to support the idea that we've got a funnel cloud here. So I definitely see the reason why they're going after this one. No tornado warning with this, though, as of right now.
Hey, Ryan. Sorry, I had horrible service. I'm in the middle of nowhere. But if this if this storm does try to do it, I think it's going to try to do it here pretty soon.
So we're watching the Perry, Oklahoma storm, the storm just north of Perry, and we're also watching this Randlet and Walter storm just south in southwestern Oklahoma as well, which it still has a PDS tornado warning on it. I'm not sure that we have a tornado with this, but regardless, every tornado warning we should be taking seriously. So all the way up to Walters, Oklahoma, you should be in your safe spots. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Good enough pattern recognition here on this convergence signature on the Perry, Oklahoma storm in areas north to where I think a preemptive tornado warning before this really starts to rotate is more than warranted, especially with the shower in the inflow region there. That's quite the look. Each new frame just shows a continued acceleration on both sides of our circulation there, so I would not be surprised if this does get tornado warned and or continue to a state in which it gets tornado warned.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is the storm that Riley and Chris are on, and now Tyler Kurtz as well. We are watching this the rotation here pick up quickly as it goes up towards Marland and Red Rock, Oklahoma. This is the storm north of Perry once again. I want to pull up Zach Hall's feed full here because, man, he's of course he had a really good view there, but I think he's repositioning now. We'll go back to him whenever he turns back around. Tyler Kurtz, though, has a really good view of the storm down there north of Perry. And this is what we're watching right now as far as the next storm that might receive a tornado warning in Oklahoma. Stanton County, Kansas is under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And we're continuing to watch the incredible lightning show here from the southwestern Oklahoma storm moving up towards Walters. So basically, two of the most impressive looking storms are both in Oklahoma right now. We do have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings in and around Kansas City. You guys are probably hearing the thunder, the lightning, and all that stuff. Nothing tornadic going on anywhere near Kansas City right now. Just some heavy rain, maybe some stronger winds the farther east you go towards Belton, Lee Summit, and Grain Valley, and some very small hail all around east Kansas. That's all we're dealing with right now. Same thing up here in Missouri, Brookfield, Marceline. We do have some small hail and some winds occurring there as well. The tornado warning in Wisconsin has been allowed to expire. But we got a little bit of rotation with these storms up here. But hail and wind is going to be the main threat with those. Let's pull Tyler up full. He's got a really interesting view of the rotating part of this storm. The big dark area that you see is not, I don't believe it's a tornado. I do believe that's rain, but it could very well be rotating, leading us to believe that, we're starting to see even more rotation here. And yeah, the lightning around the Walters, Oklahoma storm is just nuts. When the sun starts to set here in a little bit, it's currently 7:08 p.m.
Hey, Ron, we
Central.
finally got off that Clay County road. We're back paralleling the hook right now. Looking right up into it right now.
That's Chris. He's talking about the Perry, Oklahoma storm there, or just north of Perry. But it's 7:08 Central, and we got a little bit to go before the sun starts setting. But if these storms keep up that lightning activity when the sun goes down, we're going to have to put an epilepsy warning on the stream here, literally, because every storm chaser's feed is going to be flashing like a strobe light if these storms continue to be this electric. Here's a full view of that supercell from the perspective of Zach Hall. The one that's coming out of Burke Burnett, moving up towards Walters, Oklahoma now. Yeah, if he says HP supercell, what he's talking about is just high precipitation. You'll hear them. You'll hear the storm chasers say LP and HP. We're just talking about low precipitation and high precipitation. The low precipitation ones are the ones where you can clearly see the base and there's not a bunch of rain. The high precipitation ones are a lot of times those will be the ones that produce rain-wrapped tornadoes, and there's just a lot of precipitation coming out of the base of the storm there.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. I don't know if there's any way that you can access the information, but the DAL, the Doppler on wheels, is right in front of us right now, scanning up into the storm near Red Rock.
Yeah, if we need to, there is probably a way that we can do that, but that's interesting information to know. Bob Pack's got a really interesting view here. I think we need to zoom in on him. He's near the storm that's coming up towards Temple and Walters, Oklahoma. Also, if you guys have the Radar Omega app, and I think a lot of you guys do, you can look at these guys as the streams yourself. Aaron J-Jack's down here. You can click on him. There's 500, 600 of you guys watching right now. There's a little bit of a lowering right there. So yeah, you can get the Radar Omega app. We put a link in the description. iOS, Android, you can get it down there. It's what I'm using literally to run this broadcast. Hold on, my earpod died. I got to switch it out. Hold on. Test, test. Can you hear me? Still? I shouldn't be. I've got the AirPod in. Okay. All right. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching the evolution of some big time storms here in Texas that are moving into Oklahoma. We've got a tornado warning in Oklahoma. It's the only tornado warning we have, but we have about 25 severe thunderstorm warnings out there as well. Lots of strong storms moving in and around Iowa City, over here towards Davenport, West Liberty, Washington, Fairfield, Iowa. Get ready for some inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds over there. Pretty much any severe thunderstorm warning up here is currently, promoting those types of threats right now. Severe hail and wind. Tornado circulations are a little bit less common up there right now. Same thing around Kansas. Wind, hail, that's our main threats. We don't have any tornado warnings in and around Kansas City or Topeka or even down towards southeast Kansas. Tornado. Okay, the tornado threat it picks up a little bit in Oklahoma and Texas. So that's why we're watching these storms. You can see very clearly that we've got a really interesting looking storm moving through from Bob Pack's point of view and Nick Busby's point of view. What we're seeing there is a shelf cloud and the high precipitation inside of that. So look at this. Let me pull up Bob full. Yeah, so on the left side of your screen, every time, man, every time I pull up one of these, they turn around. It's like they're waiting. They're waiting for me to pull it up, and then they turn around. But anyways, on the left side of your screen there, you were seeing the brighter sort of light coming off of the reflection from all of the precipitation falling out of the storm. And then on the other side, you were seeing the darker colors of the actual low cloud bases that you could see out ahead of the precipitation. So it kind of looked like there was a big tornado there, but it was just an optical illusion a little bit.
Hey Ron, it's Chris. I actually don't have a view of this storm anymore. We got up to the turnpike and sort of got cut off. But if you switch over to the Oklahoma City radar, it's scanning a little bit further up into this storm that's in Red Rock. Further up, it is rotating like an absolute top, just to the northwest of Red Rock. So that's something to watch over the next little bit as it moves towards Marland. It does have the reflectivity look to it, so don't be shocked to see it come through.
Yeah. Stephen, Freddie McKinney, Ryan Scholl, and Bryce Shelton are on that storm. We probably need to make sure that Freddie McKinney and Bryce Shelton are up on the feed here. As we did
a new tornado warning
just get
has
a
been
new
issued.
Tornado warning for that storm. Ponca City and Marland, Oklahoma, you are under a tornado warning, as this is once again probably the 10th time today that the supercell has decided that it's going to try to form a tornado. It has been successful a couple of times. Nothing crazy. This time it looks like it's going to probably be successful again as it moves up towards Marland and Ponca City. You can see on velocity here that we have a very well-defined rotation area.
Hey Ryan, I just had a brief funnel from this newly tornado-warned storm near Red Rock, Oklahoma.
Yeah, Ryan Scholl. We got to get him up too, Chandra. Okay, go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, yeah, also the storm to the north and east of that now tornado warned storm also looks pretty good from both the Tulsa radar, which shows you a much better look at the mesocyclone on the storm that just got tornado warned, but also from the Vance Air Force Base radar as well. So two different radars sampling the storm about equidistant. Both of them look good. I bet that this storm would also get a tornado warning in eastern K County, Oklahoma. How many times have we said that today, right?
Yeah. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is another place that we're watching out for. Over here near Silverdale, we've said that a lot today. Granola, Maple City, you guys need to watch out as the storm comes up towards you. It's rotating, and we might see a tornado warning for it too. 719 Central, lower level jet stream winds are slowly starting to increase ever so slightly. And the storms are probably going to start taking advantage of that here, as we can see as the rotation is increasing a little bit. So, yeah, Ponca City, Oklahoma, you are under a tornado warning, and you need to take shelter here because we've got a very interesting-looking storm, to say the least, coming right towards you. Ryan Scholl's got a live view of this thing. Oh, my God. He turned around. Literally the fastest U-turn I've ever seen the moment I clicked his button. But it's all good. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl out there is going to give us another view of this really soon. As soon as he gets turned around there. He is near Marland in Noble County, Oklahoma, north of Red Rock. Okay, he's turning around now. I think it would be to his left what we need to look at here. So we're going to keep him up there. We'll put him on the multi-view. The top three storm chasers Eric, Bob, and Nick. They are on the Texas storm, actually it's now technically the Oklahoma storm up there near Walters, Oklahoma. And then the bottom three chasers, Freddie McKinney, Bryce Shelton, and Ryan Scholl, are on our developing storm near Marland. Freddie McKinney has a great view of that. Wow. Yeah, that looks like a really impressive storm that's rotating there as it comes up towards Marland and Old Bliss. Great view of that from Freddie McKinney. Justin, yeah, thank you for that. There is a little storm forming over here north and east of Tulsa. I don't know how much we will get out of that. But yeah, you're right. We should be watching that one as well. That if that grows much, that'll be a problem. Yeah, Bob Pack's feed looks really gnarly. This is that storm a little bit farther down to the south, closer to Lawton and Randlett. I'd say Bob's actual location now is closer to Walters, Oklahoma now. But yeah, this is a shelf cloud and a half visible from storm chaser Bob Pack here, as this very strong storm continues to prompt a tornado warning in Walters and Temple, Oklahoma. Let's go back to storm chaser Freddie McKinney's view of this developing storm up here in northern Oklahoma now. This is the one that's coming up into Marland and Ponca City, and it looks really impressive from this angle. It also looks fairly impressive on radar, so this might be the real deal here. We might be watching a tornado try to form. Wow. That's one of the more impressive structures we've seen today. This is a live look out of Noble County near Red Rock, Oklahoma, looking up towards Marland at a supercell.
A new
that's trying to
tornado
produce a
warning
tornado.
has been issued.
We just got a new tornado warning back here for our more southern storm. You can see our storm chasers looking at that in the 3 slots down there below us. We've got Walters and Duncan now under a tornado warning in Oklahoma. Radar indicated. It's going to go for the next 36 minutes.
Hey Ryan, this is Freddie here on the Maryland, Oklahoma tornado warning storm. This wall cloud just keeps getting bigger and bigger here as it tracks northeast.
Yeah, we're watching this stream from Freddie McKinney, and we're noticing the same thing. Huge wall cloud, rotating mesocyclone on our storm here near Maryland, Oklahoma. It'll be interesting to see what happens with this. We do have a little bitty cell that has popped up here that's going to try to come up into the hook of the storm, so we'll see how it handles that interaction. But yeah, this is rotating quite a bit and trying its best to produce a tornado as it approaches the areas between Marland and Ponca City. Take shelter now. In Ponca City, also, you guys can expect 1.75 inch in diameter hail along with the potential for a tornado. So get away from windows, get indoors, all that good stuff. It's going to be a strong storm. Oh, look at this. Oh, we missed it. We got a shot of Freddie McKinney's dad there in the driver's seat. Father and son duo, I believe. Storm chasing masters. Nick Busby, Walters, Oklahoma, getting that shelf cloud of the tornado warned storm now coming up into, let's see here, Duncan, Oklahoma. Eric Toll and Bob Pack are both on that, pretty much that same storm. The bottom three that you see there, though, are more northern tornado warning near Marland and Ponca City. Yeah, the hook looks pretty impressive. The velocity looks not as much impressive, I guess, from this point of view. I'm going to check it out from Tulsa. Yeah, even from Tulsa, it doesn't look as connected as it did earlier. But that doesn't change the fact that it's definitely rotating. We can see that very clearly. Oops. From Ryan Scholl's point of view and Freddie's. Our blips to the west of Oklahoma City are forming into slightly more mature storms. We've got some lightning now with the storm that's coming into Hinton. We've got some, larger storms moving up here close to Hennessy. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with those. We've also got the official from the boundary back here starting to convect near Woodward and Sharon. So we'll have to watch those storms as well. But right now, out of everything that's going on, we've got the strong wind coming through Des Moines, or areas east of Des Moines, west of Davenport. We've got the strong storms
tornado
in
warning
Wisconsin.
has been issued.
We've got the strong storms in Kansas. Now one of those has a tornado warning with it. The most impressive areas that we're watching are right here and right here as far as the overall severity of the storms go. But I do want to zoom in for you on that Kansas tornado warning. We got a little bit of rotation here. Near Kritzer, north and west of Mound City, moving up towards Farlandville, Boycourt, Lasinge, and Lynn Valley. You're going to want to take shelter now. This is a precautionary tornado warning. Hopefully it's not needed, but we want to heed it and we want to take it seriously and get to our safe spots immediately. Riley Dibble has a view of our storm as well, I think. This is up there near Noble County. Storm approaching Ponca City. It's been trying so hard to produce a tornado. Hopefully it doesn't, but it looks like it's having a hard time right now. By the way, some of the tornadoes that happened yesterday are already starting to receive preliminary ratings. We've got a couple of EF3s that have occurred, and a couple more EF2s, and that's preliminary, so that could change once they get a little bit more data in. It's kind of an estimation. So a lot of tornadoes happened yesterday. It'll take a while for them to finish that assessment. New Storm Prediction Center mesoscale discussion highlights an area from, the Wichita Falls area of Texas all the way up past Oklahoma City and Tulsa, stating that a new tornado watch will be issued soon. So basically what's happening here is between now, it's just after 0Z, okay? It's 7:33 Central. Between now and about 3 hours from now, there's two different kinds of things that happen. Well, to put it extremely simply, there's two major factors that go into, tornado situations. You got thermodynamics and kinematics. So far today, the thermodynamics have been there for some of the storms, and that's why we've seen some major storms in Texas, and we've seen some big time storms pop up, in some places, and but maybe in some cases the kinematics or the wind shear, the upper level changing of winds and stuff, maybe that hasn't been there as much. Over the next 3 hours, the wind shear, the kinematics are going to explode in their favorability for tornadoes, I guess. We're going to see a big time uptick in the storm relative helicity and streamwise vorticity that these storms can take advantage of. However, storms will need to be very mature to properly take advantage of it. So over the next 3 hours, if these storms like the one near Ponca City continue to strengthen, they are going to have a very good opportunity to produce big tornadoes, unfortunately. So that's why we're probably going to see a new tornado watch that will be allowed to last longer into the evening, and maybe even into the early morning hours tomorrow. I do know. Every time I look at the chat, I see you guys talking about Reed. The Dominator is apparently stuck in the mud. This is the one day Caleb Beecham has needed off all year. He's in a wedding today. He's got Hall Force 1. If we had Hall Force 1 on the road, we'd go rescue Reed. I think Hall Force 1 could pull the Dominator out of some mud. I really do. None of our other chasers have trucks, I don't think. This is why it's very important that Hall Force 1 is on the road, y'all. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Stonewall County, Texas. And we also got ourselves a new tornado warning in Kansas for Sherryville And Independence, big time rotation here, broad, but big time. Get ready in Cherryvale for maybe some tornadic activity here soon. Tornado warning continues for Lynn Valley.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, tornado warning there for Montgomery County, Kansas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And a new tornado warning. Just north of Wichita Falls. For Byers and Hastings. This is a very strong storm that's coming into you there. And we are about to experience a merger right here. You see this cell right here that kind of goes past Wichita Falls up into this. Maybe we're expecting some increased rotation as a result of that. But yeah, we can see some broad rotation here near Thornberry and Charley, moving towards Hooper, Byers, and Hastings. Take shelter if you're in those areas. All the way to Duncan and Marlow, Oklahoma, a tornado warning exists there as well. Okay. Yeah, the Duncan, Oklahoma, you guys are under a tornado warning, but thankfully the storm that's coming for you, the rotation associated with that is let up a little bit. But this is what's coming for you. If you're in Duncan, Oklahoma, this storm is what's on its way to you, what Bob Pack is looking at here. And it's going to be strong. There's going to be lots of winds, and there is an opportunity for it to produce a tornado, but that opportunity is lower, I guess, than what it was earlier. Reed's going to need a rollback wrecker. Oh, no. That's never good. I know that feeling. I've been there. Multiple times. Angela, thank you for that. And Todd Farley, thank you for that. If you're just now tuning in, this is wall-to-wall coverage of a massive severe weather outbreak that continues to go on between Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Kansas, Iowa, and also Wisconsin. The vast majority of our tornadic activity is happening between Wichita Falls and Kansas City, with an emphasis on Oklahoma. In fact, we just got a new warning, I think, in Oklahoma. Yeah, they kind of extended out that warning just to the east of Ponca City there for areas just south of Call City. And we've got a bunch of storm chasers on that one too, so we'll keep you updated on that. The rotation doesn't look as strong, once again, as it once did. We're about to see another interesting interaction here with the cell, though. It's still supercellular. It's still got a hook. It's still rotating. This cell here is going to come and like move into that hook. We'll see what happens as a result of that. That sometimes can change things for our storms here. Another thing that's kind of keeping storms from really firing, I think here west of Oklahoma City, is when the storms first started popping up over here, they were explosive and created huge anvils, and higher level clouds have kind of kept instability down just a little bit across a lot of Oklahoma here. So it's kept a cap in place for a little bit longer than maybe originally expected. But low-level shear is once again slowly but surely more supportive of tornadoes as time goes on. So any storm that starts to interact with that, whether there's a lot of them or just a few of them, is unfortunately going to have to be something that we watch here over the next several hours. The big rectangle here is considering the probability of a watch. 95%.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. We're west of Ponca City right now. Looks like with that latest scan, it looks like you have a tornado developing east of the city of Ponca City.
That was Brad. Mesoscale discussion from the National Weather Service. There's a 95% chance of a new tornado watch being issued here for portions of northwest Texas up through much of Oklahoma. Strong shear is in place. Although the atmosphere is slightly capped, supercells and thunderstorm clusters are expected to continue and increase in aerial coverage later this evening as the trough shifts east. New tornado watch is warranted. So we're just going to see a new tornado watch issued for this area right here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning in Cowley County, Kansas. Again. This time we're talking about Hoosier. Earlier today we had a tornado warning for Dexter and Cloverdale, and I believe the storm that went through Dexter actually caused some damage. But now Hoosier, you guys are under a tornado warning. You're going to want to get to shelter. There is some rotation there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we just got a new tornado warning for portions of Oklahoma now associated with our supercell that a lot of our storm chasers have been following. Remember, this thing has been trying to produce a tornado for a long time now. It hasn't been able to properly for a while, but now, once again, for probably the 10th time, it looks very capable of trying to produce a tornado here as little cells trying to merge into the base of it. So if we're in Call City, Uncas, or Hardy in Oklahoma, we need to be getting into our safe spot. This thing has went plumb across almost the entire state of Oklahoma, rotating the entire time. It started to the south and west of Oklahoma City. A tornado warning continues for Duncan and Marlow. That storm that you're looking at there in southwestern Oklahoma is what you can see from the storm chasers in the top row. The bottom row, that's our more northern storm that we're looking at there. Sorry, I'm just reading some stuff here. The storm that Nick Busby is on near Byers, Texas, is still looking pretty ominous, both on radar and in real life there, as you can see from his point of view. However, the velocity is, not nearly as impressive as it was whenever we were watching it come out of Texas there. So that's good news. Okay, we got that new tornado watch that just came out. This is the one that includes Oklahoma City, Wichita Falls, Ardmore, McAllister, Tulsa, Bartlesville. A few tornadoes likely. Widespread hail up to 2-inch size likely. Scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely. And that's going to go until 3 a.m. Central.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
And there you go. We just got the audio alert for it. Almost 4 million people are under that new tornado watch. So if you know anybody in any of these potentially impacted areas, from Oklahoma City to Wichita Falls to Abilene to Ardmore, McAllister, Tulsa, Bartlesville, please let them know that there is a tornado watch tonight. And if you want to send them a link to our stream, we will be here for quite a while, monitoring these storms and relaying warnings as they come out. Richard Logan, thank you. Now we have severe thunderstorm warnings also all the way up here in Michigan. Frederick, Kalkaska. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings up there. Quarter-sized hail. Maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds possible up here and all the way up into Michigan. And, son, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in Canada, too. Up here near Espanola, Massey, Killarney, Whitefish Falls, Blind River. So our northernmost severe thunderstorm warning right now is in Canada. And our southernmost warning is way down here near Abilene, Texas. And they are both connected to the same storm system, essentially.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Big one that goes all the way up to Rush Springs and Marlow. in Oklahoma. That's going to be associated with the storm that's prompted the warning back here towards Walters. The rotation that originally kind of prompted that warning is mostly gone. So this is a precautionary tornado warning just in case this thing starts to spin again. And I think it very well could. So Rush Springs and Marlow, you guys need to take shelter now. Okay, and I'm hearing reports that Reed is officially unstuck, so that's good. It would have happened faster if Hall Force 1 was out there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another new... We've had a lot of tornado warnings today. Another new tornado warning here for portions of Kansas, south of Galesburg, north and east of Cherryvale. A rotation on this storm is hard to decipher. We're not getting the best data here from our radar. However, you can tell that there is a rotating mesocyclone there, and we need to watch out for that. South of Galesburg, Kansas, this is a dangerous storm. Take shelter now. Olaf says 100K on stream is unreal. Glad everyone's being weather aware. By the way, I did find that Blip merch and I got myself a shirt. Thanks for everything the Y'all Squad does. Olaf, thank you so much for the awesome support today. 100K on stream is unreal. I know we've had a lot of viewers over the past couple of days, so we appreciate you guys for helping us spread the word. Hopefully we're still getting out there to people because we do have more storms coming tonight. And also, just for anybody who's unaware, we also, speaking of 100K specifically, we've also now almost raised, between yesterday and today, we've raised $120,000 for victims of storms, specifically the storms that are happening today and yesterday. We are going to go work real hard starting probably tomorrow, as long as we don't have to go live tomorrow, with planning how we're going to distribute that, and we're working with emergency managers and fire departments and stuff up there, and we're going to make sure that that goes to good use. So yeah, that's huge. It's crazy that we're able to do that so quickly. Most of that came within like a 3-hour period, which is absolutely nuts. New considerable severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way out there to Velma, and also includes Wichita Falls, Texas and Oklahoma there. That's for 70-mile-per-hour winds. I want to make sure everybody knows that that is an upper echelon severe thunderstorm warning. It's considerable. It's not your average severe thunderstorm warning. 70-mile-per-hour winds are damaging, okay? Also some hail expected with that. '78 tornado warnings so far today. Gops says, what can Scott City, Kansas and Southwest Kansas expect in the next few hours? We are watching a few storms back here. A couple of these storms actually produced some tornadoes earlier today, or at least enough rotation to warrant tornado warnings. And, you know, that's still possible through a little bit of the rest of the evening, but we've just got scattered severe storms out there producing some pretty large hail and some strong winds. In fact, Ulysses, you know, you guys are under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for up to baseball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds with that one. That's a pretty intense warning there. And then some smaller hail and some winds are going to be possible up here near Moreland and Norcatur, Kansas as well. So, yeah, Scott City, just keep an eye out on these storms as they kind of float around you. But right now, in the immediate future, we're not expecting anything big. We currently have 7 tornado warnings. All of them are radar indicated. Also, we technically only have 3 storms that we're watching. We have this big cluster down here, you know, in the Texas and Oklahoma border region. We have
new
this
information.
Storm north and
This
east of
tornado
Ponca
warning
City.
has been upgraded.
And we have the storm up here in Kansas. We now have a confirmed tornado warning, though. In our storm near Rush Springs. Marlow, Duncan, and Rush Springs, you are under a tornado warning that is now observed. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado near Pumpkin Center. So, as far as what I'm able to see here through velocity, which is not a lot, I don't see, you know, a lot of rotation, but we've got weather spotters, reporting a tornado somewhere here between Nellie and Pumpkin Center. So take shelter if you're in Marlow or Rush Springs.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we just got a new tornado warning for Osage County, Oklahoma. That's going to be a continuation for our storm here that has went through Ponca City. Now it's going up towards Granola, Foraker. You're under a tornado warning up there, and this storm looks still pretty impressive. It's got a nice hook, rotations there, and we're watching it as it comes down towards Granola. Nick Busby is on our storm down there in southwestern Oklahoma. It looks like he's dealing with some pretty big hail. That's Michael Beard, my bad. It looks like he's dealing with some pretty big hail. This is the storm that it now has the observed tornado warning. Or it's part of that storm. This is a huge cluster of storms now, so it's hard to tell exactly which part we're looking at here. But certainly some big hail and some strong winds happening there to the north of Walters, north and east of Walters, Oklahoma. This is what you can expect in Rush Springs, Marlow, and Bray here, and Duncan before too long. Even if we don't get a tornado necessarily, this level of extreme thunderstorm is what's coming to you. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I've been watching the storm for a while in southwestern Kansas, which is just we got storms like in 4 corners around our leading low pressure center right here in the middle of Kansas. So this one on the southwest side of it is in the left exit region of the jet streak at 300 millibars. So it's in a favorable environment. It's certainly continues to look like it's got a strong mesocyclone on it, not currently tornado warned. It's been out there churning like that for quite some time, but has not yet received a tornado warning. But as it gets closer and closer to the Dodge City radar, even though we're still looking a mile up, I think its consistency here in this presentation could warrant a tornado warning with this as it moves into northwestern Haskell County in Kansas. That should go well to the north of Sublette or Sublet.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing us way out here into southwestern Kansas. This storm doesn't have a tornado warning with it, but it is rotating. So we're watching it as it comes up towards areas north of Sublet and over there towards Plymouth in Kansas. What it does have, though, is a tornado possible tag and the capability of producing 2.5-inch in diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds, according to that severe thunderstorm warning there. So really strong storm back there in southwestern Kansas that we're watching right now. Probably just as strong, but bigger in size is the storm that we're watching through Michael Beard's stream. I'm going to pull that back up just so we can see what's going on there at his location. I'm going to try to get his exact location for you. Yeah, so he is actually pretty close to Walters, to the west of Walters a little bit, so or just right in the middle of town there. So he is kind of in the hail core of the storm that's producing the tornado warning for Temple, Texas. So yeah, that's a part of that considerable severe thunderstorm warning there. So this is exactly what you can expect here soon in Empire City, Comanche, and Addington as this storm comes towards you. Jacqueline, thank you. So 35 seconds ago, we did get an update from the Storm Prediction Center on our severe weather outlook. It's actually already refreshed above my head there. You can see if you can tell the difference. The moderate risk is just slightly smaller now, as it is shaved off from where the storms have already went through. But we still have a moderate risk. Oh, sorry. We still have a moderate risk of severe weather in pretty much the same areas that we did to begin with. So Oklahoma City, Tulsa, we're not done yet. Enhanced risk all the way up into southeast Iowa. So yeah, we might be still in the very beginning stages of this, to be honest. Pharaoh says, I live in Lewisburg, Kansas. You're at an enhanced risk of severe weather through the night, and we'll be covering it for several hours. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, so we decided just to drop south. We're going to leave that stuff to the north. We are going to be going just to the south of Oklahoma City. I think these storms that are moving up towards the town of Norman, going up 44, I think those have the best chance right now. They are moving into an untouched atmosphere. Just north of OKC right now, we're still at 74 degrees. So we still have a pretty primed environment up here. So these storms are more than likely what the Storm Prediction Center just outlined for them to head into up 44. So.
I was like, okay, so Chris is talking about going down south of Oklahoma City and intercepting these storms that are coming out of Texas now. Which probably isn't a terrible idea if you're a storm chaser. Another place to watch is going to be back here along the boundary where storms are convecting. There's quite a bit of surface-based instability back here, and also a lot of vorticity. So we'll see how those storms interact with that. There's also a lot of that down here in Texas right now. So, you know, if some of these storms can become a little bit more discreet, I guess, and maybe pop out in front of some of the other storms, there's definitely plenty of energy down here to support rotation in these storms that are moving up towards Wichita Falls. Additionally, just to the east and south and east of Kansas City, there's a decent pocket of instability and vorticity here too. So these storms might try to be tornadic between the Appleton City, Clinton, and El Dorado Springs area. We'll have to watch that very, very closely.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning in Kansas. That's going to be a continuation of our warning that was just issued for Grainola, Oklahoma. And yeah, it makes sense. That storm's still rotating quite a bit. The warning goes almost up to Cedarvale. So y'all get ready again in Cedarvale. Sorry for yawning. Looks like rotation might be trying to pick up a little bit in this part of the storm near Central High in Texas. So we'll really have to start paying attention to our chasers again that are close to Marlow, Rush Springs, and Duncan here. There might be something else trying to happen with an embedded supercellular structure there. Don't worry, I'm not getting too tired. We're not going anywhere anytime soon. We are 7 hours in, which means that we are, over the past 2 days, we've been live for about 15 hours now. Over the past 3 days, we've been live for about 20 hours total, 21 hours, I think. But like, that's not a huge deal. We're good. I'm ready to go for as long as y'all need me. I'm very happy to be in this seat, trust me. Elaine, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Not sure what's going on there in Iowa Park, Texas. Probably some flash flooding is getting ready to be a big problem in that area, just to the north and west of Wichita Falls. What's crazy is I've been to the Wichita Falls area once in my life, and I've been there. I recognize that building. That was absolutely nuts. What are the odds of that? But yeah, there's some really heavy rain coming down here, and potentially some flash flooding ongoing in the Iowa Park area. That's going to continue to be a problem all the way back there towards Seymour as well. David Hicks says you need an energy drink. What do you guys think? Should I do it? Should we knock back a sugar-free Red Bull? What do you guys say? Are we feeling a little crazy? You talked me into it. I'm gonna go get one. I'll be right back.
A new tornado warning has been issued. We've had a total of 200 or over 200 severe thunderstorm warnings today. So we've had a lot of warnings today. I feel like we've had almost as many tornado warnings today as we did yesterday, which is crazy. New warning over there south of Kansas City is, outlining some areas of rotation here between Adrian and Butler. Get ready over there towards Creighton, Missouri. You guys could experience a storm that's capable of producing a tornado here soon. You should get your own brand of energy drink. That would be cool. I don't know where to start. I'm just doing the weather. Just doing the weather. Oh no. Oh no. We got an official update from the tornado sniffer, Brad Arnold. I think it's too early for this, but we'll share it anyways. Really want to emphasize that we're not done today. Jeanette Davis, thank you so much for that. Everybody say thank you to Jeanette. That's super generous of you. If it wasn't for all the generous, awesome people in the chat tonight, it would be harder to do what we do. So thank you. Blazer says, make sure to have some actual hydration on hand. Those energy drinks will dry you out quick. Oh, I know. I take my hydration very seriously here. We've already downed 2 giant core waters with electrolytes added. And we've got a little bit of one left here to chase the sugar-free Red Bull down. It's we're taking care of ourselves here. We're not getting too wild tonight with our caffeine consumption. Velocity does look probably a little bit more interesting than it has in the past a little bit here between Rush Springs and Central High, Oklahoma. So this storm's got another chance now of producing a tornado as it goes towards Rush Springs. Also noticing several little cells popping up out in front of that line. Once again, if these are able to become mature over the next little bit, they will be able to produce tornadoes. In fact, a lot of our storm chasers seem to be rushing after those right now. Yeah, Nader juice would be an awesome energy drink. I agree. Debbie Moore, thank you for that. Everybody say thank you to Debbie. That's big, big time. If you are just now tuning in, 23 severe thunderstorm warnings are ongoing. 4 tornado warnings, but technically only 3 actual storms that are capable of producing a tornado right now. Our northernmost severe thunderstorm warning is way up here in Greater Sudbury, Canada. Look, we got storms all the way up into, I mean, we're getting deep into Canada up here. Storms way up here past Temiskaming Shores. I hope I'm saying that right. But yeah, severe thunderstorm warning for Greater Sudbury, Espanola, and then we've got a severe thunderstorm warning back here in Manistee, Michigan. Moving into Prairie Township, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings for areas north of Milwaukee, and also we've got some really strong storms coming into Madison, Wisconsin. Maybe some small hail and some gusty winds coming in here soon. Platteville, same for you. Davenport, Iowa, strong storms coming in towards your area, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. Burlington, same thing for you. Mount Pleasant, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Things start getting a little bit more intense, though, as you get back here towards western Missouri. We've got a tornado warning for Butler, Spruce, and Pleasant Gap. Severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Scott, Chanute, Independence. Another tornado warning back here in southern Kansas for areas south of Cedarvale, and a tornado warning in Oklahoma near Granola. Severe thunderstorm warning back here in northwestern Oklahoma for Waynoka. That's going to be capable of producing quarter-sized hail and maybe winds up to 60 miles per hour. The farther south we go, the more intense things get. A really impressive looking storm producing a velocity signature that you would tell me, once again, that this is a storm that's potentially capable of producing a tornado moving up into Rush Springs.
A new tornado
Duncan,
warning has
Velma,
been issued.
And Wakura, you're under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing 1.75 inch in diameter hail. We've got tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning for Seymour, Marigarel, and Archer City.
That one's going to have potentially 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Same thing for you guys in Haskell, all the way down to Sweetwater. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. Don't disregard 60-mile-per-hour winds. Can cause some damage. And you got to make sure that trampoline's tied down. 1.75 inch in diameter hail and that's going to be possible in our new tornado warning there between Independence, Sherryvale, and Sycamore. If you've just downloaded the Radar Omega app and you can't find the chasers, make sure you've gone to the sidebar here, clicked on Cyclone Port Network, and you've turned on Cyclone Port. Radar Omega is an easy-to-use app for the most part. However, it is also the most customizable and feature-rich radar app that exists. So there's a lot of the menus can be a little overwhelming at times because there is so much that you can do. But right out of the box, you'll be able to look at the radar at least. But yeah, make sure you go into that sidebar, turn Cyclone Port on. Now you've got, chasers visible to you. Our Y'all Squad Twitter page just shared this. I figured this would be nice to show. Be prepared for nighttime tornadoes.
Has been issued.
The sun is setting out there. You want to have your NOAA weather radio. Make sure you got batteries in there and it's tuned to your local station. Have a safe place prepared if you know storms are coming. Flashlight and shoes, keep that close by. You want to have a cell phone turned on, charged, and wireless emergency alerts enabled. Very important stuff there. That newest tornado warning is going to include Cedarvale and Cloverdale. Once again, sorry, you guys, you've been under a bunch of tornado warnings tonight. This one looks a little bit more serious. This is that same storm that we've been tracking forever. It's got a lot of rotation. It's been trying to produce a tornado, and it has produced a couple tornadoes back in Oklahoma. Is it going to do it again? Maybe. We get closer here to Cedarvale and Cloverdale in Kansas, you guys certainly need to pay attention to this and get to your safe spot now. Chanute, Thayer, and Erie, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado, but the main threat's going to be hail and wind here. And remember, we do still have a tornado warning for Butler, Kansas. That's our easternmost warning right now. And, all eyes really are kind of turning to these cells that are forming here along the Red River and floating up into Oklahoma. These storms technically could be entering a pretty favorable environment for some tornadic activity. So once again, wind shear and the significant tornado parameter values are going to max out between right now and probably the next 2 or 3 hours. If storms are mature, they're going to take advantage of that and produce tornadoes here. So we're going to be with you during that time period. However, after midnight and 1 a.m.,
I think things are going to start to calm down quite quickly as far as the tornado situation goes. Once again, we are coming to you live from the weather house here. And it's about 1:30 Z, 9:29 local, 8:30 central. We have been here for 7 hours at this point. We do plan on being here for much longer than that. Please consider liking the stream and sharing it so that the algorithm will put us in front of more people out there that are looking for this information. I do think there's going to be a period of increased activity coming up with these supercells that are trying to form around Ardmore. So I want to make sure that we get, in front of people as maybe during this time as the seemingly the really severe looking storms are kind of maybe not as present at this very moment. We don't want people thinking that the event is over before it's even started in their area, So we've got a little bit of increased activity possible over the next couple of hours, and we want to get through that, and then I'll leave you guys alone, hopefully for a couple of days. Tomorrow there is going to be more severe weather. I'm hoping that it's not going to be significant enough that it would require us to go live. But I think we're going to have a little bit of a quiet period, I think, before our next big, severe weather sequence, at least. I know you guys are tired of seeing my face. How do you know? How did you know I got Radar Omega 2 minutes before explaining to me? Oh, I just knew. I just knew. Kayla, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Justin Peternell, this is the second or third time you've done this. Man, maybe even your fifth time. Is that what that means? Is that what that 5 means? Anyways, you don't have to do that, man, but thank you for the incredible generosity and your support. Yeah, the north to south storm line is insane. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. We currently have tornado warnings in Comanche, Grady, and Stevens counties in Oklahoma. If you're in those counties, you should be taking shelter right now. Up in Kansas, we've got Montgomery, Cowley, and Chautauqua counties under tornado warnings. In Missouri, we've got Bates and Cass County under a tornado warning. If I just read off your county name, you're under a tornado warning. If I didn't just read off your county name, you're not. So I know we got a lot of people asking about places that, we're not currently kind of focused in on, either because there's not a lot to talk about there, or, we've got to make sure we focus a little bit more on the more pertinent areas. But, it's a good thing usually when I'm not talking about your area. We did get some damage reports in here west of Dodge City with that storm that went through Ulysses. Actually, there's a video sent in of a gustnado to the Grant County area there. Lots of 1 inch in diameter hail reports. Now that same storm is below severe limits, but it's moving into Garden City over here in West Kansas. And yeah, so that little 5 next to Justin Petternell's name that actually does mean that's his 5th super chat that he sent. So that's awesome. David, thank you for that. 1853 infield, thank you for that. Terrian Lloyd says, I love that you and the Y'all Squad are willing to invest your time in helping to keep others safe and provide such loving care and needed relief to those who have been devastated by extreme weather. Thank you for all that you do. Terrian, thank you. I really do appreciate that. We all do here. Rotation with our storm that's going by Rush Springs now is letting up a little bit. And the couplet has decoupled quite a bit. I don't know if we'll see a reissuance of a tornado warning with that. We'll see, though. We will see. Checking in on our other tornado warnings, I should say, up here in Kansas. Your Cedarvale, Cloverdale, you guys, you got to keep staying in your safe spot here. I know you've been in there multiple times today, but the rotation does look quite significant here with the storm that's approaching you. Also, golf ball size hail is going to be possible up there. Independence.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And Cherryvale in Missouri, you guys are under a tornado warning as well. Golf ball size hail is possible up there. And then we just got a new tornado warning south and east of Kansas City for Urich, Creighton, and Clinton. And that's going to be for this big line of storms that's mostly causing just some damaging winds. But there are several areas along that line that are trying to spin up and produce tornadoes. So Spruce, Montrose, Clinton, Creighton, Urich, Blairstown, Chilhowee. In Missouri, you guys need to be taking shelter because you are under a big precautionary tornado warning for the potential for tornadoes here over the next 40 to 50 minutes. Can we sleep soundly in Springfield, Missouri tonight? There is an enhanced risk of severe weather over that way. It's going to be much later before it really gets to you. Probably, much later. But I would say that you should go to sleep. I would never recommend anybody to stay up all night and obsess over severe weather. If you got to work tomorrow or if you just don't want to stay up, go to sleep and make sure that you have a way of getting warnings. Okay? Once again, NOAA Weather Radio, that's your first line of defense. Hopefully all of you guys have one of those by now. I don't know how much I've been hooting and hollering about them. But then also you want to have your alerts on your phone turned on. That's your second line of defense. And then, maybe somebody out there, you might have a friend who stays up all night and watches the weather, works night shift. Maybe they're watching my stream. You're going to go to sleep and you make a deal with them. Say, hey, you're going to call me, right? If there's a warning for my area. Something like that could work out. Somebody in the chat says, I don't like my NOAA weather radio. It goes off if a twig falls. More than likely, you've got it going off for like even special weather statements and stuff. You can change that. It's got buttons on it. and it comes with an instruction manual that will walk you through programming that NOAA weather radio to only go off for what you want it to go off for. If you only want it to go off for flash flood warnings and tornado warnings, you can make it do that. Lots of lightning coming from Freddie McKinney's and Eric Toll's cameras there. Freddie's way up in Kansas. Eric's way down in Texas. I think the area that Eric is in is about to experience a pretty significant flooding event, flash flooding. You can see that, water splashing up every once in a while as he's already having to drive through some flooded roadways. Freddie is going after that, more intense rotation associated with the storm up there in Cowley County, Kansas. Yep, we still have those on our website. If you want to get a weather radio, you can get them at Target or Walmart. You can get them just about anywhere. But we've got them over on our website too, shopryanhall.com. If you want to support us, you don't have to, but we'll ship it to you as quickly as possible. Emily D. Baker says, I'm totally the one that stays up all night watching streams. That's fine too. That's a good way to stay weather aware and make sure you don't miss a warning. But I don't want to advise that. I don't want to say that you should be doing that. We've got people who, I don't think it's a healthy thing to, especially if you're scared. If you're
a
just
new
watching
tornado
because you're
warning
scared,
has been issued.
Just go to sleep. You'll be okay. Just have a way of getting warnings. New warning, by the way, just now in Kansas for Thayer and Galesburg. Velocity does show, some rotation here north of Cherryvale, moving up towards Galesburg, so we need you guys to take shelter up there. I think the rotation that Storm Chaser Freddie McKinney is after there near Cowley County, Kansas, is still occurring here between Cedarvale and Cloverdale. So we're going to continue to watch that tornado warning as well. Multiple little areas of rotation between Creighton and Montrose in Missouri. Hopefully you guys in Clinton, Blairstown, and those places, hopefully you're taking shelter. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way up to Norman, Oklahoma, for 1.25 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Stephanie says, I set my weather radio to go off just for severe and tornado warnings for my county only, nothing else. That's exactly what you should do, probably. I leave mine on for everything because I just, I want to hear it go off. Like, I actually like it. But, you don't have to do that. So the storms down here that are coming out of Texas and moving up into Oklahoma now are showing some slightly more concerning signs of rotation as they get stronger. Nothing yet prompting a tornado warning or anything like that. But notice how this storm here near Madill and Kingston is showing a hook. All right, and then if we flip over to velocity, you can see that, if we flip over to velocity, you can see that there is a little bit of broad rotation starting to show up there near the base of the storm. However, this storm just to the west there, coming up towards Healton and Wilson, is showing a little bit more rotation, and it's also got a little bit of a hook on it. So lots of storms starting to pop up right in here that are going to try to be discrete for a little period of time as the low-level jet continues to ramp up as the sun goes down. Lower-level wind shear is really, supportive of tornadoes right now. Haskell County, Texas is now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And by the way, I don't want to talk too much about NOAA weather radios because they're really simple to figure out, and we don't want to turn this into an instruction stream for this. But if you are curious about the how to change that stuff, it's all on our website. The owner's manuals here are at the bottom of the page there. Everything that you need to know about these things is over here. So mods, somebody put the link in the chat or something so people can find that. I think that the NOAA weather radio is as essential to a household as a what's it called? Smoke detector. I mean, it's so rare and unlikely that your house is going to catch on fire, but it's required for you to have a smoke detector, right? However, it's also rare that your house gets hit by a tornado or you suffer some sort of, severe weather thing like a flash flood or something. That stuff is rare too, but it's not required that you have a weather radio, and they work similarly. They alert you to something that you might not know that's going on, especially at night if you're sleeping. So I think everybody should have one of these. Storms are getting closer to Oklahoma City and Norman. Becoming increasingly concerned about the supercells that are popping up near the Red River here. Velocity continues to show more and more rotation. I think we will probably at some point start to see tornado warnings associated with these storms. Look at how fast that they're blowing up. Aaron says, how often do your storm chasers get pulled over? Honestly, not that often. I don't think we've seen that before, have we? Maybe like once. Believe it or not, a lot of these local police stations are watching this stream right now. So I know that I don't know of any storm chasers that have been pulled over, but if a storm chaser is already pulled over, a police officer will often stop and be like, hey, we're watching you on the Ryan Hall stream. It's happened to a bunch of these guys countless times. Let's make sure we have. Okay, we do have Zach Hall up on our feed. He is currently on the storm west of Ardmore, and I'm interested in what he's thinking and what he's seeing. So let's talk to him. Hey Zach, we're live on YouTube. We're watching you. We see that you've went towards these developing supercells over here in southern Oklahoma near the Red River. You're one of our only people that we have on this right now. What are you seeing? What are you thinking about these storms? What does it feel like out there? Whenever you get a chance, let me know.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. When you have a minute.
We're also going to talk to Chris. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Hey Ryan, so we decided to go ahead and jump the gun here. We're moving on east. I got east of OKC because there's absolutely horrific road work on the east side of town on 40. We're going to go near Shawnee, right around town. You watch these prefrontals out ahead of those storms. We've been watching that. And watch as those may merge as they try to move east. That line's going to try to move east. See if these prefrontals merge, and if they do, that will probably be where we start to see some more tornadic activity. So, like I said earlier, these are moving into a very primed environment. So, I think we're either just getting started or we're about to.
Ryan, do you have a copy?
Hey Ryan, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Zach, did you get my last message? We were just wondering what you were thinking about the storm that you're on there. You're one of the only people that we see that's on one of these new supercells that have popped up. So we're just interested in what you're seeing and what you're feeling out there.
Yeah, me and Frankie are currently headed east right now towards that storm near Medill, Oklahoma. It caught our eye earlier, and we decided to make a move on it. So, obviously chasing after dark. So we'll see what happens with that. But it definitely looks like it's maturing pretty quick, and it's kind of out there by itself. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, so Zach is he's by the storm near Ardmore right now, but he's going to go past Ardmore, and he's specifically targeting the storm near Medill, moving up towards Tishomingo in Oklahoma, because it is even more discreet than all of these other ones. Okay, so there's a good chance that it might stay that way for a longer period of time. That might mean it has a better chance of potentially producing a tornado. So we are watching Zach's feed on the screen, and we're watching all these chasers as they scramble for these storms as they try to produce tornadoes across Oklahoma and Kansas. We don't have a tornado warning in Texas or Oklahoma right now. All of our tornado warnings are either in Kansas or Missouri. These are mostly, for the most part, especially the one over here in Missouri, these are precautionary tornado warnings. We don't have any signs of an imminent tornado, but one could form here soon in Clinton or Chilliwack or Blairstown, Missouri. So you guys should definitely take shelter. And then we have also a tornado warning for Galesburg, Kansas as well. Meteorologist Andy Hill has something for us. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I think our next new tornado warning will be for Wilson, Oklahoma. The storm that Zach is on definitely looks the healthiest, with a good mesocyclone, good spinning column of air in the storm aloft, both from our test bed radar on the University of Oklahoma campus there, and KTLX at the
A new
airport.
tornado
So
warning has been issued.
Two different airports. I think that this will get tornado warned, if that was it right there.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We are watching that storm potentially we're watching for that to maybe become tornado warned. But that warning that we just got is way over here in Illinois. Okay, all right. We've got obviously the meteorologists over there at the National Weather Service have been watching this little area of rotation as it's moving up towards
New
Buffalo,
information. This tornado
and
warning has been
Illiopolis.
upgraded.
So, now you're under a tornado warning there along I-72 between Buffalo and Illiopolis in Illinois. My goodness, I didn't even know we had storms over here really, because we didn't have any severe thunderstorm warnings or anything. But for the most part, these storms over here in Illinois right now are fairly tame. Okay, this is around Springfield and Decatur. I wouldn't worry too much about this. However, just go ahead and take shelter just in case in Lanesville and Saunders and Mechanicsburg in Illinois to prepare for that very potential tornado there. Also, our tornado warning over here in Missouri was upgraded to confirmed. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. Spotters reported a tornado 3 miles north of Montrose at 8:48 p.m. So that was a little bit back here. Okay, so we've got a confirmed tornado warning now for Clinton, Livingston, Harvey, and Huntingdale. Y'all should take shelter, okay? But once again, I wouldn't sweat it too much. Everybody inside that tornado warning is going to be just fine. Our goal here is not to scare you. This is just get in your safe spot for the next 15 minutes or so, and then you'll be perfectly fine to come out. That's not too big of a deal there. Let's go ahead and take a look at our other storms that are coming together here in Oklahoma. So the rotation that was kind of tighter back there towards Walters, Oklahoma earlier has really spread out and become this huge, broad mesocyclone that's kind of approaching the Norman area now, and it's rotating quite a bit. If that kind of links up a little bit more and tightens up, we could see a new tornado warning that's issued for Noble or Slaughterville up here, but as of right now, this is just a severe thunderstorm capable of producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then we also got a severe thunderstorm warning for our storm that all of our storm chasers, or a lot of storm chasers, have kind of flocked to over here between Wilson and Hildton. This is probably going to be our next storm that actually gets a tornado warning, as it is rotating quite intensely here, more so maybe even than the one over in Illinois. So we're probably going to see a tornado warning with that at some point, and maybe even this one over here towards Tishomingo. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, there's an unwarned tornado right now southwest of Kreiner, Oklahoma. That's the storm that's headed towards Norman. So a quick spin-up tornado. It's actually heading to the northwest right now in that mess of a big old supercell. So it's going to be rain-wrapped. It's probably going to be short-lived, but we do have a debris signature from the test bed radar. And if I can look real quick, I think it might be on, yes, it is. It is on KTLX, the Oklahoma City radar as well.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention back over here to the Oklahoma City area south of Norman. We've got an unwarned tornado likely down here south and west of Kreiner, south of Dibble, north of Bradley. A little debris signature there, and also we can see that that's right there where that big broad mesocyclone is. And like I said, if we can see a little tightening up of that, if we get enough rotation here, that could actually produce a tornado. And it looks like that has maybe happened within the past couple of minutes, and it's already showing some signs of debris here on radar. Dibble, Kreiner, watch out. This is a big area of rotation and an embedded supercell inside of this line here. So that might not be a brief spin up. It might also be a brief spin up, but we could see this potentially happen again here all the way up towards Washington and Noble in Oklahoma. So, yeah, really interesting situation going on here between some of the storms that are tornado warned right now and some of them that aren't. So I would be watching this one near Ardmore, west of Ardmore, very closely as it goes up towards Ratliff City and Tatum's. Same thing with the storm over here near Madill and Tishomingo. Severe thunderstorm warnings, hail and wind is possible, but they're starting to rotate quite a bit. Go ahead, Andy.
I still think that this storm down here near Hewlton and Wilson in southern Oklahoma, south central Oklahoma, where Zach is currently trying to get north of it, I still think that should be and will be our next tornado warning storm if we don't have something funky happen in Illinois again. I did take a look at the Illinois warning. That is a completely side lobe rotation, the lowest level. But if you look up a couple of scans, you can definitely see the mesocyclone is rather significant for a storm that I actually did not know about. So, and it's only 2 counties south of me, so I probably should have known about it. But yeah, it just goes to show
A new
even
tornado
these
warning
things can
has
take
been
me by
issued.
surprise.
Yeah, Andy lives over here, close by. So thank you, Andy, for that. Yeah, so we're watching the storm over here in Illinois, Lanesville, Saunders. Y'all should take shelter for that warning. We just got an update to a tornado warning here to observed. Let's go check that out, okay? There we go. Yeah, that's the one that Andy just called out minutes ago. We have a confirmed now a tornado from the National Weather Service for Blanchard, Cole, maybe all the way up there close to Goldsby. We have a potential tornadic rotation here and a strong thunderstorm coming towards you. You've got to take shelter, especially if you're in Dibble or Woody Chapel. That's probably the next places where we might see that tornado if it continues to go. All right. Once again, this little blip right here is one of the reasons why we believe that there's a tornado down here. This is a sign that debris is actually being lifted into the air. And what does that mean? It doesn't necessarily mean that we have a very strong tornado, even though that is possible. It could be leaves. It could be a lot of different things that just get lifted up by the upward motion of the tornado.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad.
But it could
We're
also
dropping
be
south right now
shingles
towards
or
Oklahoma
something.
City Metro. Confirmed tornado southwest of Norman. It is an embedded supercell down there as well. If you go look at the parameters, or if you go look at the environment those storms are headed into, like Ardmore, southeast of Sulphur, that is that if there is going to be a significant tornado tonight, that's where it's going to be. I've got a feeling. So we're going to drop down in there and see what we can get into.
So that was the voice of Brad Arnold. He's going south on Interstate 35. He's still quite a ways out from Oklahoma City, but he's saying that if there's going to be a strong tornado tonight, it's probably going to be from one of these storms down here. I agree with him. So he's going to try to make his way down there and intercept those probably somewhere along I-40 east of Oklahoma City later this evening. Eric, thank you so much for that. It says, I appreciate all the information provided. You and your group are generous. By the way, any severe weather coming our way in Partyville, Wisconsin? So Wisconsin, you guys are under a lot of southeastern Wisconsin is under a slight risk tonight. I don't know where Partyville is. Sounds like a fun place. Let's see. You guys are, I think, just outside of the slight risk, but there are some storms floating around you there. Get ready for maybe some gusty winds and some lightning, some small hail. Nothing crazy up there, though, in Partyville. Gotta love it. Circulation continues to show up here on radar for our storm that's approaching Norman, Oklahoma, slowly but surely. Blanchard, Cole, Goldsby, you guys are all under a tornado warning right now. Please take shelter. We've got a confirmation that this at least has, produced a tornado at some point. It might still be producing a tornado. Take shelter immediately, and we'll keep you updated on that. We still don't have a new tornado warning yet for any of our storms that are rotating down here between Ardmore and Sulphur in southern Oklahoma. But we expect that that will change at some point. These storms are getting stronger and they're rotating more and more every minute. Oh, man. Cynthia, thank you for that. Yeah, so the environment that these storms are entering right now are, I mean, it's fairly supportive of tornadoes. It's not the best thing to look at the significant tornado parameter, the composite parameter here in situations like this, but it is kind of a sign that shows us where maybe some of the more favorable ingredients are, and we have a lot of really favorable ingredients in place down here where our supercells are forming and also where that line is kind of closing in on them. So significant tornado parameters almost kind of maxing out down there. Also, we've got plenty of surface instability for those storms to kind of feed off of as they come into the area. Surface-based CAPE is not loading. Okay, yeah. We've got some instability also that those storms are feeding off of. And, there's just a lot of ingredients in place, especially in this area right here, for storms to potentially take advantage of. So that's why we're watching that very closely right now. Oh, there we go. There we go. Freddie and Dad there, the dynamic duo. Father, son, the storm chaser extraordinaire team.
A new tornado warning has been
warning
issued.
for Neosho County, Kansas. Let's go check on that. Man, we've had so many warnings over here in Kansas. It's like, come on, man. Galesburg, Hayden, South Mound, Erie, St. Paul, y'all are under a tornado warning. It's a pretty broad area of rotation. I don't think that there's anything imminent to like be panicked about or something like that, but you should definitely take shelter and take this warning seriously and get to your safe spot. Let's go all the way plumb over here to daggone Illinois and check in on that storm again. It continues to rotate there. Tornado warning for Saunders, Illiopolis. The rotating part of that storm is actually going over Interstate 72 right now. Heavy rain is about the only other risk associated with this. Even the hail indicator is 0.00 inches possible. So this is a very interesting storm there. But it is rotating, so you guys take shelter down there. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning now in Oklahoma for Carter County.
Hey, Ryan, I know that we were headed down to that confirmed tornado that's headed up towards Norman, but I'm extremely, extremely concerned about that storm that's northwest of Ardmore, Oklahoma. That one is, if you go look at your significant tornado parameter, it just got thunderstorm warned. If you go look at your significant tornado parameter, it literally is maxed out and has a circle on that storm.
Yeah. We just so that was the voice of Brad Arnold talking about the significant tornado composite parameter there. Where that kind of ingredient mixture kind of maxes out is right over the storm here that's forming near Hilton and Wilson. Andy's been talking about this for a while. It's rotating. It might be our next tornado warning. Right now, though, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. Hail around golf ball size, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it does have a tornado possible tag on it. So we expect to see a tornado warning to come with this at some point here, especially if we continue to see it rotating down here near Oil City. So thank you so much for you bringing our attention back down here to this, Brad. And then we'd still got that observed tornado warning going up into the greater Norman area, Newcastle, Goldsby, Blanchard, Cole. You're still under that tornado warning. The velocity signatures suggest that the rotation has let up a little bit. However, it wasn't even that impressive whenever the actual tornado happened. So we don't want to disregard this at all. There's another little kissing of the red and green colors happening here that could end up leading to another tornado at any time. So get ready for that in Cole. And Goldsby, take shelter immediately. Also, in the Radar Omega app here, we have a live view of a camera in Norman. So that'll be useful if we want to watch that storm as it comes in. Jess Jarvis with the unbelievable, the generous and just awesome super chat. A $500 super chat. I think that's the highest that you can possibly do. Jess, we're unbelievably grateful here. Everybody say thank you to Jess. She says $120,000 raised. Great work. And thank you for helping keep everyone informed. Jess, thank you for that. Jack, thank you. Adam says, hey, Ryan, I appreciate all that you do. I tune in every time that there's bad weather. Any idea of what we could expect tonight in Calera, Oklahoma? I don't know where Calera, Oklahoma is. Hold on. Bruh, just say Durant. You're actually in one of the places that we're watching for these supercells to kind of move into over the next little bit.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Pretty decent tornado risk over the next couple of hours. So, just be weather aware. And Jess, thank you so much for that. And it is amazing that we over at the y'allsquad.org, we have raised $120,000 for tornado victims just in the past, 48 hours? Actually, 36 hours, yeah. So it's unbelievable that we're able to do that here. Thank you so much. New tornado warning that goes out to Windsor, Green Ridge, and Ousley, Missouri. Just got issued there. Get ready for potentially some strong, damaging winds and maybe a tornado. Take shelter. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, looks like our storm that's headed toward northern McLean County in Oklahoma has produced or is about to produce another tornado here within our confirmed warning. This one is rapidly developed over the last 2 or 3 minutes and looks like it'll skirt to the west of Cole in Oklahoma there. So this storm is still trying to wrap together some tight circulations there. And I would just about bet that those outbounds to the north of Cole are going to also wrap down here for a third cycle, if depending on how this evolves. So I think that this storm will continue to be tornadic as it approaches the southwestern side or southern side of the OKC metro.
Thank you very much, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill drawing our attention down here to a much tighter looking couplet
from the Norman radar there. And like he said, there's a lot more in the tank here, and with the outbound winds and the inbound winds here, some of this could kind of, cycle into this. And even if this is a brief kind of spin up here, it looks more intense than the last one, and it could happen again very soon here as this skirts up by Cole and Blanchard. Get ready, maybe even as far north as Newcastle, as this thing is essentially moving almost due north, a little bit of north-northeast motion there, up to the greater Norman area. So this is already warned. We have a tornado warning. It's an observed, confirmed tornado warning. But the original tornado...
Ryan, it's Chris. We're sitting just to the west of Shawnee. We're watching that
the original tornado dissipated. Now we have a new one that is coming up to Highway 74B west of Cole here very soon. And yeah, we just now see a new deep blue kind of speck popping up there on our correlation coefficient, lining up almost perfectly with that velocity couplet. So it's not big, but it's there. We have a little bit of a debris signature now just to the south and west of Cole, Oklahoma. Now I'm going to listen into Chris.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. We're sitting just to the west of Shawnee. We're watching that storm to our due south. That's north of Ardmore. Watch the storm that has the confirmed tornado. It's also putting out a boundary out in front of it. That's about to interact with that boundary. And once you interact with that boundary, I think it may be go time for that storm.
All right. So they
tornado
just now
warning
issued a
has
tornado
been
warning
issued
for that storm. That's going up to Katy, Tatum's, and Wynwood. So this is, what we've been waiting for. We've expected this now for a little while, and now we officially have a tornado warning here for our storm that's coming together north of Healdton and moving towards Katy. Take shelter now if you're in Tatum's, Hennepin, Alpers, Hoover, or Elmore City in Oklahoma. So yeah, this is the storm that Andy has been talking about for a while. We've been watching it. Also continuing to watch the storm to the east of that, which doesn't show as much rotation, but it's in a decent environment to start rotating if it wants to. Also, more storms forming down to the south here in Texas, so we'll have to watch all of this activity, as this is kind of the hot spot right now for potential tornadic circulations. Still got a tornado warning for Erie, Stark, and Walnut in Kansas. That rotation is also looking a little bit more organized. So the environment over here is not terrible for rotating storms. So make sure you guys are taking shelter over there. And then we got that bigger tornado warning that goes almost to Sedalia, Missouri. It does include Windsor in Missouri. You guys should take shelter. But
a new tornado warning has been issued.
A little bit more tame. A new tornado warning now in Oklahoma for Cleveland County. Okay. That includes Moore and Norman. So Moore and Norman, Oklahoma are now under tornado warnings as the storm moves up into the area. Still have a pretty broad area of rotation that has intermittent areas of tighter, rotation meeting up.
A new tornado warning has been
this
issued.
This is going to be an interesting situation for Moore and Norman here, as we do have a storm capable of producing a tornado moving right into the area. I would take shelter probably out of all of the storms right now that we're watching. This one is the one that's the most ready to try to produce a tornado. I think that we've got a bigger tornado risk maybe with some of the supercells that are forming farther south, but we're talking about maybe a tad bit farther in the future for those. So Moore and Norman, take shelter now. That's just south of Oklahoma City. New tornado warning in Kansas. Really hard to tell what's going on here via radar, but the rotation does look like it's there. Altoona and Neodesha, you guys are under a tornado warning now in Kansas. Hopefully you guys are taking shelter. These cells are staying pretty discreet. This was more of a solid line earlier. I think the upper level winds have changed a little bit and have allowed there to be a little bit more separation between each base of the storm. So these actually might be getting a little bit more concerning as far as the rotation and the tornadic aspect is concerned with them. So definitely take those warnings seriously over there. Supercell continues to look more and more impressive coming up towards Elmore City and Katy, Oklahoma. And then Moore and Norman, you guys
hey, Ryan,
are the
it's Chris. National Weather Service Norman just put out a tweet. A tornado is heading into West Norman now.
The center of attention right now. Yeah, it does look like just to the north of Cole here, there's something else going on. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, actually that few interesting things on that latest scan. That previous tornado, the last one we talked about that was west of Cole, actually came up and
Ryan also wanted to
reformed
bring
there,
something
and
to your
simultaneously there's one just 200-300 yards to the north of it also doing damage from the testbed radar. I could see both of them. Twin tornadoes on the ground simultaneously north of Cole. At the same time, what I want to say is that this is all being driven by a rapidly accelerating
A new tornado
rear inflow
warning
jet.
has been issued.
So from KTLX, we can see almost 96-mile-an-hour winds, just about 1,200 feet above the surface. That is going to translate down to the surface as easily to 80, 85-mile-an-hour winds towards Goldsby and Noble. Rear inflow jet is the most forward part of the storm. This is essentially a bow echo is what we're watching right now. And on the left side of the bow echo is where we get those cyclonic swirls, the cyclonic shear off of the main push of air, essentially acting like a fluid. So that's why we're seeing all these spin-up tornadoes. And again, I think that's going to remain what's happening here is we have two tornadoes on the ground simultaneously west of Goldsby. So as this rear inflow jet continues straight toward the southeastern side of Oklahoma City metro here, we will see damaging winds in the peak or in like the apex of that bow shape, and we will see tornadoes on the left side of it, so to the north and west of the worst winds.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We do have two tornadoes down right now coming into Norman, Oklahoma. Right there they are. We can see them very clearly on radar. This is west of Goldsby, north of Cole. This is they are also already showing up on our correlation coefficient products as small little tornado debris signatures here. So we hopefully are heeding that warning and taking shelter out here, because right now they're over a bunch of nothing. However, if they do go a little bit farther, they're going to go over Highway 9 where that intersects with Interstate 35, and then move towards quite a bit more populated area here. As you can see, got lots of houses down here near Two Lakes Avenue. Those are some places that are pretty close to where those tornadoes might be in the very near future. Twin tornadoes moving into the Norman and Moore, Oklahoma area. Take shelter immediately. Hopefully those will spin out and not be a problem for us for a very long time. However, we can't run off of hope here. We got to, go off of what we know. And what we know is that is a signature of 2 tornadoes getting ready to cross Highway 9 south of Newcastle and Norman in Oklahoma.
People that they are heavily rain wrapped. Do not wait to see the tornado coming to get underground now.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to see these. Yeah, don't go out in the front porch looking for the tornadoes here. You're just going to want to get to shelter. Last scan there shows a little bit of a more impressive debris signature just to the north of Cole, once again west of Goldsby. So this one might be down for, longer than some of the other ones were. So, yeah, take shelter immediately if you are in Norman. It's coming right to you there between Highway 9 and
New
I-35.
information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, so I believe they just upgraded our warning here. Yep. So now we have a confirmed. We've known that this is a confirmed tornado for a while, but now we officially have that confirmation from the National Weather Service. A confirmed tornado moving into Norman, Oklahoma, specifically near Highway 9 and where it intersects with Interstate 35. Also, Brookhaven, Heritage Place, West Lindsay Street. This is going to cross into town. If it continues, if it stays on the ground, it's going to cross into town across the Canadian River there on the southwest side of Norman near Brookhaven, okay? Also, strong winds, tornado or not, strong winds are about to impact the southeastern and really downtown Norman area. Those are already coming into town now. You can expect that within the next couple of minutes as far north as Franklin and Clothier. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm watching that leading edge very closely from the terminal radar for the fastest updates here. Our current tornadoes that are doing damage are back embedded back behind this leading wave. And I think the leading wave will be where we see more spin-up tornadoes happen very quickly, faster than we can even, talk about them in between radar scans. So damage from any spin-up tornadoes here will be sporadic and also difficult to nail precisely beforehand where these are going to form. So a rapid, development here means that it's especially important for you to be taking shelter in Norman, and I would say definitely on the eastern sides of Moore at the moment with this situation ongoing. So it's a great idea to practice that safety, even if there is no KLCS tornado right down your street because of how compact these are. Great idea to go ahead and practice being underground here in the confirmed tornado warning as we watch more spin-ups occur.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Hopefully everybody in Norman is underground, taking shelter. We're going to see multiple spin-ups here probably as this very strong storm comes through. We already know that we had a couple tornadoes around Highway 9 there west of Goldsby. More are probably forming now between Brookhaven and Norman. So please take shelter if you haven't already. Specifically, we need you also now in Moore and up here towards Clothier and west of Stella. Pretty much the areas, between I-44 and 35 and areas west of I-35 and east of I-35 and Franklin. You guys all need to be in your safe spots and waiting for the storm to pass. Even without a tornado, you are still going to see those really strong winds, potentially in excess of 70 miles per hour, and maybe quarter-sized hail. So you definitely don't want to be around windows. You want to be into the lowest, most interior room of your home with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible.
several other storms are trying to spin just to the south of Norman here, south and east. We're watching them closely. We're not losing sight of that. Although we are pretty concerned about the tornadic situation that's going on here in and around Norman and more, so we're kind of locked in on that right now. Not much else to say, other than hopefully everybody is in their safe spot in the tornado warning polygon there. The little tornadoes that are popping up are potentially powerful. They can do damage. And it's hard to tell when the next one's going to happen and where it's going to be and where it's going to go. So everybody, just blanket needs to be in their safe spot. Also, the National Weather Service or the Storm Prediction Center is considering issuing a new tornado watch, maybe over there in western portions of Illinois and eastern portions of Missouri, around the Kansas City area up past Bloomington. So that's interesting. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Brian, best guess at the next location of a QLCS tornado here is going to be just past north of Westwood Park in western Norman. This is going to go up past Crest Fresh Market, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, and Embassy Suites by Hilton there. There's the Max Westheimer Airport. That's Koun right there. I think that's where this next spin up is trying to happen as it goes to the northeast. Eventually, that comes up to Tecumseh Road and North Flood Avenue there. So I think that's where our next spin up tornado is trying to consolidate. It'll go right up where Flood Avenue intersects with I-35 there as or Highway 77. That's also Flood Avenue. So 77 and Interstate 35, it'll go just east of that junction.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, updating us on where we can expect to see a tornado here in the near future along I-35, or pretty much just all around Norman and more. We have a big storm coming through that has multiple little areas where it could be rotating. We've seen it already produce multiple tornadoes on its way up to Norman. Some of those have produced damage, and now we've got another area coming together right here that we really need to watch as it goes across I-35 up towards Moore and just past Norman. So hopefully now we've got everybody in their safe spots down here in the Norman and Moore area, and we're just going to wait for this thing to go by. Eventually, it might be necessary for a new tornado warning to be issued here. If this continues to be a pattern that we see with more spin-ups, we might see a new tornado warning that gets issued for maybe Midwest City up towards Choctaw and Harrah, but we don't know that for sure just yet. Getting reports that police they're shutting down I-35 north. Here's a live view from the Radar Omega camera that is kind of right in where some of that stronger winds coming into the area here, just to the north of. We're honestly on the northern side of Norman, so you can see that we've got some strong winds and some really heavy rain going on here. And honestly, the rotation that we're watching is really close to this, probably just a couple miles to the north and west at this point. And I see that a lot of you have downloaded Radar Omega tonight. We might crash the servers here. But there's a lot of people tuning into this camera with me as we're watching the more Norman area that is currently under a tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Obviously, we're going to keep an eye on the Norman storm here. Andy's going to pull us back the moment there's another update with what's going on down there. But I do also want to make sure we mention every new tornado warning as they come out. So let's go to that newest warning there in where was that? Missouri?
hold on. Let's just go. Let's go to the Illinois one. We'll go back all the way down to the Oklahoma City. Tornado warning continues. Okay, for Rowell and Kennedy up here in Illinois.
New
now
information.
We've got a
This
confirmed
tornado warning has
in
been upgraded.
Wilson County, Kansas.
Hey, Ryan, you're going to want to go look at the radar from out of the terminal OKC at the airport. That may be a significant tornado spin up on the ground just northwest of Norman.
Okay, all right. Brad's telling us to go back over there to Oklahoma. We're going to do that momentarily. But first, I do want to show you this upgraded warning here in Kansas. A significant tornado might be trying to form here between Buffville and Altoona in the Wilson County. Kansas. Take shelter if you're over here, okay? Damaging tornado and golf ball size hail. It's going to be coming towards Altoona here soon. Take shelter. Let's go back to Norman. And take a look at that terminal radar. Velocity here, and yeah, honestly, that does look like a pretty significant spin up, and it looks like it also would have went really close to our camera here, if not very close to it. The winds are obviously really intense there. It's hard to see anything. Holy smokes, yeah. This is a live look at probably just a couple of miles away from, maybe not even a couple of miles, maybe a couple 100 feet away from where we believe the tornado might be here as it comes into Norman, Oklahoma, or Norman and Moore, Oklahoma. Right there. It could be actually a fairly large tornado that we're dealing with here, unfortunately. Just based off of that last scan there. It's very close to the radar. Yep, and now it's a little bit farther to the north and east, closer to East Tecumseh Road. I want to see if we can see this from the regular radar. Slightly. We can see it a little bit. We're pretty close. So we could have just had a pretty big tornado go through Norman there, to be honest with you. Next in line is going to be the space between Clothier and Franklin. This is unfortunately going to probably go close to the radar site here pretty soon. Right now, that tornado
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That tornado is currently it's probably crossing a Highway 77H south of the Sonic Drive-In, and once again it's moving in the general direction of Franklin. And the next couple of landmarks that this would cross by would be the Robin Hill Public School.
Ryan,
also,
we are seeing power flashes on the west side of Oklahoma City. That's not associated with the tornado. That's associated with very strong winds. So power flashes on the west side of Oklahoma City.
Okay. Brad Arnold's coming down into Oklahoma City right now, and he's telling us about those power flashes that are associated with the strong winds. So Oklahoma City, you guys are getting in on a really strong storm right now as well. But we got potentially a tornado still down here, moving up between the Franklin Road area, the Norman Technology Center, the Belmar Golf Club, and it's moving up towards the Lake Stanley. So if you know about that general area, you should kind of
Chris, we
understand
are
where we think that tornado is.
Of this tornado down, I can tell you right now, definitely getting a very big lightning uptick on this right now.
Chris Hall is updating us on the situation there. We've got a big lightning uptick with our storm. We can see a lot of that through Brad Arnold's feed as he's going south into Oklahoma City. We still believe we might have a tornado on the ground here. So it looked very convincing right here. Since then, it's looked less convincing, but now we've got another place, I think, where maybe a new tornado might be trying to form here, right there near Lake Stanley. If that does the same thing as the Norman storm did, that's going to come up there towards Midwest City and Woods. Get ready. This is getting really close to downtown Oklahoma City on the southeastern side. Chandra, do we not have anything else to put into? Sure. Put it in 3 and then put Brad and Bryce in 2. If you're just now tuning in, we did just have a tornado go through the Norman, Oklahoma area. I think that tornado is gone. I don't think we're still dealing with it at this exact moment. However, a new tornado may be trying to form here as the circulation moves up towards Midwest City and Woods. So I'm just waiting on new data to come in, and just bear with me while I do that. Also, this is not the only tornado warning we have right now. We've got a tornado warning down here at close to Wynwood, Elmore
A new
City,
tornado
and Katy
warning has been issued.
And we just got another one that includes Cleveland County and Oklahoma County. Yeah, this goes a little bit farther up to the north. Yeah, this includes Choctaw now, Woods, and Hara. So now we've got that new warning right here. So now we need you to take shelter in Woods, Nicoma Park, and Hara. That new circulation might be trying to produce a tornado here very quickly. Right in this area where Interstate 240 and 40 kind of intersect here south and east of Midwest City.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
That tornado is somewhere near Lake Stanley right now. It'll cross over Interstate 40, somewhere near the Love's Travel stop near the Sonic Drive-In there. Go past
a new tornado
the Oklahoma
watch
City
has been issued.
East Holiday, and then go towards potentially the Petty's Community Hardware and Dirt Road dogs boarding and daycare. So if you know where that stuff is, you know about where the tornado is on its way to right now. We do have a tornado warning in Missouri. Looks like a little bit of increased velocity rotation here near Green Ridge. Mostly, though, this is a precautionary tornado warning. Take shelter just in case. The tornado warning in Illinois has been allowed to expire. Those storms are below severe limits at this moment. Just some lightning, some thunder, some rain. We got any rail fans out there? Big time storm going on in Oklahoma City right now. This is a live look from virtual RAILFAN. Awesome.
A new tornado
YouTube channel
warning
that has
been issued.
live cameras around the U.S. to watch trains. That is a big thing, apparently. But I love it because the cameras also point to the sky a little bit. Go ahead, Andy.
Okay, Ryan. Next area of interest, probably the storm on its way to Ada or Ada, Oklahoma, Aloso, and Stonewall. Looks like it's got a good mesocyclone there. May see a tornado warning with that soon. If it continues to consolidate. Looks a little weird in the upper levels, but we'll see if they issue a tornado warning for that. That's my next area of interest. That is not currently warned.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. Let's go look at that real quick. We've got a lot of rotation with the storm that's coming up towards Ada, and we're watching to see if that one's going to get warned here. We did just get a new warning for the storm near Ardmore and Lone Grove. This is an extremely dangerous storm coming up towards Springer and Daughtry. Please take shelter if you're in the path of that thing.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also got a new tornado warning just now for Pontotoc County, Oklahoma. Chandra, I don't know if you're watching my stream. We should get this one up somewhere. The one that I've got up right now. It is, but you don't have it on the screen.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we've just got another tornado warning. So the storm that Andy was talking about is a tornado warned now. Ada, Oklahoma, take shelter, okay? And now we've got a new tornado warning in Kansas again. Fredonia, Altoona, for the 5th time today, I believe. Take shelter. Can't tell much about these storms just based off.
Ryan, got another spin up southeast of Midwest City, southeast of Midwest City. Quick spin up.
Frank's got a link in the stream text. So Brad is, I believe he's talking about this area of rotation right here, and he's getting awfully close to it. So Brad Arnold, we're going to keep him in the #1 spot. So if we do see anything here, we're going to see that through his stream. Brad Arnold's also, in that storm, and he's got a really impressive and intense view of that as he's getting ready to go through Midwest City and Dell City. And but it just went down. So I think the power went off there. The virtual RAILFAN's camera that we were watching just went down. Just keep it the way it is. I've got Brad. Yeah. We're seeing some big hail on our virtual RAILFAN's camera. in a different part of Oklahoma City here. Look at that. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, that's that southeastern side of Midwest City, Oklahoma. That tornado just passed over I-40 there, just to the west of the I-40 and 240 junction, and it is headed pretty much due north and east there. If you want to do a mesoscale on that, it's now got a bigger debris ball on the 48 scan from KTLX. So that one is doing damage right now on the eastern side of Midwest City, headed up towards Choctaw and Nakoma Park.
Okay, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Once again, Brad Arnold is extremely close to this. All right, so we're going to see his vantage point here soon, but the thing is moving fast up there towards Nakoma Park and Choctaw. Let me pull up a little bit of a closer view here. Give me just 1 second. The location of the tornadic circulation right now is going to be just a little bit south.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And also, it's going to be moving in the general direction, once again, of Choctaw from the Camping World location, Foundation Brook. It's potentially going to go across the Midway Club area. From there, it's
new
going to
information.
Go, over
this tornado warning
the,
has been upgraded.
Top-notch detailing, diamond finish, mobile detailing, and Avalon Lakes Mill Creek Pond Estates area. Somewhere in that zone is where the tornado is now. Pretty soon, it'll be up there near Choctaw. It'll come in on the southwest side of town where the Choctaw Creek Park is. Elmwood Cemetery. From there, it might go anywhere between the Golden Bloom Cannabis Store and the Walmart Supercenter. Okay, so if you know the area, you know 23rd Street, that will take you between those two zones in Oklahoma. That's a pretty large area, but
Ryan, that's a pretty significant tornado.
We don't know exactly
City.
Where.
That is not.
We don't know exactly where it's going to go. It'll go somewhere in between there. So hopefully that helps you draw a picture in your mind of where the tornado is and where we think it's going to be going. Beyond that, we don't want to be too specific because it can veer around a lot. But generally, up there towards Spring Valley Estates, all the way up there past Choctaw towards Jones Pool, you guys also need to be watching out for this storm as well. There's your latest debris signature visible south of Nakoma Park on radar. I'm going to let Brad's message play.
Ryan, that's a pretty significant tornado east of Midwest City. That is not a typical week spin-up.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Garvin County, Oklahoma, and Murray County, Oklahoma. Yo. What the heck? I do think that so many of you guys have downloaded Radar Omega that there's just a couple little hiccups here and there because there's like so many of you on here, but it's okay. They're handling it. It'll be all right. We've been through this before. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, a little bit. I'm not 100% confident, but the storm north and west of Ardmore, Oklahoma, down I-35 a bit, maybe a tornado on the ground. Two different radars, but the testbed and KTLX are showing some form of lowered correlation coefficient in the area. That roughly corresponds with the velocity and the big old mesocyclone there. So not 100% sure, but the storm continues to look more and more dangerous. So I guess I wouldn't be surprised if that was doing damage. However, if it is, it's already sending debris pretty far up into the atmosphere. So keep an eye on that, monitor how the correlation coefficient evolves, and if we can diagnose that as an actual debris signature from radar. But the point stands, this is a dangerous storm in Springer and Doherty there. Please take
New
shelter.
information. This tornado
All right,
warning
thank you,
has been upgraded.
Meteorologist Andy Hill. You guys need to take shelter if you're in Springer and Daugherty. We think there might be a tornado down there. We also got a new tornado warning for Stratford and Pauls Valley and Wynwood. We just got a new tornado warning or an upgraded tornado warning to confirmed down here towards Thayer, Earlton, and Chanute. In Kansas. Y'all need to take shelter as well. This is probably going to be a law enforcement or
Ryan, do you
emergency
have a copy from
management confirmed tornado. No, weather spotters confirmed a tornado near Thayer, so please take shelter immediately if you haven't done so already. Back to Oklahoma City on the eastern side near Midwest City. We were just tracking a pretty significant storm and that was producing a tornado near Nakoma Park in Choctaw. It could still be doing that as we do see a debris signature right here just to the south of Choctaw. And Andy's got something else for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, that is a large tornado on the ground, just right on to I-35 now, north of Ardmore, Oklahoma, and south of Springer, Oklahoma. That's about to get to the town of Springer, pretty much head on here. So we need another stimulus for these people to take shelter, especially since it's later at night, nearly 10 p.m. Central there. So large tornado on the ground, pretty much paralleling Interstate 35 right now up to Springer, Oklahoma.
Okay, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're going to go visit that storm. Just to wrap up my thought here, once again, we might have a tornado also on the ground here just south of Choctaw in Oklahoma. Now they just issued a new warning that goes all the way out to Luther and Wellston for that. That's an observed, confirmed tornado warning for Luther and Wellston in Oklahoma. You've got to take shelter now. This is also an observed tornado warning now for Springer and Daugherty in Oklahoma. You've got to get to your safe spot as quickly as you possibly can if you haven't gotten there already. Once again, it's these kind of situations where we had a little brief moment of what seemed like calmness, and I believe that likely a lot of people probably thought that the event was over during that, and now we have a bunch of tornadoes coming down. So we need to make sure that if you know anybody out there in the Springer, Daugherty, Sulphur, Oklahoma area, you're letting them know that things are actually ramping up here. This is one of the more concerning signatures we've seen today as far as a debris signature goes, right here along
Hey Ryan, we just
I-35
crossed the
south of
damage map
Springer.
on I-40. There on the eastbound side there was no damage. On the westbound side there was a tree that was down and power was out, looking north, which would match up with where that tornado path was.
All right, so Brad's saying that he is seeing some damage in the Midwest City
New
area
information.
there.
This tornado warning has been
New
upgraded.
confirmed tornado warning now for Murray County and Murray County in Oklahoma. So we've got a couple of confirmed warnings now. The one I'm most concerned about is going to be the one that goes through Daugherty, and then also we're obviously very concerned about the storm that's continuing to try to produce a tornado up here through Choctaw and Luther and Wellston. All right. So once again, there's your debris signature on the Choctaw storm. Please take shelter. The next road that this one's going to go across is going to be Northeast 23rd Street. It's going to go between Choctaw and Hara. Take shelter immediately. And then, of course, we've got to mention, again, our storm near Springer here, which is producing a tornado, likely lofting debris significantly high into the air here as it comes up towards Daugherty, Cedar Village, and Jollyville. Notice the collection of storm chasers now that are kind of racing down towards this. We're going to see some confirmation of this via a storm chaser at some point, I believe, here in the near future. Make sure you guys are taking shelter right now. Tornado currently south and east of Choctaw is specifically, if it's still down, could be still down,
is specifically crossing Highway 62, and then it's going to move up towards the Wolf Living Center Summit Ridge. All right. And then I want to do that same kind of thing for our Springer storm. Give me just a second. This one's going to be, it's much harder to kind of pinpoint where that is. It looks like a lot of the debris that was picked up was likely picked up near Ardmore, unfortunately. Now it's hard to tell if it's picking up new debris or not, but if it is, that tornado is just to the south of Springer, I believe. Likely on I-35.
A new
paralleling
tornado warning
I-35
has been
near,
issued.
Cry Lake. Also near the Clarion Broadcasting area. It's going to go up past Michael's Upholstery, Ardmore Dragway, and eventually it will come into the greater Springer area on the likely eastern side of Interstate 35, somewhere near the XTO field office and the Carter County District 1 barn next to the Dollar General there. So make sure you guys are taking shelter if you're in Springer. Also, Cedar Village, Daughtry, and Washita. New tornado warning way up yonder here for Rossville and Warwick in Oklahoma. Rossville and Warwick, Oklahoma. Take shelter now. That looks like that's another situation like we've been seeing. Where we've got a small, tight area of rotation that's trying to produce a tornado as it goes up towards Rossville. It could cause significant damage. There are multiple videos, I believe, now of the tornado coming up out of Ardmore.
Ryan, we're going to hop off the interstate real quick and head back closer to Midwest City to see if there's any damage or if people need any help.
Just so you guys can see what I'm talking about, I have retweeted some of those images of the Ardmore, Oklahoma tornado on Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all. That's my handle. I want to make sure we protect the copyright of the storm chasers out there. We're not going to show it on the air without their permission, but you guys can go see that right now over on X. Or Twitter, just so you have an idea of what we're dealing with here. It looks like a pretty strong storm. Pretty strong tornado, potentially still coming up towards Springer now. Past
Hey, Ryan,
Springer,
it's
actually,
Chris.
towards
Power
Daughtry.
flashes in Shawnee, likely due to strong winds.
Chris Hall is seeing the side effects of some very strong winds associated with this considerable severe thunderstorm that's moving into Shawnee, Oklahoma now. That's 70-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail likely from Tecumseh, Seminole, Prague, and Shawnee within the next 10 to 29 minutes. Here are the places that are currently under confirmed tornado warnings. Lincoln, Oklahoma, Carter, Murray, Cleveland. Those counties are in Oklahoma. Confirmed tornado warning. In Kansas, Neosho, Wilson, those counties are under confirmed tornado warnings. We have radar indicated tornado warnings for Lincoln, Garvin, Murray, and Pontotoc counties in Oklahoma. And we do have one radar indicated tornado warning for Pettis County, Missouri, sorry. So we have 8 tornado warnings now, 16 severe thunderstorm warnings. And unfortunately, we are seeing several indicators that there's been some maybe some significant damage down here with some of these tornadoes in Oklahoma. Still watching the velocity
increase there near Wynwood. We've got another storm that we've really got to watch as it approaches Pauls Valley and Stratford, Oklahoma. The storm that likely produced a big tornado there near Ardmore is still rotating and probably will produce another tornado if it isn't still producing a tornado as it comes up towards Daughtry. So you guys need to take shelter. If you haven't gotten there, hopefully you're already there. We've been talking about you for a long time. More cells forming to the south of that. We've got to watch those. They'll have tornadic potential as they go off to the north. Just to the east of all of this, near Ada, Oklahoma, we do have another rotating thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado near Stonewall, moving up towards Bing. And
Brian, just going to let you know really quick. Like I said, we're going to go check the damage here, make sure everything's okay. There's no way we're going to get back in front of this line. It's bulging out way too fast. There's no way we're going to be able to do that with the road construction. So, and then we're going to head over to the Norman area where it looks like there was a possible significant tornado to see if there's anything over there.
Okay, so Brad Arnold is not going to be able to get in front of the line here, and he's going to be hanging around the Oklahoma City and Norman area, giving us an idea of maybe some of the damage that has occurred with some of these tornadoes that's went by. And also, speaking of damage near Norman, pretty decent damage from what I can tell here. We've got like metal wrapped around poles, some trees knocked over. Obviously, it's not like a major tornado damage or anything like that, but some really convincing tornado damage photos coming in from Max Olson over there on Twitter. I just retweeted one of those. That's right in Norman there. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, but to the best of my ability to tell, this Ardmore tornado has lifted debris up to 26,000 feet above the surface, which is usually indicative of an intense tornado on the upper echelon of things. And it is taking a little bit of that northeasterly track. That's going to bring it right into Sulphur, Oklahoma. At this point in about 15 to 20 minutes or so from now. So the town is not directly in that tornado warning, but I'm almost certain that we will see an extension of that warning into the northern half of Murray.
A new tornado
Murray
warning
County in
has been
Oklahoma,
issued.
and into western Pontotoc County and eastern Garvin County. Stratford and Vanoss and Center is up next for that tornado, and possibly even, depending on how far right this could deviate, even the western outskirts of Ada in Oklahoma. So within a tornado that lofts debris to 26,000 feet, usually intense tornadoes, whatever caused them doesn't just go away like that. Thus, I do believe an extended warning way out ahead of this thing for its track in the next 45 minutes is warranted. So please take that accordingly and tell people in the path.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, telling us about some more details about the tornado debris signature that we saw earlier from the correlation coefficient. Andy has inspected that not just near the surface, not just the bottom tilt, but all the way up, and has denoted that maybe we've seen this tornado throw debris several thousand, maybe tens of thousands of feet up into the air. It's 26,000 feet. That's a sign that this could be a very strong tornado. And even if it's not down right now, even if this is recycling or something, a storm like that doesn't just stop usually. So we're probably going to see another tornado maybe past Daughtry near Sulphur all the way up beyond that. So Daughtry, stay in your safe spot. Sulphur, get ready. Also, we've got rotation coming together a little bit better near Wynwood, working up towards Civet and Boudinot as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, right. And then the storm also to the south. Literally, the mesocyclone of the storm is going right where that tornado just went, to the west of Ardmore. Chances are good the same conditions are relatively in the same places here in Ardmore, Oklahoma. So I would not hesitate to say that this storm could also produce a tornado at the same time. It is not currently warned, but looks much the same in radar presentation as the last one did when it was producing possibly a significant tornado here. So I would recommend taking shelter once again in Ardmore and Springer as the previous tornado warned storm exits your area. Another one is going right through the same place and may even be being nudged by the forward flank of this storm to its south and west, which could cause a quick tornado genesis to occur.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got another storm, almost an identical storm, coming up towards Ardmore that's rotating. Unfortunately, we probably have some damage right in here. People are probably trying to deal with that now, but now we've got another storm coming and maybe even another developing tornado. So hopefully everybody in that town understands that they need to be maybe getting back to their safe spot here soon. All of these supercells that we've been watching for a while are starting to rotate more and more as that as their ingredients kind of increase for tornadoes tonight. We remember we were talking about that increase in favorable factors for tornadoes kind of happening right now, and it's happening. So every storm has the ability to spin here, and unfortunately we have a lot of different opportunities on the way up into southern portions of Oklahoma here as several storms are forming. I also want to take you back to a couple of our warnings in Kansas and Missouri as well, because we want to make sure we're talking about those. This is a observed tornado warning in Chanute and Thayer in Kansas. You guys should take shelter immediately. And then also we've got a newer warning in Sedalia, Missouri. This is a precautionary warning, but you do see these little divots in the line here. Sometimes that can lead to a tornado. So Sedalia, you might have a tornadic thunderstorm moving towards you right now. You want to take shelter over there in Missouri. Back down to our big storms in Oklahoma. Just look at the velocities. I mean, there's a big rotation here, right here, another one here, several that are unwarned to the south and west of Ardmore now. It looks like by the way, it looks like the circulation that went through Ardmore is now organizing a little bit more again. So I'm becoming more concerned again about Daughtry and Sulphur here, as this storm has a history of producing a big tornado, lofting debris over 20,000 feet in the air. If it produces another tornado, it'll probably still be very big as it comes up towards Sulphur. So take shelter if you haven't already. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 big time storms down here that we're watching closely. And look at this, even more isolated cells popping up as far south as south and west of Gainesville, Texas. All of these moving into that particularly favorable environment for spinning, rotating storms. Still watching the storm to the east of Oklahoma City as well. Tornado warnings continue for places like Sparks and Warwick. The rotation is a little bit less impressive now, but it's still capable of producing tornadoes here. They'll probably issue another kind of precautionary warning for Chandler and Davenport at some point as this continues to go off to the north. But the big threat here now, I think, is going to be winds. 70-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch in diameter hail. That's going to be possible here as that storm continues to go to the north. Many rotating severe thunderstorms currently down here in Oklahoma. Let me show you we looked at this earlier, and it's actually ended up being a pretty good indicator of where we've ended up focusing a lot of our attention, the significant tornado parameter. Look at how much it's kind of still maxed out in front of our storms here. We're up to a 9 south of Tulsa. Okay, we've got some high values right around where our storms are forming, and all the way over to McAllister. And then we've also got an increased area of, favorable tornadic ingredients way down here to, south and west of Gainesville, where some of those new storms are forming and where our big line is heading, south of Wichita Falls. So more than we've seen all day today, conditions are becoming more and more favorable for tornadoes as the night goes on.
So yeah, I would watch this area right here very closely in the near future. Also, of course, the area that we're watching now. And then we've got to watch for these storms as they move into the Tulsa area, as things have really kind of cooked, you could say, all day, awaiting for these storms. We've got a lot of we've got a lot of ingredients in place for tornadoes, and it's all there for the taking. Look at all those circulations. Once again, big time, nasty nighttime tornado there near Ardmore earlier. I've got as much media as I can find retweeted about that. If you want an idea of what we're dealing with here, that stuff's over on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. That's my handle. I'm retweeting all that stuff. And according to some of the initial calculations, that you can do, just kind of thinking about like, okay, how high did the debris go with that storm? What was the velocities looking like? The storm that went through Ardmore, just to the west of it, hopefully, and that caused that debris signature, was likely a pretty strong tornado. Maybe EF2, EF3 or higher. So these parameters that are in place that are allowing these storms to produce tornadoes are not, it's not baby stuff. This is like real, potentially strong tornadoes that we're dealing with tonight. If you're just now tuning in, this is we're almost on our 9th hour of consecutive coverage today of a severe weather outbreak that has produced a lot of tornadoes and other severe weather events. But actually, right now, I think we're entering probably the peak of the event as all of these supercells start to produce tornadoes in southern
A new
Oklahoma
tornado warning has been issued.
and Kansas. Allen County, Kansas is now under a tornado warning. LaHarpe, Moran, Elsmore, Bayard, Bronson, Savonburg. All you guys in Kansas are under a tornado warning, and you can actually really see the supercellular structure with this storm. Pretty good. So this one's definitely trying to rotate enough to produce a tornado here. It's looking like a pretty strong storm. So Bronson and Moran, you guys should definitely be in your safe spots. The storm that is to the north and east of Ada, Oklahoma, is starting to wrap up. In the last couple of frames, we're seeing a more intense velocity signature there that could indicate that the storm is closer to being able to produce a tornado. It looks like a little bit of a cell merger has occurred there, and now the inflow area is pretty clear and able to take in some warm, moist air into the storm. We are also looking at the storm near Pauls Valley. That's still rotating as it comes up towards Byers. The storm that's going through Daughtry now and moving up towards Sulphur in Oklahoma has a history of producing a very strong tornado. And it looks like it might try to do that again. So hopefully everybody in Sulphur is ready for that, and you're getting into your safe spot. The rotation that's coming through Ardmore now, it still hasn't prompted another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That rotation is pretty broad, but this is another storm that we have to watch to potentially produce a tornado here soon as it comes up towards Springer. New warning, another new warning. This is for the cluster of storms that went through Moore and Norman earlier. We talked
just not too long ago about how they would probably issue a new warning for the Kendrick and Davenport area in Oklahoma. And there it is. It's a precautionary warning, but there are little areas like this that are probably about to produce tornadoes that's going to happen all up and down this line as the storm goes all the way up there towards Kendrick, Tyrone, Agra, and Avery in Oklahoma. Y'all should take shelter immediately. 9 tornado warnings now. Here's the sounding from Tulsa. Unfortunately, our storms are entering that environment. And basically, long story short, it's pretty favorable for rotating storms. Quite favorable, actually. I mean, if that's anywhere near legit, 601 SRH 747 at 0 to 3 kilometers, that's nuts. So basically, the big curved line that you saw there, the more curved and the bigger, usually, the worse news that is for the potential for seeing some big bad tornadoes. So. The ingredients are coming together to support strong tornadoes tonight. New tornado warning for Wewoka, Lima, Holdenville, Butner, Nobletown, all these places in Oklahoma as our supercell is really cranking up here and kind of just floating off to the north. We're waiting to see, if this is about to drop a tornado here right now. It's rotating quite a bit, but it's not yet. I don't think it's actually producing a tornado just yet. It's probably pretty close. Let me pull up something else here.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. We are dropping into Cromwell here in just a minute. We're going to go for that tornado warning just for our south here.
Chris is still chasing. We've got him pulled up. Brad's out there. Brandon Clement. Velocity rotation on our storm approaching Sulphur looks more concerning now. You can see that those, our colors are getting brighter here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Velocity couplet. So hopefully everybody in Sulphur is in their safe spot, and hopefully we get a new warning here for areas north of Daughtry. Chandra, if you don't care to mute. Okay, so yeah, we got that new tornado warning that includes Sulphur now. Just watch this loop. Just watch the loop here of our velocities. It's definitely coming together. This is probably about to produce another big tornado here as the storm goes up past Sulphur. Through Sulphur up towards Roth and Vanoss.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Lincoln County, Oklahoma now. You guys are under a confirmed tornado warning. You've got to take shelter immediately if you haven't gotten there already. That's going to be up here for areas north and east of Oklahoma City. There it is.
Right, this is the little area that we kind of pointed out earlier between Davenport and Chandler. We likely have a
new
tornado
tornado
down there.
warning has
There's
been
your
issued.
correlation coefficient drop, your tornado debris signature. We've got a tornado doing damage heading up towards Interstate 44 and Kendrick, Oklahoma. Please take shelter. That could happen again, even way over here in this part of the line. So Tyron, Agra, Avery, y'all should be taking shelter as well. Another new tornado warning for Gwinnett, Asher, Byers, Oklahoma. For this supercell, things are really taking off now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's our 12th tornado warning that we have in effect now over here in Missouri. That one looks, out of all the warnings that we've seen out over here in Missouri, that one looks probably one of the more concerning ones. You see that little push out right there east of Cole Camp. That's a telltale sign of a tornado that's a part of a linear line of storms. So I would say that we're probably seeing a tornado here. If not yet, then in just a moment. And that's going to be moving over there towards Primant, Glenstead, Atkinsville, and Florence in Missouri. Take shelter. This line that's had a history of producing a bunch of different tornado warnings is moving towards Jefferson City, Missouri. So y'all should get ready. We now have 12 tornado warnings, 18 severe thunderstorm warnings.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
13 tornado warnings. Wisconsin. We got to go back to Wisconsin here. What the heck's going on in Wisconsin? Okay. All right. So first of all, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for southern portions of Milwaukee, all the way down to Burlington and Summers, almost to Kenosha. Strong winds. Some small hail is possible. This little part of the line here is maybe a little bit more capable of trying to produce a tornado. So I would watch out in Muskego, south of Waukesha. There's a couple little divots in that line there that could rotate enough to produce a tornado. Maybe somewhere along Interstate 43 or areas just west of Franklin near Wind Lake. Take shelter over here in Wisconsin, okay? If you're in Racine or Waukesha counties in Wisconsin, you got to get to shelter now. Let's go back to Oklahoma. Our sulfur storm. I mean, it just continues to look more and more concerning. We had a pretty discreet looking cell here whenever it was down near Springer and Daughtry, but notice what's happened here recently. We've had the forward flank of another cell kind of really attach itself to the base of that storm. A little bit of a nudge going on maybe. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Brian, I think there's a lot more significant potential with that Chandler Davenport storm on the northern side of this Bow Echo here in Oklahoma. Bryce Shelton is right in front of that as it approaches Stroud and the Highway 99 there, that County Highway 99, and it will probably be just to the north of Interstate 44 when it gets that highway. It's right on I-44 right now. doing damage, and it looks absolutely disgusting from the Tulsa radar. If you want to take a look at it from there as well, I think this one will do a little bit more significant damage than most of the other spin-up tornadoes we have seen. So Bryce Shelton again in the path of that, and we can tell people to take shelter, especially in Western Creek County, Oklahoma, which is not currently tornado warned. This thing is headed up to the northeast, so it will get into western and northwestern Creek County as well as southeastern Payne County in Oklahoma.
All right, thank you very much, Andy. Chandra, let's make sure we get Bryce Shelton up as quickly as possible. And let's get the location on Brad. Okay, I see that. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, well, there's a debris signature in Sulphur, Oklahoma now, just on top of the town. It's entering the town right now. This warning is not a confirmed tornado warning, but there is a tornado going right through Sulphur, Oklahoma right now.
New information.
Okay.
This tornado warning
There
has
goes.
been upgraded.
Confirmed warning now for Garvin, Murray, and Pontotoc counties in Oklahoma. We have been talking about Sulphur for a long time, so hopefully everybody in Sulphur was in their safe spots. We've got a tornado coming through now. This is a big one. I really do believe that, and it's going to continue to be a big one all the way up through Oak Grove, Dullburg, Hart, and Vanos. All right. This is probably, we had a huge tornado likely go near Ardmore earlier. This is probably like that. Maybe it could even be bigger. So there are a plethora of storm chasers out here around this thing. So it's likely that we will see something out of this at some point here, maybe confirming our suspicions in the near future. But I mean, this right here is all you need. The correlation coefficient drop shows a area of debris being lofted into the air right over the town of Sulphur. So unfortunately, it looks like some damage has been done here. 1 second. If you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado situation going on here in Oklahoma. We've got a couple different confirmed tornadoes. One of them looks to be, actually probably both of them look to be pretty significant tornadoes. There's one going through Sulphur right now, getting ready to go up in parallel Highway 301 towards Dullburg. We also have that other one up here a little bit farther to the north near Stroud, north and west of Stroud, moving into Kendrick. Big tornado coming into Kendrick right now. We've got storm chasers on this. Okay, so Bryce Shelton is on the Lincoln County, Oklahoma storm, which is where Kendrick is. So he might be able to see something for us once he gets closer there. And then there's a bunch of storm chasers down here around the Sulphur, Oklahoma storm, which is looking more and more, scary looking on radar. Chandra, we gotta have Zach Hall up. Zach Hall is on the Sulphur storm right now. We'll put him in 3 or 1, honestly. Either one of those can go. Here's your velocity. Big time velocity couplet. Just waiting on more scans to come in. Once you've said what we've said, until we get a better grasp on exactly what's going on with that, there's not a lot else we can say other than if you're in the path of this storm, you need to take shelter. You need to get into the lowest floor of a sturdy building and put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. You need to get underground, preferably. You need to put on a pair of shoes, maybe a pair of boots. You might have to evacuate your home after a tornado and walk over glass, splintered wood, and nails and stuff like that. And bring me with you. Bring a charged tablet and or a phone. And hopefully we'll get through this just fine. Tornadoes are small. Towns, neighborhoods are big. The odds of everybody in the warned counties getting hit are low. But this right here is probably a very big tornado. So I'm concerned about what Zach Hall is going to see as he gets closer to it here. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I just want to say that if you are in Sulphur still, or you're just tuning in, or you know somebody there, don't come out of your safe spots, because there is, for some reason, still unwarned circulation just headed right towards the city once again. It's taken the same exact path as that previous storm that's produced 2 tornadoes, one in Sulphur, one near Ardmore. So I really hope that back when we talked about it near Ardmore, that advanced warning got through to a lot of people. I said we got to go ahead and say stuff about people who are 20, 25 minutes down the path. And I do think this circulation back behind it near Doherty right now in Oklahoma does pose a similar threat. And it is not tornado warned, so things will be very confusing if another warning is issued and people are only paying attention to one device, one source for this thing. You should not come out of your safe spots in Sulphur, as you're 10 minutes away from another tornadic circulation possibly passing right over your town once again.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Chandra, get a hold of Riley and see if he can reach out to Zach and see what's going on there, because he is just about to be on a storm that we really need to see. So we've got to try really hard there. If you are just now tuning in, we've got a tornado that likely just went through or near Sulphur, Oklahoma. Now we've got another circulation developing back here near Daughtry coming up towards Sulphur. So we need everybody in Sulphur to stay sheltered. Okay. And now we've got a PDS
New information.
tornado warning.
This
for
tornado
Murray,
warning has been
Pontotoc,
upgraded.
and Garvin counties in Oklahoma. PDS tornado warning means that this is a particularly dangerous situation.
A new tornado
a large
warning
damaging
has been
tornado
issued.
is on the ground now, and we've got to get to our safe spots as quickly as humanly possible. We got a big tornado just west of Hickory. Okay, let me dive into the mesoscale here. CC. Also, this the big blue blob here is one of the reasons why we know that that's the case. So yeah, just to the west of Hickory, just to the south and west of Roth, we have once again a pretty significant tornado going on right now. Give me just a second. Sulphur. Zach Hall is now streaming, and we're about to see his his view of this storm here momentarily. So just to the north and east of Sulphur now, we've got that tornado pretty much paralleling the Chickasaw Turnpike there, Highway 301. It's going by Conley Cattle. And let me play this out here and just make sure I've got the motion right. Yeah. If it continues going in the way that it's going right now, it'll probably go somewhere up there between, let's see here, what lake is that? It's going to go somewhere between Barb Wire Halo Ranch and the county line road there. That's a big space between where the storm is now and where it's going. There's not a lot out here. Okay, so that's a good sign. But if it continues to parallel Highway 301, once again, that's the Chickasaw Turnpike. If it goes long enough, it will make it up towards Roth and Pittsburgh. In Roth, this is a decently sized little town. Roth, you guys have got on the southwest side of town, you've got the crispy, crunchy chicken and the Frontier Trading feed mill. That's where the tornado would enter town if it does make it that far. Also, we're concerned potentially about Pittsburgh. The tornado would come in on the side of town where you've got that pond down there near Kemper Avenue. Okay, so that's in the short term. In the long term, if this storm keeps going for quite some time, we might have to worry about this one in Ada or areas just west of Ada, maybe between Stratford and Ada here within the next, 20, 30 minutes or so. So keep that in mind.
PDS tornado warning. Let me read this. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be
A
deadly
new
to those
tornado
caught without
warning
shelter.
has been issued.
Radar confirmed tornado is what that is. New tornado warning now. Way up here, just to the west of Tulsa. We've got the rotating part of that storm that was
a new tornado warning has been
Chandler. Now that is moving up towards Cushing, Yale, and Oilton. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm a little irritated that I didn't see this, but we were focusing on the TDS right over Sulphur. As that happened, there was a tornado south of Sasakwa in relatively low reflectivity values, but definitely confirmable all around. And it does go up in tilts. So unfortunately, I had two simultaneous tornadoes, one that was odd on radar and one that was more easily identifiable, unfortunately, because it went over the town. There are damage reports. Alex Spann has some damage on Twitter from that. And because this storm near Sasakwa did produce a tornado, it definitely looks very concerning right now as it approaches Holdenville. The most concerning look on it. Yeah, I would be surprised if this doesn't produce another tornado right here, even though this warning is not confirmed. That's going to go up to Wetumpka and Okemah and Clearview in these areas of Oklahoma. Chris Hall is approaching that from the north. So there's your advanced well, yeah, it is producing a tornado right now that right over the town of Spalding, Oklahoma, unfortunately. So hopefully
a new
this,
tornado
gets
warning
upgraded
has
right
been
as
issued.
It approaches Holdenville. That should get the utmost attention from the National Weather Service.
Thank you, Andy. Guys, we are entering a situation where we have multiple very large tornadoes, I think, developing or currently happening here. It's going to get a little overwhelming as we go back and forth between all of these, but this one is definitely something that we've got to watch here. I'm going to listen to what Chris just had to say since he's so close to that storm. Give me just a moment here.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. Don't be surprised to see a new tornado warning, but further east on our storm. This tornado is trying to come together right on the edge of the warning box. We're trying to get down to around Yeager, Oklahoma. Ryan, I think we have a strong tornado on the ground.
Yeah, so Chris Hall is pretty close to this. He's up there south of Cromwell. He's going to try to get pretty close to this near Holdenville. Guys, once again, we have a big tornado on the ground right now moving into Holdenville, Oklahoma. This is this definitely needs an upgraded warning, I believe. This just went through Spalding, probably caused some damage down there in Spalding. We're seeing that damage pretty visibly on radar. This is the biggest debris signature I think that we've seen probably today. But yeah, now it's moving up towards Holdenville. The tornado currently, based on my best estimates, is between Holdenville and Spalding, probably coming into the southwestern side of Holdenville right now, near the Iron Storage, Glasgow Cattle Company, the Waterworks Mobile Detailing area, the Fisher Funeral Home. If you know Holdenville, you know that area. That's about where the tornado is going to come into town if it is still on the ground, and I think that it is. This is our most impressive looking supercell that we've seen in a while here. And we've got a tornado coming into Holdenville. Once again, everybody in the town of Holdenville needs to be sheltered, and you need to be underground preferably. However, I do think that, this is going to come into the western side. But even if you're on the eastern side, you got to be down there sheltered in place. Once again, it's going to come across East 134 Road, right there near the Glasgow Cattle Company. This might make it all the way up there to the Heritage Village Nursing Center. If any of these places that I'm calling out right now you could potentially get to in a car very quickly, you're too close, and you need to make sure that you are in your safe spot right now. Wow. Yeah, that next scan just continues to look like... a very significant tornado is ongoing here. Honestly, it looks like it could be big enough that it's taking up most of the space between Spalding and Holdenville. which is only about a couple
A
miles.
new tornado warning has been issued.
Sweet Bale Farms, Tyson Foods feed fill in Holdenville. You guys have got to get to shelter. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, two things. The first thing, the sulfur cell has had a consistent anticyclonic satellite tornado that's sticking around the town of Spalding, hopefully not doing more damage, but I do believe that's a satellite circulation there that's spinning the other way. That debris signature continues as it goes into Holdenville.
A new
and
tornado
continues
warning
to wrap
has been
up
issued.
as well. We need a confirmed warning on that soon, just to insinuate on our broadcast at least that this is a serious situation. At the same time, the debris signature for our PDS tour has deepened once again west of Roth, Oklahoma, and is headed straight towards Vanasse and the western portions of Ada in Pontotoc County there. So heads up Vanasse Center. You're not even in a tornado warning right now in center Oklahoma, but that is still doing significant damage and approaching your location in about 15 to 20 minutes from now.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Once again, I don't know if we've lost Zach again. He's literally right next to this tornado near Roth. If we can get him, that would just keep an eye on that. But we do have a tornado lifting debris here west of Roth. This is going to move up towards Vanasse, Oklahoma. You guys have got to. If you haven't gotten there yet, you've got to run, not walk to your safe spot. This is also going to go up towards Hart. All right, it's going to go towards Hart. The next road that this is probably going to cross here in Oklahoma is County Road 161, north and west of Roth. This is a big tornado. You've got to take shelter. I cannot believe that we don't have a confirmed tornado warning on our storm over here near Holdenville. But my goodness, we almost certainly have a tornado. There we go.
A new
Okay, now
PDS
we've got it.
tornado
This is a
warning
PDS
has been
tornado
issued.
warning, rightfully so, for Holdenville, Yeager, and also Wetumpka in Oklahoma. You guys have gotten to get yourselves underground to be, in a place to where you can be all right.
A new
in this
tornado
situation.
warning has been issued.
This is a powerful storm, likely producing a huge tornado right now near Holdenville. Tornado is currently taking up a space the size of Tyson Foods feed all the way over to Davis Correctional Facility. If you live out here, you know what I'm talking about. The jail, all the way over to the big Tyson Foods feed area. You guys know what I'm talking about. It literally could be that big or bigger as it comes up into Holdenville. It's going to cross Highway 270 here, about where the Rainbow Auto Salvage is, potentially the Holdenville Livestock Market, maybe even all the way
Ryan,
over there
this is
towards
Chris. This is a
Heritage Village Nursing Center. This is a large, probably intense tornado that's doing significant damage here that's coming up into Yeager. Remember, PDS tornado warning means that we've got a
New information.
Large,
this tornado warning has been
damaging tornado
upgraded.
on the ground wind. We know that for sure. It's happening right now. Wow. And of course, our tornado back here to the west of Roth is also looking like it's doing the same thing, producing a giant tornado back here. Storm Chaser Zach Hall is close to that. I'm guessing we can't get his feed, but we're going to try to reach out to him in a moment. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, our southernmost, or not, I don't even know, our Ardmore supercell now, third time it's gone over Ardmore is now a PDS warning. A radar indicated at the moment, so we don't have confirmation that a tornado is ongoing with this storm, but I just about bet it's going to, and this time it'll be just a little bit east of the previous supercell's track. So Gene Autry and Highway 177 east of Doherty and Sulphur are now closer to the track of this thing. So we're having multiple tornadoes go down the same exact path at, basically within the same hour. So please take shelter. And if you're in a mobile home out ahead of this Mill Creek and Ada, it's great to seek sturdy shelter at the moment if you can do so safely.
Thank you, Andy. Gene Autry, you've got to get to shelter. This is going through Ardmore right now. We've got
A new
another
PDS tornado warning
now
has
for
been issued.
Pontotoc County in Oklahoma as well. Guys, right now we have multiple large, potentially violent tornadoes ongoing, doing incredibly significant damage, potentially, widespread life-threatening damage to multiple communities out here in Oklahoma. That newest warning is going to go all the way out there just to the west of Ada, Oklahoma. This is I want to make sure everybody knows that, of course, we've got the huge tornado over here near Holdenville.
Ryan,
all right.
This is every bit of a mile wide.
Yep.
Southwest of you right now.
Okay, that's Chris. He's getting close to the Holdenville storm. We're going to keep an eye on him. He's in the bottom spot over there in the bottom right. We've got also the Roth storm producing a huge tornado right now. This is also probably a mile wide, maybe bigger wedge tornado, killer tornado moving up towards Vanoss, Pickett Center, Gar Corner, Union Hill, Beebe, Oil Center. You guys have gotten to get yourself deep underground or in the most interior room of your home. Radar indicated tornado here also moving up towards Gene Autry, just out of Ardmore. Unfortunately, that went just on the east side there. Now, the next road that this tornado probably is going to go through is going to be the Highway 341 there, just before you get into Gene Autry. The two most significant signatures that I'm seeing right now are going to be
a new
these
PDS
two,
tornado warning has been issued.
You've got a big time problem down here as well. We've got 3 monster tornadoes going on right now. That newest warning is going to go all the way out to Okima, Bearden, and Clearview. So here's something that I want everybody to realize. This is a big-time, life-threatening tornado that just went through Holdenville. We just got a warning now that it won't expire until about 50 minutes from now for that very storm, all the way up here near Bearden and Castle. There is no excuse for anybody to be surprised by this storm. All right, we can see it clear as day here. This is a big, giant tornado. It's coming for decent-sized towns. We need to make sure everybody knows about it and they are getting in their safe spot. You want to get into once again, the most interior room of your home and wear a helmet if you can to protect your head. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I want to make sure we talk about the fact that this is going through flash flooding now, especially for our southern tornado warnings. Advisable if your basement's flooded, please stay on the first floor of your house, and the lowest floor that's not flooded as we go through these flash flood warnings that are setting up rapidly as well, so that you don't get stuck in flooding while you're trying to shelter from a tornado in an amazingly unfortunate circumstance.
Yeah. Very unfortunate. Thank you, Andy. Several supercells are kind of training over the same areas over and over again, causing tornadoes to literally go almost over the same areas over and over again. Connected to those tornadoes are huge forward flanks of supercells that have very heavy rain. Now we're experiencing flash flooding in some of these areas, which is just unbelievable. So make sure you're aware of that and do everything you can to protect your life and property here in this extremely dangerous situation that's unfolding. I just really hope right now that everybody up here between Vanoss and Pickett in Oklahoma is in their safe spot. You can see the big debris signature here. Let me kind of give you some information about the mesoscale.
This tornado, it's very well still down. It's going to be going right in front of us here momentarily over whatever highway I'm on here. I don't even know where I'm at. I'm just west of Wetumpka.
All right. Just to the north and west of Roth here. Hold on. Just to the north and west of Roth here, we've got a big tornado down. It's going to go across the east 159, and then it's going to go towards the general Pickett and Vanoss area. The storm that Chris is talking about is the one that just went through Holdenville. It's still down. There's no doubt in my mind about that. It's paralleling Highway 48 there, eventually going to make it up to where 48 and 9 intersect just to the east of Butner in Oklahoma. That is a big tornado. Once again, PDS tornado warning goes all the way up to Cromwell.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've also got a bunch of tornado warnings coming out over here in Missouri. I want to very quickly look at that for you. Yeah, we've got a decent amount of rotation here near Syracuse. Everybody in Tipton, California, and Prairie Home in Missouri needs to be taking shelter right now. There's also a tornado warning in Texas for that storm there that's coming up towards Paint Creek, and that looks like a pretty significant supercell as well. 13 tornado warnings right now. Unfortunately, I know there's a lot of people tuning in from all across these states. I'm going to do my best to tell you everything I can about those storms. For example, Paint Creek, Plainview, Texas, you need to be taking shelter, but we do need to really kind of hone in on our Oklahoma storms here, because these are the giant killer tornadoes that can wipe out whole communities. I just want to make sure that those communities that they're going towards are aware of the severity of the situation. Let me go back to the Holdenville. And go ahead, Andy.
That's yellow, not me.
Gotcha. Sorry. Thank you, Andy. I'm going to go into the mesoscale here just a little bit, just in case we've still got a big tornado down here east of Wewoka. I do think it's going to parallel.
Chris, we can hear a roar from our location right now from this storm.
Chris Hall can hear the roar of the tornado from his location, which, by the way, is he's pretty close. He's down there just to the west of Wetumpka right now on what is that? Highway 9. All right. Right now, the tornado is currently on the ground doing big time damage to whatever it hits just to the east of Highway 48. It's probably, by my best estimation, near the Veterans Park or the Jaeger Oak Hill Cemetery. All right. If it continues on its trajectory, it's going to go up towards the Blue Diamond Ranch, and then it's going to go up there towards the Okaname Reservoir. All right. If Chris keeps going west on that road that he's on right now, he's going to meet a giant, dangerous tornado. It's going to come around the trees there, somewhere near where North Highway 374 connects with Highway 9. So that's what we've got going on now. Big tornado still on the ground here north of Holdenville. Unbelievable presentation on radar there. Still got
Ryan,
tornadoes.
I don't know what it's hitting right now, but major power flashes just right in front of us.
Okay, Chris has got power flashes. I'm going to keep him up on the screen here. Chandler, let's put him in 1. Chris Hall in 1. He's in Hughes County, Oklahoma.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Carter and Murray counties in Oklahoma. I'm just looking through all of these, making sure we're not missing anything. Still got a tornado warning, by the way, near Oilton and Lawrence Creek. We're going to be talking about those storms as they approach Tulsa. I know we've got a lot of people watching over there. But that newest warning that just came out is going to be associated with the rotation that is down here near Gene Autry right now. We probably have a tornado down near Gene Autry again, moving up towards Crusher, Drake, and now that's going to go back up towards
crossing
Sulphur.
the road right in front of us, right in the distance right now. It is a large tornado, large wedge tornado on the ground right now. If this stays on the path it's on, it's going for I-40.
Okay, so Chris Hall is really close to this thing. Once again, he's just to the west of Wetumpka. A large, huge tornado is about to cross the road in front of him. He's on Highway 9 here, looking west. If we get a well-placed lightning strike here, we're probably going to get a view of it as it does that. Once again, a huge tornado crossing Highway 9 in front of Chris here west of Wetumpka. It's going to continue to move to the north here towards Wisner Cemetery. Okay. Wisner Cemetery, eventually up towards the Whiskey Throttle MX area. It'll even cross over the river there, North Canadian River. At some point here, as it does go up towards Interstate 40. I'm concerned about Okemah and the areas just to the east of Cromwell here. You might have to, deal with a huge tornado as this comes towards you. Chris Hall's exact location is, he's probably still a mile away or so from, maybe even a couple miles away from where that circulation is crossing the road. But remember, this is a huge tornado, so it might be one of those situations where you're not going to see like one little skinny dark thing. Also, there's probably some rain in front of it. Notice how on radar here, that hook kind of comes up over the road like this. We've got the road
Ryan,
flank
right in front of us,
downdraft.
right in front of us. It is crossing crazy line now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've also got a tornado warning for Love County, Oklahoma now. If you're just now tuned in, this is a live look at, basically we're pointing in the direction of a potentially violent tornado moving across Highway 9 south and east of Cromwell, Texas. And if Chris keeps going here, eventually the tornado is going to cross the road in front of him, and we'll likely see some sort of sign of debris here, if the thing is still on the ground. And it looks like it almost certainly is there. All right, so let's come back to our three chaser view here. Once again, Chris Hall, this is his location right here. This is where the tornado is crossing the road. Well, yeah, this is where the tornado is crossing the road right there. Now let's come back and check on some of these other tornado warnings that are ongoing. We've got several potential big tornadoes coming down right now. Still concerned about you guys in just west of Ada, Oklahoma there. Union Hill, Beebe Oil Center, y'all need to be taking shelter. Also Bing. A little bit farther south, Sulphur, Oklahoma, you need to be taking shelter, because we're also hearing from the police department there in Gene Autry that there is a tornado on the ground associated with that rotation that we see in Gene Autry. So that's going to be coming up towards Sulphur here shortly. And now we've got another area of rotation way down here towards the Red River near Thackerville and Marietta. This will be another big tornado producer as it comes up towards Ardmore. A literal train of tornadic supercells going over the same towns over and over and over again here. I haven't seen something like this. This is crazy. Imagine getting hit by multiple large tornadoes at night and then also dealing with flash flooding on top of that. That's completely wild.
Big time power flashes, man. Big time power flashes right directly in front of me. We're listening right now.
That's the voice of Chris Hall there. Still looking at the storm that's producing the tornado just to his west now. He's west of Wetumpka, and he's given us a view here towards where the tornado is. That's now crossing Highway 9, moving up towards Bearden.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
We've got a new PDS tornado warning. Let's go check that out real quick. PDS tornado warning for Drake and Mill Creek. This is associated with the circulation that's down here near Gene Autry. Now we're expecting this to go through Nebo, Drake, Mill Creek within the next little bit. We've got 44 minutes on that warning. So I would say 10 to 20 minutes for Nebo and Drake, maybe 15, 20 minutes for Mill Creek. You've got to get to shelter now, though, and get prepared for that. If you're just now tuning in, we've got an outbreak of tornadoes currently happening in Oklahoma. We have 12 tornado warnings ongoing right now. We just had at least 3 large tornadoes on the ground at the same time. Now I'm sure that we've got 2, but we could have a 3rd one or a 4th one coming together here very soon. I don't know if we're listening to any scanner feeds or anything from Holdenville, but it would be it'd be interesting to know if we're hearing anything, any sort of damage out of the Holdenville area, because it does seem like that town either got grazed by or hit, directly by a big tornado there not too long ago. Once again, we did get confirmation that there was a tornado on the ground near Gene Autry not too long ago. That same circulation is coming up into Nebo now. Hopefully everybody in Nebo, Oklahoma is in their safe spot. Marietta and Greenville, Oklahoma, you guys need to be there as well.
No power through here at all, Ryan. I doubt that I'm going to keep service long, but we are tracking up behind it through the damage path. I'll let you know what we can find when I can. Still have ongoing power flashes right now within a half mile of our north, to our north, sorry.
That's Chris Hall. He's going to continue down Highway 9. He's going to try to cross the road where the tornado potentially crossed the road. And he's going to let us know what he sees here. And then he's going to try to track it down to the north there as it goes towards Bearden and Okima. So I'm not seeing any damage yet where he is, but he is just now. He's probably getting pretty close to being where he would run into that. Tornadoes seemingly crossed the road just in front of his location here. So yeah, Okima, Oklahoma, you guys need to be in your safe spot. A big supercell,
A new
capable of producing
tornado
a large
warning
tornado
has
is
been
coming
issued.
towards you. A new tornado warning for Pontotoc County, Oklahoma, also just came out. That's going to include Ada and Bing, Happy Land, Hurd, and Francis. You guys need to take shelter. There's a pretty decent chance that this is going to try to produce another tornado. It's already produced
Ryan,
one
this is
that we
probably
know
coming
of.
into the town of Bearden right now. Still seeing big-time power flashes just to the north.
So y'all take shelter in Bing and Ada. Most concerning looking signature still, in my opinion, comes from the storm that is approaching Bearden there.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Love County, Oklahoma now under a confirmed tornado warning. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, there was a brief period of time there, right about Chris's location into the north, where that PDS tornado was not on the ground. Now it is back on the ground, doing damage once again with a deep debris signature. About 10 to 12 minutes out from Okima, maybe 15 minutes or so. So this is headed right towards the town of Okima on I-40 in Okfuskee County. in Oklahoma. So please take shelter there. I've also been trying to track that storm right on the Red River, but it's impossible to tell if the debris signature is legit from both sides, from the Fort Worth radar or not. So just be taking shelter. A preventative confirmed tornado warning, if it's been spotted, is just as good of a reason to be taking shelter. So Okemah, definitely call somebody if you know somebody there, and make sure they know out ahead of time, even though they've been in this advance warning for a long time. There is actually still a tornado on the ground, actively doing damage, approaching them within this warning box.
Thank you, meteorologist.
Hey, Ryan, definitely crossed right here where I'm at. We do have pretty significant tree damage. Look like power lines are down just to my left. That power pole is barely standing. Yeah, we are in the damage path. Do have damage right through here right now.
Okay, so Chris is seeing about where the circulation crossed the road. Now we believe that it's a little bit more intense and doing some more damage just to the north of where he is, near Bearden, and that's going to be going towards Okemah here within the next little bit. Right now, the tornado is going to be near the Whiskey Throttle MX area. It's crossing the North Canadian River, okay? And if it keeps going on the path that it's on right now, it's gonna go right up towards Okemah, hopefully on the south, hopefully not right through the middle, but if it does come into town, it's going to enter on the southwest side down there near CM Heavy Machinery. It's going to go across North 3760, that road. It'll probably intersect Interstate 40 somewhere near the S&W equipment area and the residents at Okemah. Keep that in mind as the storm gets closer to you. Hopefully we've got people watching in Okemah, Oklahoma. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. You've got to take shelter underground or in the most interior room of your home, with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Put on a helmet. Okay, put on a helmet. Protect your head. Put on a pair of shoes just in case you need to evacuate your home in the event of damage. And bring me with you. Charged phone, tablet, something with internet so you can call people and stay updated in the event of where you need to do that. And maybe the power's out, but we still have AT&T. You know what I mean? So, take shelter there in Okemah, Oklahoma. Also, there's a lot more tornado warnings here. It's kind of overwhelming, but we're going to go through all of them. Ada and Bing, Francis and Happyland, you guys are also under a tornado warning right now, and you need to take shelter. That's a very strong storm coming for you. The circulation near Gene Autry caused a tornado there. It's still rotating as it goes up towards Sulphur again. Sulphur and areas east of Sulphur near Solon need to be getting in their safe spot if they haven't already gotten there. And like Andy said, this storm down here near Marietta is really hard to kind of conceptualize and understand just based off of radar, but it does look like a healthy supercell from what we can tell in reflectivity, and it is warned. So you need to take shelter in Greenville, Marston, and Overbrook in Oklahoma. We currently have a couple big tornadoes on the ground. This one right here continues to look like, one of the more obvious signatures, and it's coming really close to Bearden and Okemah right now. Hopefully everybody on I-40 is aware of the situation between Okemah and Schoolton, because that's going to create a nasty situation if this thing crosses over the interstate and we've got a crowd of people that don't know what's going on. Yeah, tornado now is just south of Okemah, probably near the High Spring Church, High Spring Cemetery, that area.
Coming up behind it right now, Ryan. Still have service, surprisingly. Still do see visible power flashes. We're coming right up behind where it would have came. I think there's an open field right next to me. I don't know what's over there. I hope there's nothing. But this is taking a direct beeline to Okemah and I-40. This is not a storm to deal with. This is not a storm to joke around with. This is a storm you need to be underground. Now, this is not one that you're going to be able to just outrun or anything.
That was Storm Chaser Chris Hall. He's right on the tail of this storm. He's getting pretty close to it. He's, thankfully, the tornado seemingly lifted a little bit right before it crossed the road in front of where he was going, or it might have blocked his path. But now he's paralleling the damage path up towards Bearden, and he's going to continue to watch this thing for us as it goes towards Okemah. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, just for a little bit of radar science so we can have exactness on this, Ryan. The tornado is only on the right side. It's like 4 pixels wide here, only on the right side of this whole mesocyclone that's showing up on the radar. That is the tornado's location there in the hook echo right on that right side there. So it is not, as far as I can tell, it's not a super, super wide tornado, but it could still have a good amount of width to show up with that sort of rotation and a compact debris signature there. And with a look like this, it means the whole storm is dangerous very clearly here. So we want to make sure that everyone in this warning is taking shelter, but still the tornado path, despite its actual presentation here and where it's actually doing damage, is still right in line with Okemah, about 7 or 8 minutes out as of now.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. I'm kind of pointing out something that's important here is this right here is more where we're actually looking at the tornadic circulation. Some of this might be side load contamination, and also just a more broad circulation that's not necessarily connecting. Nevertheless, this is still probably doing some pretty bad damage to anything that it hits here. And if you're in the path, you need to take shelter, especially if you're in Okemah. That's going to be a very unfortunate situation if the town takes a direct hit here from our major storm. Rest of our velocity signatures are continuing to look concerning, but honestly, a couple of them have decoupled quite a bit. All right, so
a new PDS tornado warning
from Murray
has been
County,
issued.
Oklahoma. The storm that went to the left or west of Roth is now it's not nearly as concerning as it was at one point. Same thing for the storm that went to the east of Daughtry. So hopefully these things are going to unwind a little bit, but we can't be too hopeful because it's very likely that this is going to continue to be a problem for some time. New tornado warning for Sulphur. Okay, again, Sulphur, you're under a tornado warning. You've got another big circulation heading towards you. Please take shelter now. Seeing some unfortunate video out of Sulphur, by the way, of some significant tornado damage. Definitely some big-time tornado damage here in Sulphur. Search and rescue is currently ongoing in Sulphur. From what I'm seeing here, it looks like, I mean, obviously we can't tell a lot. It's dark, it's still storming, but it looks like some extremely intense damage there in Sulphur. And now we've got another potential tornado coming into town. So hopefully somebody's watching this. I mean, it's chaotic out there in Sulphur right now, I'm sure. We don't have power. Houses and buildings are destroyed. People are running around in the middle of a severe thunderstorm. But hopefully we've got somebody out there that can let everybody know that another tornado literally might be coming into the town of Sulphur here soon. Go ahead, Andy.
Yes, Ryan. Unfortunately, huge debris signature north of Marietta, Oklahoma, that just passed over
A new
Interstate
PDS
35.
tornado warning has been
There's
issued.
the upgrade for that one, I believe. This is going to go to the east of Overbrook, Oklahoma, east of Ardmore, so now Dixon, Oklahoma, east of Ardmore, and Highway 177 once again. This is going to go right up that track there, doing intense damage right now.
Thank you, Andy. This is just unbelievable. Seriously, it's like a train of tornadoes going over some of the same places over and over again. We've got to be concerned now about Ardmore and Dixon again.
as a big tornado is down here near Marietta, moving up towards Greenville and Hawks Bar in Oklahoma. Once again, I can't show you the videos that I'm seeing right now. We want to protect the copyright of our storm chasers, but if you are interested in what I'm talking about with that significant damage in Sulphur, Oklahoma, just so you can get understand the extent of what we're talking about here, it's over on X. I've retweeted it at Ryan Hall, y'all. That's my handle over there. So we've got extreme damage already with some of these storms that have went through the Oklahoma area. Now we've got not one, but two more tornadoes probably coming right up back into the Sulphur area here within the next hour or so. And yeah, oh my goodness, look at this. Now we've got a very visible debris signature just to the south of Sulphur. Hopefully that goes just to the east of town there. But yeah, big time damaging tornado again, very close to Sulphur. I just hope that somebody's out there relaying that information to all the people who are doing great work, I'm sure, doing the search and rescue in the middle of a disaster situation. You know, hopefully those people understand the severity of what's going on here. Outside of just Sulphur, though, we also have to be concerned about this potentially making its way up towards Solon, Hickory, and Denny. Y'all need to be taking shelter over there. Go ahead, Andy.
Amazing catch there, Ryan. That's completely embedded in garbage velocity data, but that is a legitimate debris signature once again south and east of Sulphur. I don't even know what to say about that one. So there's multiple damaging tornadoes on the ground right now from north of Marietta, Oklahoma, and southeast of Sulphur. That shouldn't impact the town of Sulphur, should head away to the north and east. Latest on the Okima tornado, I think there's still a weak tornado ongoing with this as it gets closer to the town. However, this is not the worst case scenario for what it looks like. Please continue taking shelter in the town as the the bulk of the winds in the rear flank downdraft and the inflow come around the town. I hope that the tornado lifts here and doesn't do damage, but as far as I can tell, we
a
seem
new
to be avoiding
PDS
the worst
tornado
case in
warning
Okima.
has been issued.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. We just got a new PDS tornado warning for Love, Marshall, and Carter counties in Oklahoma. I don't know how many of these we've had today. It's a lot. But yeah, we've got a damaging tornado currently ongoing over there near Sulphur. Now we've also got a damaging tornado coming back up into the Ardmore and Dixon area. That's going to be our newest, PDS warning there for parts of Carter, Marshall, and Love counties. A particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible now, as we can see the debris being lofted into the air from Marietta. Now that tornado is coming up between Ardmore and Dixon, Oklahoma right now. It's still kind of difficult to see the velocities, but we know that it's there, and even though we're kind of far away, we can even see some of that debris here on correlation coefficient. So that's probably another very significant tornado that we'll hear some unfortunate stories out of that town down there in Marietta here soon. And this could stay on the ground as it goes towards Ardmore and Dixon, and the entire area between Ardmore and Dixon is, quite. It's not like sparse. Like there's neighborhoods and there's commercial stuff all up and down Sam Noble Parkway there. That's the next kind of place that this is going to go right after it gets past Greenville, Overbrook, Hawks Bar, and the Highway 70 corridor just to the south and east of Ardmore. You are in a life-threatening situation. A large damaging tornado is on the ground now in just north of Marietta, moving up towards Ardmore and Dixon, and then also still just to the south and just to the east of Sulphur, Oklahoma, which just got hit by a big tornado not too long ago. I think that at this point, everybody is going to be aware of what's going on here. I hope so, but just in case, I mean, if you know anybody in Ardmore, Dixon, this is a pretty high population area for Oklahoma. Send them a text message to say, hey, listen, this is happening. You should probably pay attention just in case, you know, people think that it's over. Because, my goodness, this is, I mean, this looks like it's another big-time tornado here. Zach Hall is really close to these tornadoes. Once again, if we can try to get in contact with him, I know that he's having some problems there reaching us. I'm just looking at this from multiple different radar sites, trying to see if I can see anything different from any one of them.
A new tornado warning has been issued
from the radar as far south as Dallas. KFDR shows us another view of that as well. So, yeah, we're continuing to see signs of a major tornado that's just happened north of Marietta. It's now going up towards Hawksbar. Take shelter. New tornado warning. That also does include Sulphur. Okay, Sulphur is now officially under technically 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings, all at the same time. So once again, just I really hope that everybody there is aware of the situation, and even though we're probably without power. However, this new tornado warning is pointed away from Sulphur as the big circulation is going to go up towards Roth, Ada, and Bing here soon. Chandra, for some reason you're not coming through my ear anymore. I don't know. I think it's. I don't know if you can still hear me, but this isn't working now. Just text in the Discord chat. No, just keep it in 3. If you're just now tuning in, once again, we've got a serious tornado outbreak ongoing here in Oklahoma. Unfortunately, we're just now starting to hear some of the big-time damage reports and stories that are coming out, but also we still have a bunch of tornadoes on the ground. The one that just went to the south and east of Sulphur is now getting closer to the Hickory and Solian area. Hopefully everybody over there is in their safe spots. From the National Weather Service right now, Love County Emergency Management is reporting overturned vehicles on Interstate 35 near Marietta, Oklahoma. We're also hearing from other Love County emergency managers that Marietta potentially got hit by the tornado. Carter County is receiving reports of quite a bit of damage, lots of power poles, trees, and some homes damaged possibly, and significant damage in Sulphur. Multiple reports of trapped citizens from local emergency management.
I want to say thank you to everybody that's sending in photos and videos on Twitter. Remember, only do that if you can do so safely. Some of you are literally in Sulphur, Oklahoma. I'm glad you're okay. But yeah, just make sure you're good first before you send stuff in. Steven has sent an incredible video of some of the damage there in Sulphur, Oklahoma. I've just retweeted that. Yeah, we've got about 17.5 thousand people without power in Oklahoma. Lots of people asking about Tulsa. Not the main focus right now, because what we are mostly about to experience in Tulsa, Oklahoma is just some really strong winds. So be prepared for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some small hail, lightning, thunder, that kind of thing. It's going to start here soon. It's going to be loud. It's not going to last long. The tornado threat is low right now in Tulsa. We are mostly focused and concerned about our storms further to the south. Your friends,
a new tornado
more
warning
southern
has been issued.
Oklahoma are dealing with life-threatening tornadoes right now. One of those is moving up between Ardmore and Dixon right now. We've just got a crazy amount of jumbled up tornado warnings here. Oklahoma City, this is pretty much done for you. Storms are past Oklahoma City now. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, it's just it's intense tornado is going on, and it is going to go right into Dixon, Oklahoma, on its current path. So it's an extreme scenario right now. I don't know if we're painting that well enough here, because this is just nothing short of a significant tornado that would do damage to every town or every house in this town. And then further down the line, Mill Creek in Oklahoma is where I'd be looking next, and places to the east of Sulphur that have seen 2 or 3 tornadoes go through at the moment. This one near Marietta does not have any signs of stopping. It does look like it's been on the ground for approximately 20 minutes or so now. So, and it continues to do a very significant damage for us to be able to see at 7,500 feet above the ground. So continuously and deeply as well on the path. So I don't know what else we can do for Dixon, Oklahoma, but except watch. But we got to talk about it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Looking into the mesoscale a little bit, I'm noticing there's also a significant amount of traffic. Like the road seems to be nearly closed in an area between Marietta and the Raining Cats, Dogs, and Pets Resort there. And that's almost exactly where it seems like the tornado has crossed the road. So
a
there's
new
definitely
tornado
some
warning has been issued
in traffic patterns here. Right now, the storm is near a community called Hawks Bar. It's producing damage there, and then it's moving up towards Province. Okay, the storm is probably just about to cross the Highway 70 area near the Lake Murray. Okay, so if you know where Lake Murray is and the Shangri-La RV Resort, that's about where the tornado is now, and we still believe that this is a large, potentially intense tornado doing significant damage there as it crosses Highway 70. Beyond that, it's going to go towards the Shed at Province, Dripping Springs, and then, of course, Dixon. Dixon's right in the path of this thing. Dixon's got Dollar General there, a one-stop, and then, of course, we've got the Dixon High School on the northeast side of town. Lone Star Cemetery, you're going to be in the path of this thing. Ardmore Municipal Airport, even that is a little bit closer to Dixon there. That might be in the general path of this thing as well. The Highway 177 corridor that goes all the way up there past the Nebo School, that's also going to be some of the places that'll potentially be impacted directly by this extremely large and damaging tornado. Remember, there is a PDS tornado warning right now for Dixon. That's a particularly dangerous situation, and you've got to make sure that you are doing everything you can to protect your life and property here. One second. Unfortunately, we don't have the greatest access to radar right here in this area, but the closer it gets to Dixon, the more we can understand about what's going on here. We still see a huge debris signature. Sulphur Fire Department is reporting that the fire department is just talking about on the scanner just how much damage there is in Sulphur. They seem pretty overwhelmed right now. Cars are turned over in Ardmore, and so I just wanted to make sure we are letting you know so that we definitely have confirmation of significant damage out here, also in Marietta. So one of the reasons why we're so focused in on Dixon right now is because we're seeing and hearing a lot about the damage that has happened in Marietta. And that same thing could be coming towards you there in Dixon right now. It's coming soon. Wow. So hopefully we've done everything we can to get everybody in Dixon in their safe spots. There's several more areas of rotation up and down this line. I do want to reiterate that Ada, Oklahoma, is still under a tornado warning. So is Bing, Roth, and unfortunately Sulphur, which is experiencing some significant damage from a previous tornado. We're kind of honed in on this one that's coming up into Dixon right now because it seems like it's probably the most intense. The newest warning that came out for Sulphur, Oklahoma, this was probably 10, 15 minutes ago. It did include the text to prepare first responders to prepare for additional tornado impacts. So that's just a really rare thing that you don't see every day, where a part of a tornado warning is to alert the people who just got hit by a tornado that you might need to pause your tornado recovery efforts because, hey, there's another tornado coming. Just a really, really terrible situation in Sulphur right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I would argue that a tornado emergency is appropriate for the situation in Dixon, Oklahoma. I don't see a problem with that right now. Just to further emphasize and give another stimulus to the need to take shelter here. I think Dixon is outside the flash flooding concerns, so basement should be fine right in the area within the minute or two that you have left before this tornado impacts town to head on.
Thank you, Andy. Expressing extreme concern for Dixon, Dripping Springs, Mansville, and areas in and around Dixon, as from what we can tell, we are moments away from direct impact of a very large tornado here in Dixon, Oklahoma. Marietta got hit by this storm. We're hearing now about all the damage. It looks like the storm may have intensified since then. We definitely have a very large debris signature that you can see here. That's right on the doorstep of Dixon. What this is showing us is, once again, debris in the air, stuff in the air that shouldn't be there. The correlation coefficient shows us where things don't correlate. If you've got a bunch of raindrops in the air and then all of a sudden you've got shingles, leaves, and whatever else, the radar notices that difference in the size of the objects and then drops the correlation coefficient and paints it blue for us here. So that's what we're seeing. And, we're kind of far away from the radar site here, so we're looking well up into the air. So this debris is way high up in the atmosphere. So that means that this is probably a powerful tornado doing this here. Dixon, if anybody's watching with me right now in Dixon, just hopefully you're in your safe spot. Stay with me here as the storm is just now entering town. This is going to be a powerful tornado. You have to be underground or securely in the most interior room of your home on the lowest floor with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible to get through this one. Starting to see more and more damage videos from this storm littered between Marietta and Dixon. Lots of damage, especially along Interstate 35 there near Marietta. I'm seeing lots of overturned semis, just tons of cars turned over and littered across the road here in portions of Oklahoma. I'm sharing some of that imagery right now. That same storm is now moving into Dixon, and from there we are concerned about places between Dixon and Mill Creek. If this thing continues to go for any more time, and it could, it's going to go right up into Mill Creek here at some point. So y'all get ready. More information out of Sulphur. We're hearing reports of horrendous damage. Multiple brick structures collapsed. This is, obviously right now it's hard to see. It's hard to see everything that happened in Sulphur because there's no power and it's dark and there's a severe thunderstorm going on. But multiple brick structures reportedly collapsed.
A new PDS tornado warning
Marshall,
has
Murray,
been issued.
Johnston, and Carter counties in Oklahoma. And that's going to be this big flashing polygon here. So they went ahead and extended that PDS tornado warning to include Mill Creek. So Mill Creek, you are now under a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. They only do that whenever they are nearly certain that we've got a life-threatening, big-time damaging tornado on the ground, and that's pretty apparent from our debris signature here that is now visible over Dixon and Dripping Springs. Next in line, we've got areas between Gene Autry and Mill Creek. Okay, I don't think this will turn back towards Gene Autry completely, but we do, it's important to note that there is a little bit of a backwards component here in the latest velocity scans. But Baum, Mill Creek, Drake, you guys need to be really in your safe spots right now. You're under a PDS tornado warning. This might be one of the more dangerous situations you'll find yourself in a long time. So take it seriously and get to shelter immediately. $20,000 people now without power in Oklahoma. Yeah, I believe there have been 10 PDS warnings today. I'm not sure, but I believe that that's possible. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, this tornado is taking a little bit of a westerly turn due north movement over the last few scans. That takes it right over the Dixon Senior Citizen Center, assisted living home, I believe. There, the police department and fire department buildings are both right there where that tornado went through. Next up in line is going to be there is the Ardmore Municipal Airport there to the north and east of Gene Autry in Oklahoma. And it looks like it'll go right up Highway 177, which does lead into Sulphur. I really hope it's done by that point, but if it continues this path where it looks like it's going a little bit more north than north and east, or maybe it might even do some of those zigzag motions possibly. If we can't see the surface, so we can't be 100% certain about what's going on here, but all of Highway 177 is dangerous driving conditions right now. Zach Hall is just the east of that highway, south of Mill Creek. I don't know what else we can do to do local relays of these areas.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We do have Zach Hall's feed. He's currently in Johnston County, Oklahoma. We are going to listen to him now. He just sent us a message here. Let's listen to that.
Ryan, this is Zach. Were you trying to get a hold of me earlier?
I believe so. Sorry, we've been all over the place with these warnings. Basically, we know that you're in line to maybe see this storm that's producing the huge tornado down there near Dixon. Just give us an update whenever you're ready. What your plan is, what you're seeing, and yeah. So that's Zach Hall. He's really
sorry.
close.
I've had bad cell service. It got a little crazy for a while. But yes, we are positioned here just northeast of Dixon. We don't really have a road network to get to that tornado, even if we wanted to. So we're going to wait it out and see what happens here over the next 20 minutes or so.
A new tornado watch has been
unfortunately,
issued.
It looks like a violent or a strong tornado for the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So Zach's really close. This thing's going to continue to go up 177. It's near Baum right now. It's going to go
a new tornado watch has
there,
been issued.
Near Baum, just to the north of Baum, near Highway 53 soon. Okay, and then if it continues on the path that it's on right now, it'll go really close to Nebo. Okay, and then Drake. At some point here. The next places that are really in the path of this thing are going to be Ardmore Municipal Airport and the Henderson Cemetery. Go ahead.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Thanks, Ryan. Chris says the Interstate 40 is completely blocked and closed both directions around I-40 south and west of Okemah, so he's stuck there. And then the Dixon Senior Citizen Center is an activity center, not an assisted care living, thankfully. But there was a whole street subdivision of like 20 or 30 houses there that tornado did go through. So, I mean, it's no better or worse.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Just a really unfortunate situation here. It's the middle of the night. We don't have great radar coverage down here. We don't have great road networks, but there's some big time nasty killer tornadoes going on right now, and all you can do is hope that the people in the path are watching something like this, or their local weather or something, and they know, and they're getting underground, because these are the kind of tornadoes that you don't just accidentally survive in the living room. You got to try. And, hopefully everybody in front of this one that's still going on here near Dixon, north of Dixon, up towards Gene Autry, is, heeding that warning and getting in the in their safe spots. Hopefully we'll see that kind of die out a little bit, as it does look like might be a little bit of a backwards, sort of occlusion going on there, but we don't want to hope too much. We want to go based off of what we know, and what we know is that there is a PDS tornado warning that goes all the way up to close to Sulphur and Mill Creek. So everybody up there needs to be in their safe spot right now. Newest warning also includes an area just to the north and west of Marietta, Oklahoma. That's going to go all the way back out to Dixon once again, as another potentially tornadic storm is going to go right up through Dixon, Ardmore, Springer, Sulphur, that whole area here. Before we're all said and done, I don't know how many times this is going to happen, but just look at the fire hose of convection that's just kind of opened up here between Ardmore, Dixon, and Marietta and Sulphur. There's more storms forming to the south, But eventually this line back here is going to push through, and once that happens, it'll be over.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. I-40 is at a complete standstill. People are stopping under the overpass here at the exit to Bearden. We're trying to get on the interstate here to get west, but they're stopping under the overpass right now, blocking all lanes of 40.
So that's Chris telling us about Interstate 40 there. Tornado warning continues up here near Edna, Oklahoma as well. There might be a new tornado warning that gets issued for that. That gets close to Tulsa, if they, think that this rotation right here is warranting of that. So we'll keep you updated. Right now in Tulsa, I know we got a lot of people watching in Tulsa, but what you're experiencing is a strong, severe thunderstorm, but there's not anything tornadic going on in Tulsa. There is a tornado warning to the north and west, north and west of Tulsa, for a little bit of rotation on the back end of that line that's coming through. But that's going to be allowed to expire here as soon as that rotation exits the tornado warning box there. So Tulsa, we're not ignoring you. We know you're there. We're watching. We'll hopefully we won't be talking about you much tonight. But if this storm does come up towards you, we will be letting you know exactly what's going on with that as it does. Once again, checking all of our circulations from all these different radars here. It's just really unfortunate. This is one heck of a radar hole. But these storms have been strong enough today to where, even higher up, we've been able to see a lot of detail about them. Next in line for our bigger circulation here that's likely still causing a tornado north of Baum is going to be Nebo. It's still riding Highway 177 if we've got his tornado down still here. It's east of Gene Autry, riding 177 up north to Nebo and then eventually Drake. A terrible flash flooding situation is probably developing now as well in Sulphur. Obviously, we've had a flash flood warning there for a while, but the type of flooding event that could be developing here is pretty concerning because we have this big flare-up of convection that's going to be coming up over here. That's just going to be a lot of rain. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Now our southwesternmost supercell in this parade of supercells is tornadic, and has come together quickly just south of Overbrook with a velocity couplet there. So another one. I don't even know what to say at this point. Another one that is not doing damage at this point on radar, at least 7,000 feet above the ground, but it has just as much of a likelihood, if not more, to do to produce another significant tornado, just like we've seen as it goes through these same areas over and over again. All
right. Thank you, Andy. Unfortunately for the residents here of southern Oklahoma, this is another situation where we're going to have a powerful tornado maybe come up through some of these same areas that have been hit so many times today. I'm hoping that that's going to be the last one. It's hard to say that with any sort of confidence because we do see more storms forming down here. But once again, remember, when this line comes and clears through here, we're going to be done in this area specifically. So we just got to hope that happens really fast because also the longer that takes, the longer the extreme heavy rain is going to be occurring here in and around the Sulphur area. A life-threatening flash flooding situation is likely developing right now in and around Sulphur on top of the tornado damage that we're having to deal with there. Go ahead, Andy.
Okay, Ryan, working the news side of this as well. The Marietta Hospital took a hit from the previous tornado that went very close to Marietta. And if we did lose the fire department and police department in
A new
Dixon,
tornado
then local
warning
resources
has been
there
issued.
are also impacted. So multiple, facilities that would be assisting people in the aftermath of these storms are being impacted directly. Just, they got unlucky with multiple tornadoes going through the same paths or very similar paths over and over again.
All right, thank you, Andy. We're hearing tons of bad news coming out of these towns that we've been talking about all evening. Once again, when we call out a new warning and we list a town, all we can do is hope that people are hearing that warning and heeding it, because these are obviously doing some incredible damage out here, and you can't see them coming. It's a really difficult situation, but now in Dixon, okay, we know that we've had some significant damage up in this general area. Now we've got to worry about yet another storm coming up towards us. I think that the circulation here might, it's too early to tell, but it might try to go a little bit further west this time. But everybody in Dixon, if you are currently listening to this and you are in the middle of search and rescue or some sort of a cleanup recovery mission, just know that another supercell is on its way, and it is tornadic, and it could be causing more problems here soon. Other areas that need to be aware of the potential tornadic dangers here are Overbrook, Hawksbar, Province, Dripping Springs, even on the east side of Ardmore there, and Gene Autry. Once again, big time severe weather situation unfolding here, where we have another big tornado on the way. If you're just now tuning in, Dixon, Oklahoma was just hit by a large, probably devastating tornado. We know for a fact that we had, big time debris signatures, and now we're starting to hear some of the damage reports coming in. Lots of reports also still coming in from Sulphur. Sulphur seems to have taken an especially hard hit here. We've gotten some reports of multiple brick structures being demolished and stuff like that. So it's an unfortunate situation, but it does seem like Sulphur, Oklahoma, is one of the hardest hit areas right now. Obviously, we'll learn more about what happened in Dixon over the next little bit. But before we focus too much on the news side, we do have to be very, tactful and make sure that we're telling everybody that this is not over. It's not just a recap. We've got ongoing damaging tornadic situations unfolding here between Ardmore and Dixon, once again, as another supercell has formed here. Very unusual that you see something like this, where so many big tornadoes go over the same areas over and over again. That is not a common thing at all. If you are just now tuning in, we're getting close to 11 hours straight of being live here today. As we've covered this big time tornado outbreak that's going on here in Oklahoma. Also, I do want to say that based off of what we have heard today about the damage that's coming out of some of these communities here, southern Oklahoma will probably be a place that the Y'all Squad also visits over the next week or so. And just over the past couple of days, you guys have helped us raise over $120,000 for storm victims. If you haven't donated yet and you can contribute $1 or $2 here and there, consider going to theyallsquad.org right now and making an official 501c3 nonprofit tax-deductible donation to our nonprofit there, so that we can immediately go send our storm chasers and Caleb and everybody down there to try to help as many people as possible before the insurance, before FEMA, before these other agencies are helping people in the big way that they do. So yeah, thank you guys for helping us do that. Mill Creek, you guys are dealing with the forward flank of a big supercell right now. It's probably really windy, some hail's falling. Next, though, we do have this big circulating area of the storm that's going to come through your area, likely producing a tornado. Mill Creek might be another place that needs to prepare for potentially getting hit by a big tornado. It's going to be that same storm that went through Dixon, producing a new tornado maybe.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. National Weather Service just put out an update on Twitter. There's another tornado likely coming into the town of Dixon right now. It's coming over to Lake Murray.
Yep. Another tornado likely coming into Dixon. It's once again, I don't know how many tornadoes today we've tracked over Lake Murray. But this one is, going in a similar path here up towards Dixon. So hopefully everybody in Dixon, Dripping Springs, and Province is in their safe spot right now. I'm going to load up, yeah, there's just not a lot we can see here from the radar, at least from what I'm seeing. But there's still, a very good sign that we've got a big tornado once again coming in between Ardmore and Dixon. That is going to continue. It's going to immediately affect Province and then Dripping Springs, Caldwell Hill, Dixon there. This will also eventually potentially go up and affect places as far north as Gene Autry, Daughtry, and Sulphur. However, I don't think that the tornadic portion of the storm will quite make it to Sulphur. At least I'm hoping it won't. However, a bigger problem might actually be that the rain, the torrential downpour that this is going to cause on top of the other torrential downpours that have already happened there. And then on top of that, this line still having to come through is going to cause a catastrophic situation with all of the tornadic damage and then the flash flooding situation on top of that. Let's talk to Zach. Go ahead, Zach.
I was just going to let you know that if this thing ends up producing another tornado, it should cross right here in front of us. We've kind of parked at this junction just in case.
Okay, so Zach Hall is just to the south of Mill Creek in the clear part of
I'm just southeast of Mill Creek, Oklahoma.
Yeah, just to the southeast of Mill Creek, Oklahoma, in the clear slot that has kind of formed here in front of the supercell. Looks like this thing's going to try to take another breath here and produce another big tornado as it goes up towards Mill Creek. And
a new tornado warning has been issued
right in front of us for you. Creek County, Oklahoma. Tulsa County, Oklahoma, now under a tornado warning. So I told y'all we'd come back up here and look at this one if we had a tornado warning associated with that rotation that just came out of the Okemah area, and there you go. Sapula, Glenpool, Bixby, you guys are under a tornado warning. It doesn't quite make it into Tulsa, but you need to take shelter if you're up there near Glenpool. We'll keep you updated on what happens with that as it gets closer to Tulsa. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm trying to see where exactly that warning is on your screen because I don't have it yet. Okay, actually the area that I'm concerned about is further to the south there near Schulter and Okmulgee. That area, that is not a debris signature, I think. That is not a debris signature. It's to the north of where I would expect it to be, but I think this is going to produce a spin-up tornado here just to the west of Schulter, so I expect another tornado warning that would include Okmulgee proper in the city or in the town there where Bryce Shelton is.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is what he's talking about right there, Okmulgee, Schulter, Morris. You guys need to be watching out, even though you're not necessarily included in the tornado warning polygon that was just issued there. And you can see here that
looks like it is raring up. That we might have a tornado here shortly in that area. We also might have a tornado forming shortly somewhere between Glenpool, Sapula, Beggs, and Okmulgee and Winchester, south of Tulsa. So the whole line here is pretty strong. We're going to have multiple different potential chances of a tornado forming along that line. Everybody needs to be taking shelter that's associated with that warning. Mill Creek supercell continuing to look ever so menacing on velocity. It is, it's right now just going by where Zach Hall is. So we should be able to see something from his point of view.
A new tornado warning has been issued
in Johnston County, Oklahoma. If this thing is still down, it's just a little bit in front of him. There's a chance that it might not be, and that would be a best case scenario for the residents of Mill Creek. But of course, we don't know for sure what's going on there because the radar itself is not telling the full story. But if Zach sees any power flashes or anything like that, I'm sure he'll let us know. Dixon, that other storm is knocking on your doorstep right now. Hopefully everybody in Dixon is still in their safe spot, even though we just had a significant damage there from a big tornado not too long ago. I'm hoping that this is the last one. So, get in your safe spot. And then after maybe probably 15 minutes from now, we can resume whatever sort of recovery that needs to happen there. Beyond Dixon, that storm will also come up towards Daughtry and Mill Creek. Yeah, it's been a crazy couple days for sure. So some of the places that have been hit by tornadoes today, and in some cases multiple tornadoes today that we know of for sure, that have taken a pretty hard hit, is Marietta, Oklahoma, Ardmore, Oklahoma, Sulphur, Oklahoma, Dixon, Oklahoma. There is some damage over there towards Okemah, Oklahoma, and Holdenville as well. So there's a ton of towns that have received a lot of damage.
A new
here.
tornado watch has been issued.
So far, what some of the worst damage that I've seen, anyways, is coming out of Sulphur, Oklahoma, right now. We're seeing a lot of that. Here's some, by the way, while we're waiting on that next radar scan to come through and an update from Zach, here's some stats of the current tornado outbreak sequence that we're in right now, the April 25th through the 28th tornado outbreak sequence. So far, as far as we know, obviously we don't know a lot from what's happened today, but I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that there were 0 fatalities yesterday. 50 or more injuries. The highest confirmed tornado so far has been in EF3. We had 143 tornadoes reported. 28 of those have come today. 99 wind reports, 36 have come today. 262 hail reports, 110 of those came today. Tornadoes rated by the National Weather Service, that's 24. Most of those happened yesterday. We'll get a lot more of those tomorrow. So the tornado outbreak sequence of April 25th through 28th, 2024 is definitely a significant one. And we're still in the middle of it here, as we have I believe we still have a tornado down somewhere near Mill Creek, and probably another one back here towards Dixon, Oklahoma. Jack Horican says, this is why busts should be celebrated. Yeah, exactly. That's why we're always super happy and excited about the days when we go live and the worst case scenario doesn't happen. This is just terrible. Like, this is the worst kind of tornado outbreak that I could possibly imagine. We're down here with limited visibility, limited mobility, limited radar coverage, limited communication with the officials. This is just a terrible situation. And then you've got tornadoes hitting the same town over and over again on top of a flash flooding situation at night. This is just one of the worst situations that we've had to deal with here, and I'm sure these residents down here have had to deal with since, in a long time. We are now up to $131,000 raised for the Y'all Squad. We're going to be able to do a lot with that. Obviously, we're not going to fix every problem with that, but there's some people right now who are experiencing a really bad time in and around southern Oklahoma, and then, of course, up there in Nebraska and Iowa. And from yesterday, we're going to make some people's lives and some of their situations just a little bit less bad, thanks to that. We're going to go talk to emergency managers, and we're going to go down there. We're going to start writing checks. We're going to start buying food, water, generators, whatever's needed, and we're going to just start handing them out for free, obviously, to anybody who needs them. And yeah, $130,000 is going to go a long way. That's for sure. Thank you for that. Continuing to see maybe a sign of maybe some new debris here north of Dixon, meaning that the tornado is still ongoing there and maybe even impacted Dixon once again just on the western side. That's going to continue to go up to the east of Gene Autry and east of Daughtry here, west of Mill Creek. Now, Zach Hall, we need to check on him. Hold on. Zach, we've lost your feed. The circulation has went past you. We just wanted to check and see if you saw anything.
No, nothing visible to us. Nothing. We just drove through Mill Creek. Mill Creek is fine from what we can see. But it looks like we've got another circulation once again near Dixon, just to our southwest.
Yeah. Yeah, so Zach Hall is, saying that seemingly nothing happened in Mill Creek from this circulation, so that's a good sign. That's a good sign. This might not be down right now. It might be spinning. It might be about to reform and go down again, but it's unlikely that will happen now, as the circulating part of the storm is about to enter this big complex of storms up here, which will basically it'll become a part of the big line of storms that's coming through. Also, this circulation that just went through Dixon here, this tornado storm, it's on its last leg because it's also about to get plowed over by this line here. Now, whenever that happens, it might actually increase the odds of a last-minute major spin-up of the rotating part of the storm. So we've got to watch out for that. But
I think we're just about done with this training supercell monster tornado nightmare that we've been in southern Oklahoma here. I think. For now, we need to just remain in our safe spots in Mill Creek, Dixon, Ardmore, Gene Autry, and all of these places we've been hooting and hollering about for who knows how long now, as we approach our 11th hour of live streaming today. $32,000 people without power now in Oklahoma. Most of those are in these small counties in southern Oklahoma, where that's a lot of the population. Yeah, I'll go check in on Tulsa again for you. There's a couple of tornado warnings just to the south of Tulsa. One of those actually looks really concerning. This little thing right here that's sticking out coming into Morris, Oklahoma right now is something that should definitely be taken seriously. You got to take shelter right now if you're in Morris, Oklahoma. I would also take shelter in Pumpkin Center, Eram, Boynton, and Council Hill. Let me go back a couple frames here. Yeah, so this looked like this, and then all of a sudden, boom, we've got ourselves a hook here. And that's usually a sign of a tornado that's formed here. This one would go right through Morris if it stays on the ground. So Morris, Oklahoma, to the south of Tulsa, needs to get to shelter fast. That looks like a dangerous storm. A little bit farther north than that, we've got a tornado warning all the way up towards Glenpool and Bixby. However, the rotation with that is not nearly as bad. So hopefully they're going to allow that tornado warning to expire here soon. Tulsa, you'll be done with this fairly soon.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, so yeah, this right here has just been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning. We now have a confirmed tornado on the ground here, moving into Morris, Oklahoma.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hopefully everybody in Morris is in their safe spots. This is happening now. Next in line, Pumpkin Center. Pumpkin Center, take shelter. Some other landmarks to throw out here and there to help you understand maybe where this is. Maybe you don't know where Pumpkin Center is. Right now, the tornado is going through Morris, I believe. It's immediately going to go towards Winsett Barn. If it stays on the ground long enough, it'll cross Highway 52 right there near Winsett Barn.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
And then go up towards Pumpkin Center. That's where the Allen Club and the Liberty Baptist Church is, okay? To the north and east of Morris. We just got a new PDS tornado warning here that includes Mill Creek.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. Bryce Shelton is under that mezzo in Morris right now.
Bryce Shelton, we got to get him up on the feed. We got to get him up on the stream. Let's put him in 2 as quickly as you can.
Ryan, do you have good access to view the correlation coefficient or velocity on this southwest of Mill Creek? I think they have an observed warning on it.
Yeah, they just issued a PDS radar indicated tornado warning for Mill Creek. It's in that weird spot. It's still hard to see on radar, but they're pretty confident.
Okay, we're in Mill Creek, so we'll see what happens.
All right, so Zach Hall's in Mill Creek. Bryce Shelton is near Morris. So we got 2 tornadoes going on right now. We've got 2 storm chasers on it. So We're going to let you know what's going on here as they get closer to these storms. Once again, hopefully everybody in Morris, Oklahoma got to shelter. Next in line, we got Pumpkin Center. Back down here to our radar indicated PDS tornado warning in Mill Creek. It's I don't know what the heck is going on velocity here, but you can see very strong rotation down there, Dixon. That's likely still there right in this region as the storm moves up towards Mill Creek. Once again, we just had a big storm there. Hopefully this time it goes a little bit to the west of Mill Creek, but once again, we've got Zach Hall right in the path of this thing. He's going to let us know what he sees as it goes by. I do want to talk again about Sulphur, Oklahoma. Look at this loop. I want you to just look at this. Let me put it back on the reflectivity. Sulphur, Oklahoma is right here. Okay. Let me actually play this out longer. Let me load 30 frames. You know what? Let me do 50. You know what? Let me do daggone 100. I have to go back 100 frames to find when the rain started in Sulphur. Look at this non-stop torrential downpour that's been occurring in and around Sulphur, Oklahoma now for hours. I'll have to go look at the radar estimated rainfall here too. Hold on. Wow. Right around Sulphur, close to 6 inches of rain has fallen in such a short period of time. And I would say at least 2 to 3 more will fall before the rain moves out of there. So that is major flooding that would come along with that. So if you're just now tuning in, we do have a PDS tornado warning for Mill Creek. We've got a storm chaser in the Mill Creek area who's awaiting the storm to arrive so he can tell us what's going on there. We also have a strong storm producing a tornado moving up past Morris, Oklahoma now. We've got to also have a storm chaser on that one, and we're waiting for visual confirmation. Just got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee, McIntosh, Muskogee, and Pittsburgh counties in Oklahoma. That's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds possible all the way over there to Chicota, Warner, and Wagoner.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New warning for Cole and Hughes County in Oklahoma. That's just a radar indicated warning. Thank goodness. But it still looks quite dangerous. Right there near Centrahoma, moving up towards Ashland. Just want to go over all of the counties that are currently under tornado warnings. You're under a PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning in Carter, Johnson, and Murray counties in Oklahoma. A confirmed tornado warning in Muskogee and Okmulgee counties in Oklahoma. Cole, Hughes, Johnston, Pontotoc, and Osage County in Oklahoma. You're under radar indicated tornado warnings. And then we've got 12 severe thunderstorm warnings that go from Texas up through Oklahoma, back into Kansas and Missouri. Yeah, this looks like a fairly significant QLCS tornado that might try to happen here just north of Centrahoma. That's going to move up towards Parker here pretty quick. You guys should take shelter. Just got a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is south and east of Tulsa, and it's for this little circulation that we saw go through Morris, likely produced a tornado near Morris. Now it's ramping back up again right over Pumpkin Center, and it's going to keep going towards Jamesville, Yohola, Haskell, and Porter in Oklahoma. This does include Muskogee County, or the town of Muskogee. Thank you, Emily. Thank you for that. Yeah, one of the strongest storms that we have right now is this one that's moving up towards Centrahoma and Parker. Hopefully you guys are taking shelter. We are still watching our supercells, which we do still have that tornado warning for Mill Creek. Zach Hall is going to give us a view of that. We still have a rotating storm moving up towards Stonewall and Fitzhugh as well. Unfortunately, like right in the last minute here, we have seen a new cell, a new supercell form just to the south of Ardmore. Hopefully, you know, this will get overtaken by that line here before it starts rotating. But, you know, just it's unbelievable what's going on here and how stationary this recurring line of supercells has been. It's almost over, but like it's crazy how the same area has just been fire hosed by storms. If you are just now tuning in, welcome to our 11th hour now. We literally 11 hours and 1 minute is how long we've been streaming today. Well, we were live for 9 hours yesterday. We're going to be here for a little while longer as we watch these storms continue to do damage and cause problems across portions of Oklahoma. Now, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings all the way down into Texas as well. Those are not in the same league as the storms that we have in Oklahoma. These storms in Texas are your general Texas storms. You guys are used to this. They're severe, some of them are, but we're talking about some quarter-size hail, maybe some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds at the most. If there's anything more than that happens down there, we will break in and tell you about that, I promise. It's currently 1:30 in the morning here at the Weather House, 12:30 Central. It's almost 6Z, well, 5:30Z. We are, once again, continuing to cover the storms here for a little while longer. Now, we do not want to allow the broadcast to last longer than 12 hours. If we do that, for some reason, YouTube won't archive the live stream, and it's important to us that we have that archival, kind of data on the channel. If you go back on my channel for the past 3 or 4 years,
almost every severe weather outbreak that has happened, a significant one over the past 3 or 4 years, is completely viewable through the channel, and all the storm chaser footages and radar images and stuff. It's all there, and we want to make sure that that is going to be the case for this one too. So no matter what, we probably won't be able to go over 12 hours here, which will be about an hour from now. It looks like some pretty significant flash flooding is going on right now in Ada, Oklahoma. I'm seeing some videos about that. I'm also retweeting some of that video that we've seen of the cars being flipped over and stuff near Marietta, Oklahoma earlier. We also got this new watch that goes all the way out until 7 a.m. on Sunday for Coffeyville, Joplin, Springfield, Bolivar, Fort Leonard, and Branson in Missouri, portions of Kansas and Missouri. A couple strong tornadoes possible tonight into the early morning hours on Sunday. Yeah, there are a couple storms that are forming down here near Fort Worth and Arlington. They're nowhere near severe limits right now, but this is actually a part of the stream of moisture that's feeding into the train of supercells that's been going up into Ardmore and Sulphur. Yeah, so we got that tornado watch that's going to go out for portions of Missouri all the way out until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. We certainly won't be live until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Or today, this morning. I forget that it's already 1:30 here. It's 12:30 Central. The good news is, if there is any good news right now, this is mostly going completely linear now. All of our supercells have been kind of sucked into the line. Now, does that mean that the tornado threat is over? No. It just means that the big, bad, supercellular, cyclical tornado threat might be drawing to a close anyways, at least, especially down here where we've had the recurring instances of that. So that's good news. Unfortunately, now the line is oriented in a way that it's going to take a little while to get out of Sulphur. So we're going to be continuing to deal with a severe thunderstorm and flooding rains for who knows how long before that exits the region completely.
Chandra, if you're trying to talk to me, I still can't hear you through the thing. I'm sorry. You can put it in stream text or come in here, yeah. Yeah.
Mark is he's right before one of the warm storms, and he has a lot of damage up at MO4. Do you want him to talk through?
No. Do you know where he is exactly? Okay. Getting close to 40,000 people without power now in Oklahoma. Unfortunately, the forecast today certainly verified we've had a tremendous and terrible tornado outbreak here in Oklahoma. We've had a huge outbreak of severe weather from Canada all the way down into central Texas. And now the high risk of flash flooding is also starting to become a reality here as we've had just an incredible amount of rain south and east of Oklahoma City, leading to some life-threatening flooding. The last 2 days have been some of the most intense weather tracking that we've done here on this channel. Okay, all right, sounds good. Yeah, a DC. Now, come on. Come on. Yeah, what starts with, yeah. Oh, are we out? That's all right. I'm good. I've got water. I should be drinking water. No, I'm good. Let me look at some forecast models, and I'll share that with you guys too. So this is what we're potentially looking at for the rest of the night tonight into tomorrow. Here we are about 3 a.m. About an hour and a half from now. Well, we expect to see the line continuing to be strong and causing severe weather all up and down Missouri, southeast Kansas, into east Texas, or Oklahoma, and down into Texas. That strong line of storms is going to continue to cause intermittent tornadic circulations and mostly damaging wind as it starts to die out. Probably around 7 or 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's when it'll be going through Dallas as well. And then it's going to almost completely
Hey Ryan,
fizzle
it's
out.
Chris. I'm on westbound 40.
Let's listen to Chris.
Heading toward KC. Seeing multiple emergency vehicles heading westbound. I'm assuming they're heading towards the damaged areas. There goes another one right there, another ambulance. It sounds really, really bad down there. I'm praying for the best, but...
Okay, so Chris is talking about the significant situation that has unfolded here in the Oklahoma. Chris will probably be one of the people who helps us out with this, the Y'all Squad, and helps us distribute the nearly $140,000 now that you guys have helped us generate over at the y'allsquad.org, our official 501c3 nonprofit organization. Thank you for that again.
Anyways, here is what's going on. Tomorrow, after this big line of storms kind of fades out early in the morning, we are expected to see new storms, maybe even supercells form back in East Oklahoma and East Texas between 3 and 5 p.m. Those will carry a tornadic risk with them, okay? And also a big hail and wind risk as well, and that's going to turn into a big squall line that will eventually die out early in the morning on Monday. Okay, so we do have another severe weather potential kind of on the table for tomorrow. It does, however, look quite a bit less intense than what we are looking at today. So that's good news. According to the Storm Prediction Center, this is our current outlook for the rest of the night into tomorrow, for the rest of tonight. And then here's tomorrow's. We've got a big slight risk of severe weather from Iowa down into Texas. We don't have, an enhanced risk at all, and we currently don't have a 10% hatch risk of tornadoes, which means that we don't plan on going live tomorrow at this moment. Oops, sorry. However, if that forecast is upgraded, we can certainly change our plans here. Hopefully this stays the same and we don't have a big tornado outbreak tomorrow, and we get to take the day away from being live, and we get to focus a little bit on the recovery efforts over here in Nebraska, Iowa, and now Oklahoma. We still have a tornado warning for Parker, Oklahoma, and Muskogee. Still got a decent amount of rotation right there for Porter. We do have a chaser on that. Sorry. That's not Elijah. We do have a chaser on that. Daggone it. I got to get better at pushing my buttons, y'all. I push one wrong button, and then every time I switch the scene, that wrong thing repeats itself. Anyways, we do have a tornado for Porter and Tallahassee in Oklahoma. There's a decent amount of rotation there, so please heed that warning. But we are down to pretty much 4 tornado warnings, okay, and the rotation signatures have decreased a little bit, okay. From what we can tell, it's still a dangerous situation that we're in. We still need to be in our safe spots, but I'm really hoping we're nearing the end of this thing. Koga says, to be fair, you've been going a long time. Yeah, it's a wonder every button that I pushed hasn't been the wrong button. Once again, I do want to remind everybody that we are likely going to end this stream within the next 40 minutes, which means that our stream will conclude before 1:30 Central. But the tornado, the severe weather situation is going to continue potentially all the way until about 6 or 7 a.m. So for the 4 hours of continued severe weather that we experienced tonight, or longer than that, it's important that you guys have a way of getting weather warnings without me. As always, your first line of defense is going to be the NOAA weather radio. Hopefully you've got one. Second line of defense is going to be your phone. Have those emergency alerts turned on. And then, just make sure that you have some way of getting warnings and you can sleep
tonight soundly. As the tornado threat will continue and the severe weather threat will continue, but it is going to drastically decrease over time. So the farther east these storms get, I think there's definitely a chance that we get a strong tornado or two, but there's definitely also a chance that the odds of that happening decreases. So you can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief if you're east of this line right now, because we're on a downtrend. And speaking of that continued severe weather threat, a new tornado watch will likely... There we go. Give me just a second. I'll fix that. Okay. A new tornado watch will likely be needed in the next hour. A new tornado watch or two will likely be needed in the next hour. Let's see what other scenes that's going to happen on. Okay, I think that I fixed it on all of them now. All right, sounds good. So yeah, we do have now. Whoa, hold on. Daggone it. This thing over here near Porter, Oklahoma, is really spinning again. This little notch that's come out from the storm has been trying to rotate and spin up a tornado for quite some time. I believe it might have been successful a couple of times, but now it's going to try again as it comes into Porter, Oklahoma. Take shelter now if you're in Porter or Wagoner. That's a sign of a strong storm trying to produce a tornado right there. 42,000 people without power now in Oklahoma. Here's a screen grab of what seems to be a large tornado from Zachary Hall's perspective. Earlier, when the tornado warning was when the tornado was south of Mill Creek, PDS warning was in effect. So I retweeted that as well. That was a big one. What a mess. What a mess this has been. We are down to 4 tornado warnings. Essentially, we have 2. Two storms that are still warned. The one down here near Mill Creek is probably about to expire in a couple of minutes. The one that's actually really concerning to me is still the one coming into Porter. Y'all take shelter in Porter, Oklahoma, and hopefully that one gets done and we don't have another tornado warning for a little while. That would be nice. Two tornado warnings after so many. I don't even know how many. We've had over 100 tornado warnings today. Just absolutely insane stuff the past couple of days. You can probably tell it in my voice that the fatigue is starting to set in. But I'm still good to go until we need to end it here. So I appreciate all the support. Thanks to you guys sharing and liking this stream and stuff. Over the course of today's stream, we have reached 2.5 million people with this stream today, which is just incredible. I do think that obviously what we're doing here is not a replacement for TV weather or any other organization or anything, but I think right now the Ryan Holiall YouTube channel is one of, if not the most consumed weather media resource that exists. It's all because of you guys and how much you share and stuff. So I hope that we're doing
a new tornado warning has been issued
by doing our best and getting the warnings out. Cherokee, Mays, Wagner, three more counties now under a tornado warning. It is just an extension of the tornado warning that we've been tracking here. The rotation's going over Porter now. It's a little disconnected. It doesn't look as impressive as it did moments ago, but it could come right back together here as it comes towards Wagner. Take shelter in Wagner, Oklahoma. I also want to mention that our Discord server is a good place to go if you're interested in keeping up with the weather and also past events. Elijah, our weather historian, is going to be keeping the Discord channel post-event updated with all kinds of information about what happened during the April 25th through 28th tornado outbreak sequence. I think you guys should go join the Discord if you want to, and you'll find information in there from Elijah. Everybody's in there. I'm in there. Andy's in there. There's a lot of people in there, and we talk about weather and stuff. It's a big, Discord community. We currently have 22,000 members in there. The mods will put a link in the chat. MT says, thanks to you and your team. Richard Arnold gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for that. And Midnight became a slight risker. What else we got here? I'm trying my best to look at as many of these as possible. Janice Nichols, thank you for the very generous super chat. Also, of course, we've mentioned it a million times, but I want to mention it again. We have collectively gathered about $140,000 here for our relief efforts over there in Nebraska, Iowa, and now Oklahoma through the y'allsquad.org. Just another incredible thing that's going on here. I'm super proud of what we're doing with the Y'all Squad, and we're going to put that to good use, I promise. Rotation is approaching Wagner, Oklahoma. I'm really hoping that this is going to be our last, kind of concerning thing before we have to end the stream here. This thing is trying to produce a tornado 2 or 3 times. It's doing it again here as it approaches Wagner. Hopefully everybody in that town's in their safe spot. It's probably going to be all right. We're going to see this
rush by you. It's going to get real loud. We're going to get some strong winds, lots of lightning, some rain, some wind, and some hail. And then hopefully after about 20 minutes of that, it'll be time to exit your shelter and nothing has happened. But there is a slight chance that a tornado is going to form here and move through the town of Wagner. So we got to get you in your safe spot. Yeah, so once again, 2.5 million people found today's stream. As many as 2 million people also tuned in yesterday. So thank you guys so much for sharing the stream. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, the Wagner, Oklahoma storm does have a debris signature now. It's a bit nebulous for a while as it passed near Porter, but now I think that this is a consistent enough signature that did go away a little bit on this latest scan here. But on approach to Wagner, I think that the National Weather Service will probably update this tornado warning.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
And I'm not done. Not done.
Okay.
In addition to that, I, to the best of my ability to tell, besides some weak forcing, that's the only failure mode I really see for the storms that are now becoming supercellular in Denton County in Texas to the north of Dallas-Fort Worth. The rest of the environment looks good and quite similar to what we just saw in southern Oklahoma in this area. So as these storms develop, if they continue to intensify, we might have to stay here.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Talking about these storms specifically. Once again, we mentioned these whenever they first started popping up over there near Fort Worth. Now we're seeing them grow into what looked like exactly what we were seeing earlier before the big outbreak of tornadoes that happened just moments ago south of Oklahoma City and down here in Oklahoma. So we're going to hope that these don't get any more gnarly than what they are right now, because if they do, they're going to be in a situation where they could produce more tornadoes. Let's pull up that. The significant tornado parameter thing has been definitely something that's helped us this evening as far as figuring out what's useful and what's not, as far as where we need to look. I want to look at that one more time here. 1 second. So we still have some pretty elevated values right in here. It's not as high as what we were seeing earlier, but the maximum, values that we're seeing, where there's still pretty good, favorable conditions for tornadoes, are literally right there in the area where those new cells are going to. $136 tornado warnings so far today.
Look how slowly these storms are moving too. Big time flooding still possible for a lot of places that are just being hit by the line, honestly. Not even too much in the way of other forms of severe weather. Even though the specific part of the line that is approaching Fort Worth and Dallas right now is actually, being warned for more severe attributes, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, moving into Graham right now, Grafford, Mineral Wells, Strawn, and Ranger. You guys are going to see that over the next 48 minutes or so. In the past couple of frames, though, you do see that this part of the line is starting to bow out, or not really bow out, but it's starting to push forward a little bit faster. So that's a good sign. The faster this line does get over here, the more likely it is that we won't see, many more supercells form out ahead of that. So we're just hoping for the best right now. Danielle says, do you think the Denton storms will come through Ardmore? No. I think that it's moving slowly, but the storms will move past Ardmore before the Denton storms make it up there. But it's going to be storming for a while in Ardmore, and that's one of the reasons why we're continuing to be concerned about the flash flooding situation. Dickie Voss, thank you for becoming a member. We are back down, by the way, to 2 tornado warnings. Still, a pretty concerning look with the rotation up here near Wagner. Hopefully everybody in Wagner is still in their safe spots. Toppers, Rocky Point, Yonkers, you guys also need to be in your safe spots. National Weather Service did just issue a new tornado watch that includes Waco, Dallas, and Greenville and Paris, and Denton and Weatherford and Granbury, and this goes all the way through 7 a.m. Central. $8.5 million people in that tornado watch there.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
I use Weather Flow by Tempest.
Last couple of frames on our storms that are floating around down here near Denton are somewhat encouraging. I don't see any rapid development down there, but they're still developing, and that's not good. And they are also trying to rotate a little bit, so we're watching those closely. The big line of storms that you see here that's approaching Dallas is probably the biggest concern that we should have in the Dallas-Fort Worth region. The closer the line gets, there is going to continue to be these little areas of supercells that try to form, and that might increase the tornado threat a little bit. But I think damaging winds and hail, that's still going to be our biggest problem there as we go forward. But the tornado watch is going to go all the way until 7 a.m. as far east as Paris, Texas. We're also continuing to watch the potential for tornadoes and strong storms in southwestern Missouri through 7 a.m. Joplin, Springfield, West Plains, you guys are going to be dealing with this part of the line here soon. Right now, it's pretty tame. There's actually there's not a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings even associated with the northern part of the line that's going to go through Missouri, but I think that's going to change a little bit as it moves farther east and this part moves up into the southwestern portion of Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
For this little flippity floop right here near Eufaula. Right there. The Eufaula Reservoir. We've got a little punch out, and this is trying to cause a new rotation here as it goes towards Texana, Dutchess Landing, and Warner. And oh boy, we got a new day one.
A new tornado watch has been
I
issued.
will show you, but we got a new SPC outlook. It's not updating on my end. Daggone, how long does it take for the partners page to reload? Anyways, we do have a continued tornado threat tonight, obviously, but it looks like we're going to have a little bit of an increased, probability of tornadoes tomorrow as well. I'm going to show you that graphic as soon as I get it here. Yeah, I think if what I'm seeing is correct, I think we do have maybe a cause for another stream tomorrow. Yeah, Bryce is in the thick of it over there in Wagner County, Oklahoma. These little flips, these little blips that kind of poke out from the main storm there, little hooks, little protrusions, whatever you want to call them, are going to continue to be probably one of the main things that produce tornado warnings tonight along this line. We're going to see that happen multiple times in Missouri and Arkansas tonight. We've been going now for 11 hours and 43 minutes. Once again, we do have to end this stream before we get to the 12-hour mark. The good news is for at least the moment, we don't see any rapid development of supercells north of Dallas. We do see a rapid development of a strong line of storms coming into Dallas-Fort Worth from the west, though. We've got 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail coming into the Fort Worth and Dallas area. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm not sure if you talked about this in particular. I'm sorry at this point. I'm only like half listening. The reason that our Denton cell is falling apart, thankfully, is the forcing for ascent is just a little bit too weak. Nothing is really propping these storms up right there in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. And then for all the storms approaching the metro from the west, along I-20, you can see that outflow boundary in front of quite a bit of the line there, which means that the tornado threat with those is much lower. Unless any part of the storm can catch up to that boundary, it's going to prevent air from getting into the inflow of the storm at the lowest level, meaning that we can't, plant a tornado at the ground if all the air is just kind of going up into the cloud instead of to the surface and then into an updraft like that. So right now it does look like wind and hail is the biggest threat with that line back there, thankfully, because the gust front is outpacing the storms in front of it. So I hope that remains the case and that we don't get any tornado warnings for the metro overnight. But if there are any, then the reason would likely be that some part of the storm has accelerated forward and caught up at the boundary. That is a less likely scenario overall, but it can still happen purely due to dynamical forcing with cold pools and so forth. So that would be the reasoning for what I see in that area of Texas at the moment.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Once again, the severe weather threat is going to continue here, but we're just trying to show you as much good news as possible. This outflow boundary, you guys can see it if you're looking in your Radar Omega app right now. This might be something that helps us, keep the severe weather threat down just a little bit, at least as far as the tornado threat goes. But we still have a big potential, hail and damaging wind threat, especially in the short term here, over towards Jacksboro, Grafford, Strawn, Gordon. You guys get ready for that. These storms will cause some noise tonight in Dallas and Fort Worth, and hopefully you guys are prepared for that as those come in. We are down to 2 tornado warnings, and they are both for those little circulations that have popped up along our Boeing line here around Muskogee. This one is probably going to get a new tornado warning at some point here. It'll continue to go up to the north and east. This one might too, but that kind of thing is just going to happen probably until 7 a.m. So we are going to end the stream here within the next 5 to 10 minutes, and we are going to rest. We're going to sleep tonight. We're going to get up tomorrow, and we're going to continue to work on the situation that we're trying to develop a plan to do the Yaw Squad stuff, but there is a need, I think, for a stream tomorrow. I think you guys will see me here tomorrow for a period of time, because the Storm Protection Center did come out with a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes again tomorrow for a fairly small area in Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas, and a larger 5% risk and a 2% risk that goes from Iowa all the way down to Houston. So I'm hoping tomorrow's stream won't be really long. It looks like there's going to be a brief period of time where those tornadoes are possible. So yeah, Brad Arnold's going to be out there chasing, and probably a lot of our other storm chasers as well. So we are going to be with you tomorrow for that. So yeah, the severe weather threat is going to go down a lot tonight. The big severe weather outbreak is over. The big tornado outbreak is over. Okay, that part of the storm is done. I know whenever we get to this part of the stream, people always say like, "Oh, I can't believe you quit right before it got to Dallas." Well, I also quit right before it got to daggone Washington, D.C., but by the time it gets there, it's going to be a bird fart. All right, there's nothing. If we can't go live and stay live for every single rain shower that happens ever. So we're going to work on our
our response for the Y'all Squad, and then we'll see you live again tomorrow to cover the storms that will be going through East Texas and, once again, southeast Oklahoma, southwest Arkansas, northwest Louisiana. You should be happy if I end the stream before the storm gets to your house, because that means that the worst has already happened, more than likely. So just have a way of getting warnings. Know what you're going to do with that when that warning comes through, and you will be just fine. One last call out and reminder for y'all to please go to the y'allsquad.org and donate if you want to. Our 501c3 nonprofit organization is just about to reach $140,000 raised over the past couple of days. We're going to use that to go help people in Oklahoma, Nebraska, and Iowa, places that have been significantly impacted by severe weather here recently. And you'll see videos of that over on the Y'all Squad YouTube channel. We'll document it, and we'll show you what we did, which is great. You don't get that a lot of times with stuff like this, so that's what we're doing. Yep, we've got about 5 minutes left, so to be safe, we're going to end the stream here very shortly. I just want to make sure we're here as long as we can be. Remember, severe weather threat's going to continue, but it is decreasing in intensity. Thank you so much for watching. Huge shout out to the mods, to this Andy, to Chandra, to Frank, Kinsey, everybody that's involved here, all the storm chasers. I will see you tomorrow again for some more severe weather, unfortunately. All right. Oh, yeah. Also, follow me on Twitter if you haven't already. I know I've mentioned it a million times today, and a bunch of you have. But follow me over on X, Twitter, and Facebook, and stuff like that to get intermittent updates about what our plans are and what we're going to be doing before the next stream. If I'm not live streaming, the best way to hear from me is over there on Twitter or Facebook. One of those two. Ryan Hall, y'all's my name on both of those. Okay. Good night.
Tornado warning has been issued.